It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Today, ordre du jour, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-230, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, Debt Forgiveness Registry, standing in the name of Mr. Chambers.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Winnipeg-West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to participate in the debate on Bill C-230, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The Financial Administration Act, Madam Speaker, is Canada's foundational statute governing public financial management. It establishes the legal framework and principles that guide financial management across all federal departments and agencies. The Act provides the statutory authority for managing public funds and federal assets. It establishes the responsibility of key officials, including the Treasury Board, departmental deputy heads, and the Comptroller General, in ensuring that government finances are managed effectively and appropriately. The Act covers various aspects of financial administration, including authorization and control of government spending, the management of Crown corporations, and the safeguarding of public resources. It is critical to maintain public accountability and transparency in government operations. It requires that expenditures be authorized by Parliament through appropriations legislation and that spending remains within those authorized limits. This ensures that public money is spent as the elected representatives of Canadians have approved. The Act establishes the Treasury Board as the central financial authority within government, giving it the power to develop policies and practices for sound financial management. It also mandates that deputy heads maintain systems of internal control and conduct regular audits to verify compliance with the Act's requirements. This creates accountability throughout the government hierarchy, from senior management down to individual spending authorities. In doing so, the Financial Administration Act provides the legislative foundation for related accountability mechanisms, including requirements for financial reporting, internal audit functions, and the role of the Office of the Comptroller General in promoting best practices. The Financial Administration Act is essential to the operation of the Government of Canada by ensuring that public finances are managed responsibly, transparently, and in accordance with democratic principles. The bill before us today seeks to amend the Financial Administration Act to enhance transparency and accountability regarding large debts and obligations forgiven by the federal government. In particular, it will require the President of the Treasury Board to establish and maintain a publicly accessible, searchable online database of debt forgiveness. The registry would list any debt, obligation, or claim of $1 million or more that has been waived, written off, or forgiven by the Crown in whole or in part. And it would apply to corporations, trust companies, and partnerships. Each entry would include the legal and business name of the debtor, the amount forgiven, the time period covered, the statutory authority for the forgiveness, and any additional details deemed necessary by the President of the Treasury Board. Certainly, Madam Speaker, any effort to increase transparency and accountability should be commended. I want to thank the member for Simcoe North for introducing this private member's bill, and as my colleagues indicated in the first hour of debate on this bill, we look forward to working together on this bill when it reaches the committee stage. But as with any measure, it is important to consider any unintended consequences that may arise from its implementation. With that in mind, I believe Bill C-230 raises a few issues that would need to be examined in committee to ensure that it would not have detrimental impacts. For example, it's worth considering concerns about privacy and commercial sensitivities and whether publishing company names with specific financial details regarding debt forgiveness could unfairly harm their reputations. We must also ask whether such a registry might expose a company's competitive vulnerabilities. There are, to be clear, exactly the types of questions committee members should be asking in their careful consideration of any legislation and I look forward to hearing from experts and stakeholders, as well as the bill's sponsor, on these important matters. Bill C-230 focuses on corporations, trusts, and partnerships. In the case of partnerships, there isn't anything in this bill that would prevent the disclosure of a partner's name if the partner is an individual. That may raise potential privacy concerns. There's also need to clarify what types of amounts owed to the government the bill would apply to. For example, Bill C-230 applies to debts or obligations owed to and claims by His Majesty that are owed or arise under federal statutes. This would cover obligations that are the direct result of a statutory requirement, such as taxes and other charges or penalties imposed by statute. It is less clear the extent to which the bill would cover loans or other amounts that arise under contractual obligations between the federal government and the debtor. Madam Speaker, there is also the issue of administrative burden. Building a secure, searchable online platform would likely involve IT infrastructure, procurement, and a requirement for integration with existing financial systems. Ongoing maintenance might require dedicated staff and budget for functions such as program updates and troubleshooting. In addition, departments would need to identify, extract, and validate all relevant debt forgiveness and transactions over $1 million. Each disclosure would likely need to be vetted for compliance with privacy laws and confidentiality provisions. This might increase workload on legal staff to manage risk of litigation from companies concerned about reputational harm. Madam Speaker, it is worth asking whether compliance, monitoring, or audits to verify accuracy and prevent omissions would also be necessary. In a time when the government is seeking to balance its operating costs in the next 3 years, we must ask ourselves whether this is the best use of scarce taxpayer dollars. Given the administrative burden this registry poses, the monetary threshold should perhaps be increased to focus on truly significant debts. When we look at how the government currently handles tax breaks, fee waivers, and debt forgiveness, I am heartened by the degree of accountability and transparency already baked into our system. This is not to say that better is not possible, but a brief overview of our current regime may help inform this debate. The following details of debts forgiven, written off, remitted, or waived are already reported publicly in the public accounts. Which department made the decision, which law allowed it, how many times it happened, and how much money we are talking about. Most remission orders also get published in the Privy Council's Order in Council website and in the Canadian Gazette. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to highlight a few of the important challenges this bill raises. That said, I believe the merits of the bill outweigh these challenges, which is why I look forward to the next steps in the legislative process, where a committee can examine the bill closer. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always nice to see you on a Monday morning, although it's also very nice to see you on any other day of the week. Well, I'm not going to hold anyone in suspense today. We are in favor of this bill. This is a bill that would favor transparency in public finances. We know that government is very complex. We know there are many crown corporations and agencies like the CRA, where there is an arm's length process between the minister and the government when it comes to debts. We are in favor of more transparency. And that's essentially what's being asked for here today with the member for Simcoe North. So the idea here is to simply keep a debt registry for major debts in cases that have been waived, written off, or forgiven. So when a person, a business, an entity owes money to the Canadian government, when the government decides to waive or forgive the debt, all of that would be placed in a registry, one that would be easy to consult by parliamentarians, by journalists, anyone who wants to consult it. Of course, we need rules for that. We need intelligent parameters. We think that this bill has been properly drafted. We know that the member for Simcoe North generally tables very well thought out legislation. So here, we're talking about debts over $1 million. And these are cases which have been partially or totally forgiven. And what would be in that registry? Well, first of all, there should be a recognizable name for the debt, because sometimes there are numbers and various financial structures. And so by clearly naming the entity in question and clearly pointing out who the person is in whose name the debt stands, that's a good idea. Then also the registry should involve the period to which the amount relates, the amount that was waived or forgiven, and finally, the act under which the debt, obligation, or claim was owed. Now, we know that sometimes the government, you'd think that a registry would be simple because the data is already there, it's in the public accounts, it's just being made more digestible here with the registry. So in our opinion, the government already has all that data ready to go. But this government has a way of making things that should be simple very complicated and expensive. So we certainly hope that when it's simply a matter of a simple registry, we won't end up with cost overruns of $5 or $10 billion, just when we're trying to simplify things and make them more transparent. Ultimately, this is an important piece of legislation. With the latest numbers, we saw some significant debt forgiveness, $7 billion, with $5.3 billion forgiven. And with the remainder waived. Is everything okay, Madam Speaker? Oh, yes, there was something going on in the galleries. Please continue, please go ahead, the honorable member. Well, we get used to speaking in this house when no one is listening or people are chatting away, but I see that you're listening, so I will count that as a success. So for example, under the Old Age Security Act, certain sums were forgiven. And of course, we don't want this to infringe on people's privacy. For example, people with personal bankruptcies. But when you come to that sum, $1 million, these are not small tax debts. No, we're not talking about tiny sums where people could be identified. Although, of course, a debt to the government is a debt to the government. Now, this wouldn't require much more work from the government, or at any rate, it would only be a small amount of work. And in this way, we could have more transparency at a low cost. And this would prevent a business from hiding behind a number, a corporate number, when the debt is written off. And it wouldn't affect small sums, personal sums. But what kinds of debts would be affected here? What kinds of debts were written off or waived by the government in the past? Let me give an example. Chrysler in 2008. At that time, because of the auto crisis, the federal government, along with the American government, decided to buy up shares, but there was also a loans component. In 2008, $2.6 billion in Chrysler's loans were waived. That was all part of the government's industrial strategy, a defensive one at the time because of the financial crisis. And that is why it needs to be very clear whose these debts were, because even if ministers are accountable, we need to be able to access this information. At the time, well, it's important to know whether there was a reimbursement plan on the part of the business. That would enable us to better inform ourselves, because these are the kinds of things we ask questions about in the House. It's easier to get answers to these types of questions when you're not having to go through the public accounts line by line to see if there's anything fishy going on. In some ways, this would help the government because it would be able to come out and clearly state, here's the situation, this is what happened, the business in question was such and such business. That way we could have clear and healthy debates on industrial policy. The government could show clearly that the debt was because of inherent risk to industrial policy and not due to anything irresponsible. Let me give another example. The example of Stellantis. Recently, Ottawa offered substantial assistance along with the province of Ontario to Stellantis, an auto manufacturer. And some might feel that the federal government wasn't transparent enough about this because it was a significant sum, $15 billion. 2/3 of that belonging to the federal government and the rest the government of Ontario. Since then, the company has moved its Jeep production to Illinois, and the loan conditions were not respected. So if the federal government ever decides to waive, write off, or forgive those debts, it would be nice to know that that would be clearly laid out in a registry. Because when we're in the opposition, or for journalists, we don't always have the same abilities as the government in order when we want to carry out these kinds of searches. We know that currently we are facing a difficult trade situation. We are facing large American companies. And of course, the U.S. is still important for international trade due to its size. There are issues with possible acquisitions or mergers for our vulnerable companies. So in order to have a healthy industrial policy, sometimes, yes, we do have to make loans to businesses. But whenever you make a loan, that means you're taking a risk. Sometimes you end up not getting the money back and you have to waive the loan. These are strategic decisions.
In these situations, the government must be accountable. The government will have to be more and more active in these cases to support some parts of industry, some sectors. It's so the government should be transparent to ensure that we are able to follow up on non-payments. So I support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Whether it's the Epstein files or Santa Claus, the names on the lists are never released. Society has come to the moral place where those who have done wrong are protected. Tax cheaters, offenders living amongst us, parliamentarians who have worked negatively with foreign governments. Everything is withheld in the false veil of privacy. Why is it that government wants to track the information of millions of average Canadians on their laptops, but won't go after those who go against one of the most basic social contracts of society? Pay your taxes. Here we have a solution in Bill C-230. In recent years, CRA has been waiving debts to government owing. Last year, the government waived the following debts: $4.7 billion in write-offs, $10.9 billion in forgiveness, $0.4 billion in remissions, and $2.6 billion in waivers, for a total of $18.4 billion. Write-offs and waivers for taxes owed are done in secret because of privacy provisions under the Income Tax Act. So while the CRA is pursuing small businesses and ordinary Canadians for minor amounts owing to government. It is writing off debts owing to government by corporate entities in record amount. Canadians deserve to know which corporations are benefiting from CRA's decision not to collect debts to government. The solution in C-230 is to create a public registry that would require Treasury Board to publish annually a list of corporate entities that have debts owing to governments, forgiven, written off, waived, if that amount exceeds $1 million. And $1 million is a lot of money. It's not forgetting to pay back a 20 or I'll get lunch next time. In 2023-2024, 11 companies received $1.2 billion in write-offs combined. The 11 companies account for nearly a quarter of the $4.9 billion in write-offs approved in fiscal year 2023-2024. But which are these companies? Right now, we don't know. But how would Canadians feel if they were publicly traded companies, posting profits or even record profits? What if Brookfield was one of those companies? Right now, we don't know. Why should big corporations get enormous debt write-offs when they target the little guy for significantly smaller amounts? I have from a constituent. They're claiming I owe them $126 from a payroll account more than 15 years ago. From another constituent. CRA has been holding up my return for months with no proper timetable for a return. And meanwhile, they've sent me off to collections, causing me not only a large amount of stress and anxiety, but also causing me serious financial strain in that I have had to take loans and pay bills to support payments which would have been covered by my return. I have another constituent who is being withheld money from his mother's death benefit due to CRA delays. He writes, I followed every instruction I was given, yet I received no communication for months. I assumed my file was being processed, only to learn that it had been discarded. It is incredibly discouraging. This does not reflect a system that serves the people. It feels like the opposite, and it is deeply concerning. Another account. Our mom passed away on February 28th, and her death was reported to CRA. A mistake was made, and they deposited OAS into her account 2 months after her death, and then sent us a letter telling us we had to pay it back. Our dad passed away on June 8th again. His death was reported to CRA, but we have been receiving checks in his name. Now we've received a letter from CRA saying they overpaid our dad's GIS for the period after our mom passed to when he passed away, and we owe them over $1,900. How is an agency so incompetent that several mistakes are made in a single estate? It's Conservatives who have always advocated for transparency in government departments and tax policies and procedures. Motion 43 in the 42nd Parliament was put forward by the member for Calgary-Crowfoot. A duty of care to the taxpayer. If you are found to be not owing, forgive the amount, but also pay for legal fees. Also, at our recent convention, this resolution was passed. A Conservative government shall introduce legislation requiring the forgiveness or writing off of any non-personal debt owed to the Government of Canada be publicly announced in the Canada Gazette. But why does this government like to collect swaths of information about ordinary Canadians to place moral decision-making into their own hands, but won't ever release the names of those who have violated one of the two basic tenets of our society? Pay your taxes. Pay your fair share to society. Pay your fair share so we can attempt to live in a functioning and compassionate society. But where else has this government not released the names? Foreign interference. The government refused to share which federal politicians wittingly cooperated with foreign interference. The former member of Parliament for University of Rosedale only said that this government takes foreign interference very, very seriously. The current Minister of Justice also defended this position. This is a report that outlines several activities collaborating with countries like China, including accepting money or favors from diplomats. The National Security Intelligence Committee was chaired by the current Defense Minister. Why don't they just release the names? The President of the Treasury Board concealed the scope of the federal job cuts from analysts, the Budget Office. At the Budget Office. The Budget Office on November 5th, 2025, asked federal managers for a breakdown of planned savings by program. But public servants and Canadians were left in the dark. What departments would be affected? How would this impact services? Just release the names on the list. The federal government may not want to release information for the benefit of Canadians, but they are eager to pass legislation to infringe upon the privacy and actions of ordinary Canadians. Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, states, Cabinet may prohibit a telecom service provider from using all products and services provided to a specified person if it believes on reasonable grounds that it is necessary to do so to secure the Canadian telecommunications system against any threat. And this order may be kept secret. No warrants are required. This was also attempted in C2. Bill C-63 in the last Parliament proposed to increase the maximum sentence for hate speech, which carried a sentence of 5 years under the Criminal Code to life, which would place it amongst the most serious offenses, such as manslaughter and aggravated sexual assault, which also carries life sentences. That could have effectively resulted in someone being sentenced to life for hate speech, while someone convicted of sexual assault of a minor can receive a maximum of only 14 years, and an individual found guilty of assault with a weapon a maximum of 10 years. This bill also proposed that anyone who breaks any other federal law motivated by hate be found guilty of a hate crime and subject to a maximum life sentence. But forego paying millions in taxes, no problem at all. When it comes to protecting their friends and political interests, this government has no problem withholding information or giving cover to their allies to do so. But when it comes to your privacy, your personal information, who you like, what you like, where you eat, where you shop, who you communicate with, they have no problem holding you to account and taking away your rights. Paying your fair share of tax is a basic tenet of Canadian society that allows for smooth functioning of our society. This is why C-230 should come to pass, so that Canadians can be made aware as to who is paying their fair share to society, and more importantly, why. But this government doesn't want you to know, maybe because of who is on the list. What pieces of Indigenous art is missing? What are the names of the Green Slush in the Green Slush Fund documents? Who approved a RICAN? We may never know. But this government has the opportunity in this moment to shed some light on society, to hold everyone to account to pay their fair share. Let's pass C-230 and work towards starting to achieve this. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Resuming.
Thank you very much.
Debate, the honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-230, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Before I begin my speech, I would like to very briefly address a tragedy in my community. I recently met with a grieving mother in Penticton who lost her son when he was swarmed, assaulted, and beaten until he died. That horrifying event occurred 4.5 years ago, and yet it has still not gone to trial. Justice delayed is justice denied to the family and friends of victims and to this mother. A full, fair day in court should not take almost half a decade. Now, returning to this legislation, I want to thank my esteemed colleague, the member from Simcoe North, for bringing this important legislation forward. He has been a great colleague to me, and I know he is widely respected across this entire chamber. This legislation addresses one of the most important aspects of governance, transparency in our taxes. Now, while there has always been disagreement across this House on how tax dollars should be spent, there has been an agreement amongst all parties that we should always be able to see where they are spent. That's what makes this legislation so important. It seeks to cast transparency on potentially billions of dollars lost every year with no window for the public to understand why. Just a few years ago, a Conservative colleague of mine discovered that the Canada Revenue Agency had written off $133 million in taxes owed by just one taxpayer. Was this a person? Was this a corporation? CRA wouldn't say. CRA didn't have to say. Can Canadians know if this was a person or a corporation that benefited from public subsidies? No. When the Liberals approved $1.2 billion in 11 separate corporate tax debt write-offs in 2024, were Canadians allowed to know which corporations were involved? No. In Canada today, corporate debt owed to the Canadian government through Canada Revenue Agency can be written off, waived, or forgiven entirely in secret. There is no requirement for the CRA to tell Canadians which corporation had these debts written off or the reasons why they were written off. There is no explanation for how nearly 60,000 public employees at the CRA were unable to collect these enormous outstanding debts. There is a curtain here that disguises millions, if not billions, in lost collections owed to the government. In fact, just last year, the Liberals wrote off an $18.4 million in outstanding taxes, including billions owed by corporations. That's not right. Ultimately, these are tax dollars lost that Ottawa would move to collect from Canadians elsewhere to make up the revenue shortfall. Residents and small businesses in my riding do not often get this type of treatment from the CRA. When their taxes are outstanding, or even just slightly off when filed, they see the letters in their mailbox, the voicemails on their phones, and the emails in their inbox. They see interest charges and collection attempts. We see them in our office regularly. Regular citizens are chased down for small amounts. Many businesses I meet with are frantic because they can't even get a hold of someone at the CRA, let alone understand what went wrong, why they owe this amount. Sometimes they just need to talk to somebody. There are single mothers and older Canadians who don't have the means to pay what might seem like a small amount compared to these huge amounts I've been speaking about. But these people are trying their best to do the right thing, so they come into our offices. They shouldn't have to do that. It's time for fairness and transparency at the CRA. This is a start. And that's why I support Bill C-230. It would create an accessible, searchable public registry under the Treasury Board. This registry would publish annually a list of all corporate entities that have debts owing to the government waived, forgiven, or written off if the amount exceeds $1 million. Attached to each case would have to be an explanation, extremely important, for why the Canada Revenue Agency says it's not worth pursuing millions, possibly billions in outstanding debt. We know this reasoning exists internally at the CRA. It may even be understandable, such as in bankruptcy proceedings, but this registry would make it clear and public. I know there has been some discussion about the $1 million threshold for reporting, and I believe the author of the legislation says he is open to good faith amendments to this. But we should make it clear that this legislation applies only to corporate entities and is set with that in mind. It is not the purpose of this legislation to shame an individual Canadian or even a family farm that might be going through a bankruptcy proceeding. The focus of this law is to give Canadians more information, especially when they see the government seeking to engage in, for example, corporate welfare. It is too common for Canadians to see press releases and ribbon cuttings for public subsidies and tax dollars being used to try to pick winners in our economy, only for those projects or expansions to fall flat. We've seen this very recently with the Liberals' approach to the auto sector over the last several years. Shiny deals announced only to be followed up by downsizing of Canadian workers. Now, if these same companies get their debts written off, there's no way for Canadians to know. This bill shines a light through this fog. It is also important in the age of deficits that the Liberals continue to insist that debt is permanent, that the budget will never be balanced, that we will always be spending more than we take in. It is even more critical to ensure that the money Ottawa is owed is collected. When we set taxes and under-collect, the pressure always pushes the government to raise more taxes to fill the gap. It's vital to ensure that the highest taxpayers don't wriggle out of their obligations, because that pressure will ultimately fall on those who can pay less to make up this shortfall. Proper tax collection is what sets the floor for reducing tax burden for working Canadians. The record high amounts that the Liberals have been writing off, again, $18 billion written off in just 1 year, only sets conditions for more tax hikes. There were many well-deserved tributes to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper last week. One of his accomplishments I didn't hear enough about was how by 2015 he had reduced the federal tax burden to its lowest level in over 50 years. Canadians are no longer the beneficiaries of that sound fiscal policy today. To ensure we have the transparency in our tax system that helps to set the conditions for lower taxes, I would call on all members of this House to pass Bill C-230.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford.
Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in good faith and in the spirit of collaboration to get things done, to move Canada forward. And I believe that Bill C-230 can help us do that. Bill C-230, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts by establishing a public registry of large debts and obligations that have been waived, written off, or forgiven. At its heart, this bill is about tax fairness, transparency, and respect for the small businesses that form the backbone of our economy. Across Canada, small business owners open their doors every morning knowing that success is never guaranteed. They manage payroll, they remit taxes, and comply with complex regulatory requirements, often at significant risk. They do so because they believe in a system, they believe in our country, a system that is fair, predictable, and applied equally. Bill C-230 is about reinforcing that core belief for businesses in Canada. The bill requires the President of the Treasury Board to establish and maintain a public, online, searchable registry that discloses information about large debts or obligations, those valued at $1 million or more, owed to the Crown by corporations, trust companies, or partnerships where those debts have been waived, written off, or forgiven. The registry would include the name of the entity, the amount forgiven, the period to which it relates, and the statutory authority under which the debt arose. This is not an exercise in blame or punishment. It is an exercise in accountability. When small businesses fall behind on their tax obligation, the consequences are immediate and visible. Payment plans are negotiated, interest accrues, and enforcement measures are well understood. What has been far less visible, however, is when very large corporate debts, sometimes involving millions of dollars, are forgiven by the federal government. Even when such decisions are justified, the lack of transparency creates a perception of unequal treatment. Bill C-230 addresses that gap directly. By making large-scale debt forgiveness transparent, it reassures small businesses that there is no separate, hidden system for the biggest players in the economy. It sends a clear message: extraordinary relief must be accompanied by extraordinarily accountability. Importantly, the bill is carefully designed. It applies only to large entities and only above a significant monetary threshold. It does not expose personal information, nor does it interfere with legitimate tax administration. The bill also includes targeted, consequential amendments to existing tax and excise statutes to ensure that confidential information may be disclosed solely for the purposes of maintaining this registry. In other words, the disclosure is limited, lawful, and purposeful. For small businesses, fairness is not about preferential treatment. It is about knowing that everyone plays by the same rules. When a local retailer struggles to meet remittance deadlines while hearing headlines about massive corporate write-offs, confidence in the system erodes. When that same small business owner gets a call from a CRA agent because they're back a couple $100s on their last submission in their CRA online account, it sticks with them. Transparency will restore a sense of confidence in Canada. This bill also strengthens fiscal discipline. Public disclosure encourages careful decision-making, ensures that debt forgiven is properly documented, and allows Parliament and Canadians to better understand how public funds are managed. Sunlight, as the saying goes, is the best disinfectant. Madam Speaker, Bill C-230 does not raise taxes. It does not create new penalties. It simply affirms a basic principle that small businesses already live by every day. Accountability matters. By supporting this bill, we stand with the entrepreneurs who keep our communities vibrant, who employ our neighbors, and who trust that their government will treat them fairly. Bill C-230 tells them that when it comes to tax obligations and debt forgiveness, transparency applies to everyone, especially when the sums involved are large. For those reasons, I urge all members of this House to consider supporting Bill C-230 to provide a degree of accountability and confidence in our taxation system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is such a pleasure to rise in support of this very excellent bill presented by my very excellent colleague from Simcoe North. The bill is important. It speaks to principles fundamental to just government, to fairness and transparency. And I'm sorry to say that these principles have been sorely lacking in the actions of the Liberal government over the last 10 years. So for those just tuning in at home, every year the Canadian Revenue Agency for the last 10 years has forgiven or written off more than $1 billion of taxes or loans owed. More than $1 billion. And in the last fiscal year of 23 to 24, it was $18 billion. As my colleague just mentioned, this is on the order of our entire defense spending, which is about $35 billion a year. So $18 billion of forgiveness of loans written off. For those at home, and I'm thinking of my friend Dave, who's a plumber, my friend Ryan, who is a contractor. Yesterday we had a skating event put on by my office in Kitchener. I met Dragon, a small short-haul truck driver, and Libby, a grade 1 school teacher. Did they receive any forgiveness on their taxes? Did they receive any write-offs on their loans to the CRA? The answer is that they didn't. The vast majority of these write-offs went to large corporate fat cats who have big lobbyist budgets, who spend a lot of time in the offices of the government across the way. The CRA is systematically forgiving massive corporations the taxes that they owe to the public. The Globe and Mail reports that last year, 11 corporations, just 11, accounted for nearly a quarter of the write-offs. This arrangement raises the question, who is the government working for? Are they working for the people, or are they working for their friends on Bay Street? I can think of 2 cases in recent memory where the same question arose, where the same principles of transparency and fairness were broken all across the land. One is the COVID pandemic, where mom and pop stores, I'm thinking of, so at the beginning of the pandemic, I was teaching medicine at Queen's University in Kingston. There was a hardware store downtown that stood for 70 years. It was run by the Vandervoorts. I think it was called Vandervoort General Store. And unfortunately, it closed after 70 years of continuously serving the community while Canadian Tire and Home Depot and Walmart all stood open. Similarly, small-time mom and pop gyms were closed down while major branches managed to stay open. And how was that? Well, through my work in politics, I've gotten to know some of these lobbyists. They had gigantic contracts lobbying governments, both federal and provincial, to stay open in a way that Vandervoort hardware store simply could not do. Another major example is the SNC-Lavalin scandal. If I were to go bribe the dictator of Libya and provide strippers to his sons, I think that I would go to jail. But if I was the proprietors of SNC-Lavalin, I would get the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, in the Attorney General's office, violating the principle of prosecutorial independence, which, by the way, is the same principle that the President of the United States broke and resulted in his first impeachment. So SNC-Lavalin is able to get the lobbyists who have the ear of the Prime Minister to get sweetheart deals, to get forgiveness of a similar sort the CRA is dishing out to massive corporations, and mom and pop are not. Not that I have any interest in bribing the dictator of Libya anytime soon. I'm glad that got a laugh. So what this bill does is restore some of the fairness and some of the transparency. If this bill passes, which I dearly hope that it will, if the CRA forgives more than $1 million of a loan, and I think or taxes, I think the vast majority of Canadians will never see $1 million, let alone have a tax bill of over $1 million, then they at least have to say who they gave it to and why. It's very simple. It's not even saying that they can't continue to exercise this forgiveness. It's just saying the public is owed a debt. The government, in its boundless wisdom, has decided to write off that debt. We need to know who and we need to know why. And that would, at the very least, give us the opportunity to look at the lobbying registry and see how much that corporation paid on lobbying the Liberal government, and to start to ask the question whether those two numbers are related. For those watching at home, I have to say I was so struck shortly after my election. The first time I opened my parliamentary email, there were literally hundreds of invitations to meet with lobbyists. There were hundreds of invitations to attend receptions in downtown Ottawa. I instructed my staff, if the meeting doesn't say Kitchener, South Hespeler, somewhere in it, if it's not from a constituent of mine, I don't want to take it. But let me say that from what I have observed during my time here, many of those meetings and many of those receptions are attended by the members opposite, and it is my view that these corporations don't spend all that money on lobbying for no reason. They know how to get a return on investment, and I think that they are getting that return on investment, as evidenced by the $18 billion that the government forgave large corporations in the last fiscal year. So we want transparency, we want the registry, we want to start asking these questions. It was, by the way, from my understanding, the common practice for years and years that parliamentarians could at least ask order paper questions to put it to the government, who did you forgive and why? But just in recent years, the CRA has stopped providing that basic transparency. So we used to have it by convention, and somehow it's gone away over the last 10 years. And now we need to actually write it into the law that this transparency must exist henceforth. And I think it's a shame. I wish that we could use the honor system and could continue with our tradition of open government. It's particularly a shame given that 10 years ago, Justin Trudeau came to power promising to have the most transparent government in Canadian history. And in this and so many other ways, we have been betrayed. So that is about as much as I have to say about it, Madam Speaker. I know that the members opposite like to say that they are in a new government, they're doing new things, and I think this would be a tremendous opportunity for them to turn away from the legacy of the Trudeau government, from the legacy of restricting transparency, and beginning to restore even in this small way. Again, this is not going to send anyone to jail. This is not going to stop the practice of gigantic write-offs for corporate fat cats with a stable of lobbyists, but it is at least going to give the public the answers that they are deserved. So I urge everyone in this House to vote for this bill, and for the members opposite, when they vote for this bill, to consider apologizing for their actions during COVID and apologizing for their actions during the S&C Lavalin scandal. I hope that Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott will be invited back to their caucus soon. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North for his right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise in this House always, but it's also a pleasure to rise on Bill C-230, which is a private member's bill that I had drafted, and I want to appreciate or to thank all of my colleagues, obviously the ones from my own party who spoke in favor of this bill today, but also colleagues in other parties who have also expressed a willingness to see this bill go to committee, which I hope we'll be able to do that at the end of my remarks here this morning. I would also like to thank the large number, actually it's a small team, but they do great work, the legislative drafters, Marie-Claude Hébert and Marie Danek, who helped draft this legislation. I think we should be giving recognition to all of the work that they do to support private members in their business. Unlike government ministers who have legions and a number of resources at their disposal, this group in the House of Commons supports us very well, and we are very well served by their expertise. Just to follow up on some of the comments, I think it's important that taxpayers have information to know how their money is being used. When the government, through CRA, goes after or contacts regular Canadians to pay monies that it owes the government and starts charging interest on the first day that you miss a payment or on the first day that you're late for very, very nominal sums, sometimes as low as $100 or even less, that it is an offense, or it is offensive to every sensible person to know that behind the cloak of secrecy, officials within CRA or the government in general are waiving millions and millions or tens of millions and in some cases hundreds of millions of debts owing to the government. With a stroke of the pen, behind closed doors, this is the kind of transparency that we need. Unfortunately, we're actually going backwards. My colleague from Kitchener-South Hespeler just mentioned, Prime Minister Trudeau ran on having a very open government, and now the government is now deleting its emails and messages after 30 days. I mean, that's just quite a reversal. But I don't want to get I want to get too far ahead of myself and off topic, because I understand we have support on this bill to see it to go to committee. I will have more to say on this if it is successful and comes back to this House, but I would just mention that I am open to reasonable amendments. I make myself available to the Minister and his office, who I've been appreciative of so far in terms of getting information and having comprehensive and fruitful discussions with. But that's how this chamber is supposed to work. We're supposed to collaborate. This is a great bill, a great idea. I think will improve transparency on behalf of all taxpayers. That concludes my remarks. And I believe if you seek it, Madam Chair, this bill has support to go to Committee on Division.
The question, is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that the bill C-230, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, Debt Forgiveness Registry, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
I believe we're going to request this go on division, Madam Chair.
Okay. I therefore the motion carried on division. And we will suspend for 2.5 minutes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act.
Thank the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today in the consideration of Bill C-10, legislation that would create a new officer of Parliament to oversee how the federal government implements modern treaties. And at its core, I think it's important to note that that this bill proposes yet another office and another bureaucracy to monitor the very departments that already struggle to live up to the agreements Canada signs with Indigenous nations. And while the intention, I think, is to strengthen accountability, the question before us is whether C-10 actually delivers on that accountability, or it simply creates the appearance of doing that. And because these modern treaties govern things like land ownership and natural resources, financial compensation, and more, there are things now that we're talking about now more than ever, as we see the Liberal government is truly, whether they're truly going to approve the building of a pipeline to the Pacific, open new mines, get LNG resources to international markets, and actually build the Canada Strong that we've heard so much about. So I want to be absolutely clear in this from the outset, that Conservatives recognize the real and long-standing frustration amongst Indigenous treaty partners. We support those treaty rights reconciliation, self-government, and of course self-determination. And we understand why many Indigenous governments want stronger mechanisms to hold Ottawa at its word. That's very clear from all of the advocacy that we've heard and the strength of the advocacy from those nations. But what Bill C-10 does, as it's drafted, replaces responsibility with, I think, what is more paperwork, which won't do what it says that it's supposed to do. It tries to solve, I think, a performance problem by expanding bureaucracy that has already failed. Its latest iteration is a knee-jerk instinct measure, and it measures a success by the number of reports published instead of what I think is lacking in this place so often, the quality of the results delivered. So let's go back for a moment to explain where modern treaties came from and what they were meant to fix. They emerged because of historic treaties, however imperfectly honored, did not resolve the Indigenous title in large parts of this country. That legal gap remained until the Supreme Court's landmark 1973 decision, which forced Ottawa to abandon denial and engage in nation-to-nation negotiation. From that decision came the first modern treaty, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreements in 1975, and 26 similar agreements since. These treaties define land ownership and resource rights and compensation and self-government, and they are continually protected and legally binding. And for years, there has been one message from Indigenous governments, and it's been a consistent message, that Canada signs agreements but too often fails to implement them, which is, frankly, not a surprise to anyone that's been around any of this conversation here in this House or over the last number of decades in this country. Even the Senate recommendation in 2008 that Ottawa create an oversight body to ensure that treaties are actually carried out, treaty partners have repeated that call many, many times since. So rewind to those years when Conservatives were in government, we proved that modern treaties could be signed and implemented when Ottawa stayed focused on outcomes, not simply on bureaucracy and paperwork. Between 2006 and 2015, 5 modern treaties of self-government agreements were concluded, advancing real economic and governance authority for Indigenous communities. Since then, under this government, the landscape looks very, very different. There have been countless new offices, frameworks, strategies, action plans, and yet not one modern treaty has been finalized, which brings us to this conversation and why we're having it. The paper has piled very, very high in Ottawa and places close to Ottawa, while progress on the ground has stalled. And if you've heard any of my colleagues speak about this, both in this debate and to wider issues generally, you will hear that there is a whole bunch of rhetoric, but there isn't many outcomes to match the words spoken. And so I ask, why does it matter? Well, this is the backdrop for C-10, the piece of legislation that we're discussing today. We're told that the solution to Canada's poor implementation record is a new commissioner's office. But, Madam Speaker, the oversight mechanisms already exist. The Auditor General has repeatedly examined treaty implementation. Those reports identified concrete failures. They named specific departments, and they recommended very clear action going forward. Yet many of the same issues remain today. And, I mean, people watching this would ask, why is that? Because nothing happens when the department fails to implement a treaty obligation. No one is held accountable. No one loses their job. No one stands in this House and to explain why the commitment was ignored. Meanwhile, the government has built an entire ecosystem of internal bodies, the modern Treaty Implementation Office, the Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, the Modern Treaty Management Environment, and so on. And despite all of these federal initiatives, treaty partners still spend their time chasing the very most basic compliance from Ottawa. So if those structures had not fixed the problem, then why should anybody believe that a brand new structure, a brand new office, a brand new title, a brand new bureaucracy would suddenly succeed in this place? Many Indigenous partners originally asked that a treaty commissioner be housed under the Auditor General, an institution already built for this kind of work, an institution that has already opined on this kind of work, and an institution that has already given recommendations about the shortcomings of this work. Instead, the Liberals chose the most expensive option, a separate agent of Parliament with its own bureaucracy and its own budget. The real test now is how many offices exist in Canada, in Ottawa, but whether the federal government keeps its promises at all. A commissioner cannot build housing, negotiate a treaty, or force the department to meet deadlines. It has already blown. Only ministerial responsibility can do that. We've said this time and time again. Only clear performance measures, co-developed by treaty partners, can do that. It is a real consequence and a failure to suggest that anything else would work. If a treaty obligation is missed, the responsible minister should stand in this chamber and answer for it. We have not seen that. Senior officials who ignore commitments should not be promoted. Departments who fail to act repeatedly should face consequences from this House. That is what accountability looks like. That is what we want to see. Conservatives believe in a strong, durable, honourable relationship with Indigenous nation, and we believe that modern treaties must be more than signed documents. Here's where we differ, and here's what we want, and I'll just list it quickly. We want to require departments to act on Auditor General recommendation. We want to mandate public, measurable implementation plans for each treaty. We want to empower Indigenous governments as equal partners and not observers of Ottawa's bureaucracy, and we want to ensure that ministers face consequences. That is the only real way to solve this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to ask my honourable colleague, I was doing a little bit of research as she was speaking. I note that the bill was co-developed with modern treaty partners. I'm wondering if there's any evidence to suggest that those modern treaty partners that were involved in the development of this legislation have the same concerns that she raised in her speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As I mentioned in my remarks, it was 8 years ago that many of the nations had asked that this be housed under the Auditor General. And the reason for that is that the Auditor General has the capacity within the office to make recommendations, to find where departments have been coming up short, and provide an avenue to fix those. Just because it hasn't been done, it doesn't mean that we should give the job to another officer of Parliament that would be created here in order not to do that job.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our Deputy Leader for that amazing speech. I think she outlined quite well our concerns with this piece of legislation, and I think she hit on the key point. We do agree with the diagnosis that Ottawa, the government itself, has not been living up to its word in treaty, whether modern or otherwise, for decades to come. I think we all agree on that. We do understand the frustration that the co-drafters of this legislation have with government living up to its word. So we agree on that. And my friends here from Thornhill did highlight the part where I think this legislation needs to have some change is the accountability part. There are departments, there are auditor generals, there are reports that have all outlined the issues with government not living up to its treaty. But the one part it doesn't have is the accountability piece. Where is the accountability? And I think that's where our issue stands.
Thornhill.
I thank the honourable colleague for all of the work that he's done on this file and so many others. I have to agree with him, and I have to say this, that reconciliation in this country cannot be achieved by expanding Ottawa's footprint and Ottawa's bureaucracy. And that's an important point. And I think it's a point that resonates right across the country because it's failed so miserably. It's achieved when commitments are honored and when outcomes are delivered. And in order for those outcomes to be delivered, there has to be some accountability when they are not delivered. Somebody's head needs to roll, and I say that as politely as possible, but there has to be consequences to when things aren't honored and people don't do their jobs in this place.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She talked about something important, about accountability, something the Conservatives often speak about. She talked about government accountability, and the Bloc Québécois brought this forward in our bill, but the Conservatives voted against it. It was a bill that asked the government to ensure that when adopting new trade agreements, it would previously ensure that MPs could analyze the texts. Is that not a good idea? So why is it that my colleague today is talking about government accountability, and yet when we bring forward a bill that is asking for that very thing, they vote against it? This is inconsistent. Can she explain that?
Thornhill.
I appreciate the member's question, and I appreciate that he might not realize that we're talking about Bill C-10, but I will never apologize for demanding accountability from this government, from this House, from the officers of Parliament, from the bureaucracy who have promised things in this country and who have failed to deliver on outcomes. That is not something that Conservatives will ever apologize for.
That was the honourable member for Hamilton Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member opposite raising the need for Canada to engage in nation-to-nation consultation or duty to consult with Indigenous nations. She spoke about pipelines and other projects. The Prime Minister and our government's been clear that we need consultation and a better relationship with Indigenous nations. Her leader has stood in this House and said that the federal government should basically override Indigenous rights. So would she not agree that a stronger, closer relationship between Indigenous rights holders and the federal government is necessary? Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill, very brief answer.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to just put on the record that the government has been anything but clear on its plans on building a pipeline in this country, on getting a pipeline to Tidewater. In fact, it is this House who have given the...
Of time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-10 legislation that would create a new office of the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. This bill is presented by the government as a step towards accountability and reconciliation, but when we look closely at what it actually does, or just as importantly, what it does not do, it becomes clear that Bill C-10 mistakes process for progress and bureaucracy for leadership. I want to begin by stating clearly and without hesitation the principle that guides our position. The problem in Canada's modern treaty system is not lack of oversight, it's a lack of execution. It's not a shortage of watchdogs, it's a shortage of accountability. And the solution is not another expensive federal office in Ottawa. For years now, Indigenous treaty partners have raised serious and legitimate concerns about the pace and consistency of treaty implementation. Commitments are made, but deadlines are missed. Responsibilities are spread across multiple departments with no clear line of accountability. Files are passed from one desk to another, while communities wait for obligations that were promised, often many years ago, to finally be fulfilled. Those frustrations are real. They're well documented, and they deserve a response that actually fixes the problem. But the government wants Canadians to believe that the solution is to create yet another layer of bureaucracy, a new multi-million-dollar office whose primary function is to monitor and report on whether ministers and departments are actually doing their work. Madam Speaker, the truth is far simpler. We already know that the work is not being done. Indigenous partners know it, the Auditor General knows it, the courts know it, and the government itself knows it. What we lack is not information. What we lack is leadership. Bill C-10 is not accountability. It's a political insulation. It allows ministers to point to an independent office and say, the commissioner will study it or the commissioner will report on it while the underlying failures continue. At a time when Canadians are struggling to afford groceries, housing, and basic necessities, the idea that a federal government's response to a failure is to expand bureaucracy rather than demand results is the exact opposite of responsible governance. Mr. Speaker, no one in this House disputes the importance of modern treaties. These agreements are not symbolic gestures, they're constitutionally protected, legally binding commitments. When they are not implemented properly, the damage is not theoretical. It affects housing, infrastructure, economic development, and self-governance. It erodes trust and undermines reconciliation in very real ways. Let us be honest about what this bill actually does. Bill C-10 creates an oversight without enforcement. It creates audits without consequence. It creates reports without requiring action. The proposed commissioner would have the authority to review, assess, comment, and report. But they do not have the authority to compel departments to release funding. They do not have authority to force ministers to meet deadlines, and they do not have the ability to enforce treaty rights. They would only be able to enforce the power to act would remain exactly where it is today, with the same ministers and departments that have failed to deliver. So we must ask ourselves, what will actually change? The answer is very little. We have seen this approach before, and it has failed. Canada does not suffer from a lack of reports. There are dozens of them. The Office of the Auditor General alone has produced audit after audit for nearly 2 decades. These audits are independent, thorough, and clear in their conclusions, and yet the pattern is always the same. The reports are tabled, the failures are acknowledged, and then nothing happens. A new office will not fix a culture of inaction. A new commissioner will not manufacture the political will this government has lacked for more than a decade. Oversight without enforcement is not accountability, it's theatre. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe in the responsible use of public funds. We also believe in not reinventing the wheel, we believe in fixing it. The Auditor General already provides Parliament with credible, authoritative oversight. The problem is not that the Auditor General lacks capacity. The problem is that this government has repeatedly ignored the findings. And instead of strengthening accountability within that existing framework, the government's answer is to create another body that duplicates work and provides yet more reports that can be safely ignored. Even more concerning is the way Bill C-10 actually weakens parliamentary accountability. Under this legislation, Parliament itself cannot initiate audits. Only the Commissioner, the Minister of the Crown Indigenous Relations, or a treaty partner may do so. That means elected representatives are further removed from oversight, not empowered by it. This bill also cannot be viewed in isolation from the government's broader record. Between 2015 and 2017, the government created multiple offices, committees, and frameworks designed to improve treaty implementation. Despite all of that additional bureaucracy, this government has not concluded one single modern treaty in over 10 years. That record matters. By contrast, under the previous Conservative government, 5 modern treaties were successfully negotiated and implemented in just 6 years. Those agreements advanced self-governance, clarified land rights, and created certainty for Indigenous communities. They were achieved not through endless monitoring, but through leadership, accountability, and a willingness to deliver results. Supporters of C-10 point to Indigenous organizations that have called for an independent oversight. Their frustration is understandable. Communities have waited far too long for commitments to be honored. However, it's also important to recognize what treaty partners are actually asking for. They're not asking for more studies. They're not asking for an Ottawa-based institution to observe their frustration from a distance. They're asking for certainty. They're asking for timelines that mean something. They're asking for a federal government that follows through on what it has already agreed to. They're asking for results. For many Indigenous governments, the problem is not that Canada lacks insight into treaty implementation. The problem is that responsibility is fragmented across multiple departments with no single minister clearly accountable when things go wrong. When obligations fall between mandates, nothing moves. When timelines slip, no one answers for it. Bill C-10 does not resolve that fragmentation, it formalizes it. That's why Conservatives believe the focus must remain where the Constitution places it, on the Crown itself. The honour of the Crown cannot be delegated. It cannot be outsourced to an independent office. It rests with the ministers who have the authority, the resources, and the obligation to deliver. When that responsibility is diluted, reconciliation does not advance, it stalls. In fact, many Indigenous leaders have previously argued that even if oversight needed to be strengthened, it should not be done with existing institutions, particularly the Office of the Auditor General, rather than through a parallel bureaucracy. True reconciliation respects Indigenous governments and partners, not as stakeholders managed through additional federal process. Indigenous nations are fully capable of participating directly in accountability and oversight without another Ottawa-based office inserted between them and the Crown. Mrs. Speaker, Conservatives do not come to this debate empty-handed. We come with a clear and credible alternative, one that focuses on execution, not expansion. We believe treaty obligations must be embedded directly into departmental mandates so that responsibility is clear and unavoidable. Ministers must report directly to the Parliament on their progress, not to a commissioner. Deadlines must matter. When the commitments are missed, explanations must be given and consequences must follow. Accountability must reach the ministerial level where it belongs. This is how accountability works in every other area of government. Treaty implementation should not be treated differently. Reconciliation is not advanced by creating offices. It is advanced by meeting commitments. A commissioner will not build homes, accelerate negotiations, or enforce treaty rights. Only leadership can do that. Indigenous peoples deserve more than symbolic structures and carefully worded reports. They deserve a government that keeps its promises. They deserve implementation, not excuses. Bill C-10 offers the appearance of action without addressing the cause of failure. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, Conservatives oppose this bill and will continue to demand not more bureaucracy, but real accountability and real results. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Madawaska Restigouche.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A commissioner is an independent agent of Parliament. We have commissioners, for instance, for official languages, for conflicts of interest and ethics. This legislation would create the position of commissioner for modern treaty implementation, and this would make the commissioner's office responsible to Parliament. They're not accountable to the minister's office, they're accountable to Parliament. So this would allow for better oversight and transparency. If there were to be an issue, those who raise the issue can go to the commissioner directly. So they worked with the government in developing this legislation. So how do they feel about having this permanent supervision and oversight body?
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague across for the question. The Auditor General also can produce independent reports that the minister would be accountable to answer to. Creating another level of bureaucracy isn't going to implement actions that are required to meet modern treaty. We don't need another level of bureaucracy. We can already get the reports and the actions from the Auditor General, so let's just work on actioning instead of creating bureaucracy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois supported this legislation in the last Parliament in the spirit of reconciliation, and we support C-10 as well. A colleague said that this will allow more transparency in modern treaties. But last week we voted on C-228, a Bloc Québécois bill calling for free trade treaties to be debated in Parliament. That wouldn't have created any bureaucracy at all. And Conservatives always say that they don't mind working long days here at Parliament. The member voted against our bill, even though it wouldn't have created any more bureaucracy. So the Conservatives just opposed to transparency?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we're speaking on C10, and we understand the frustrations of Indigenous communities and partners that there has not been any modern treaties completed within the past decade. That understanding is true, it's valuable, and what we as a government want to have is action towards the modern treaty, not creating extra bureaucracy and extra levels where accountability can be mistaken for results based on reports that mean nothing, that are tabled and not actioned. We need action.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And back in my day, I was a treaty negotiator for my band. And we didn't sign a treaty, but I heard the same complaints for 20 years. Now, members of government as well as members of the Bloc talk about transparency, which is alive and well in this place for the last 20, 30 years. We've seen hundreds of reports go through this chamber in terms of what the First Nations are complaining about in terms of implementation. But what we're talking about here is accountability. What's the use if the minister in charge will not make a decision or not interact with a First Nation that signed one of the highest reconciliation agreements in Canada, protected by the Constitution? So to my colleague, do we need more transparency or do we need more accountability in terms of Bill C-10?
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. I absolutely agree that we need more accountability and we need more action. We do not need more research. We do not need more reports. We need to work with Indigenous partners and complete modern treaties of today. We need accountability to make sure that it is actually done.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleague said that all a commissioner would do is produce reports that no one reads. So can she tell me about the other commissioners, privacy commissioner, ethics commissioner? What other commissioners does she feel are useless, and can she explain why their work is useless?
I just want to clarify, I didn't say the report wouldn't be read. Typically, what's been happening is the reports are read, they're tabled, the failures are acknowledged, and then nothing's done. And creating another level of bureaucracy isn't going to change what's happening right now. We need to get things done. We need accountability, full stop.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today, as always, on behalf of my neighbours and friends in Oshawa to speak about something that touches the honour of the Crown and the relationship that has shaped this country since long before Confederation. That relationship cannot be repaired with press releases and news titles or fresh layers of bureaucracy. It is rebuilt by keeping promises and by doing the work that we've already agreed to do. Action, as my honourable member from Kitchener Centre has said, is the key here. For years, governments have talked about reconciliation, but talk without accountability leaves Indigenous partners waiting. Bill C-10, the proposal to create a commissioner for modern treaty implementation, is being presented as a fix for decades of federal failures. In truth, it creates another office to point out the same shortcomings we have known about for years. The Auditor General has already flagged them. Indigenous leaders have already flagged them. Treaty partners have already flagged them. The problem is not a shortage of oversight. The problem is a shortage of execution. So today I want to speak clearly about where treaty implementation stands in this country, what modern treaties actually are, and why I don't believe another multi-million-dollar bureaucracy will help move us closer to honoring the commitments that have already been made. Modern treaties are comprehensive land claim agreements that clarify land, resources, and governance, as well as constitutional rights. Many include self-government provisions. Some stand alone as self-government agreements. They are enforceable and binding. Their purpose is to allow Indigenous nations to move beyond the paternalism of the Indian Act and toward true self-determination. Understanding this matters because implementation is not about creating new oversight offices. It's about ensuring departments respect the authority and commitments already set out in law. We saw this with the Whitecap Dakota Self-Government Agreement that passed with Conservative support in 2023. It's a step forward, but not a full modern treaty. There is still work to be done, and that work has nothing to do with the absence of a commissioner and everything to do with the departments not following through. So how would a commissioner suddenly fix what ministers have failed to do for years? Ministers already have the ability to demand results. Departments already have responsibilities. I believe that what has been missing is leadership and consequences. We have historical proof. We know that progress is possible. Under Prime Minister Harper, 5 modern treaties were completed in 6 years. Under this Liberal government, after more than a decade in power, not a single modern treaty has been completed. 70 Indigenous groups are currently negotiating with the federal government, and nothing has been finalized. That is not an oversight failure. That is a failure in leadership. The government claims Bill C-10 is needed to identify gaps, but we already have decades of reports spelling out those gaps. The Auditor General has produced major audits on treaty implementation, land entitlements, governance barriers, and negotiation processes. Many recommendations are still sitting untouched. If the government has ignored the Auditor General's findings for almost 20 years, why would a new commissioner suddenly change anything? Departments do not fail because no one is watching. They fail because there are no consequences when they do. So this isn't the first time the Liberals have tried to fix failure by creating more bureaucracy. Between 2015 and 2017, they opened the Modern Treaties Implementation Office, the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office, the Modern Treaty Management Environment, the Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, the Reconciliation Secretariat, and a Performance Framework. Six separate entities, not a single modern treaty completed since. Now they want a 7th office, one with no enforcement power and no ability to hold ministers accountable. Meanwhile, communities continue to face real challenges. Housing shortages remain severe, water systems remain unsafe, and policing is still not recognized as an essential service despite years of promises. Economic development is slowed by federal bottlenecks. Climate impacts disproportionately affect Indigenous communities who have been calling for action for years. All of these issues are rooted in operational failures, not oversight failures. No commissioner will build a home, repair a water plant, or hire police officers. What is missing is political will and departmental discipline. And we cannot overlook the federal failures in procurement and contracting that have hurt Indigenous communities. We have seen firms falsely claim Indigenous identity in order to win contracts. We have seen millions wasted on programs that produce very little. Remember ArriveCan? It alone is a reminder of how mismanagement can not only drain public trust, but also public resources. A commissioner cannot stop fraud or fix broken procurement. Only proper internal controls, transparency, and consequences and accountability can do that. Across the country, Indigenous leaders are asking for reliable partnerships and predictable implementation, not more Ottawa-centric offices. They want fiscal arrangements that are clear, timely, and fair. They want departments to stop shuffling responsibilities between each other, leaving treaty partners caught in the middle. They want the authority in their agreements respected and not second-guessed. This is why accountability must be political, not symbolic. If a department ignores a treaty commitment, the minister should answer for it. If a treaty obligation is delayed, the officials responsible should be held accountable. A commissioner cannot do that. Only leadership can. And Indigenous partners should have a direct role in holding departments accountable instead of waiting for another report confirming what they already know. Conservatives support modern treaties. We support Indigenous self-government. We support moving beyond the Indian Act and strengthening nation-to-nation relationships, but we do not support the idea that accountability can be outsourced to yet another office. Reconciliation is not achieved by hiring more bureaucrats. It is achieved by honoring the commitments that we've already made, enforcing obligations, and delivering measurable results. Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 offers the appearance of accountability, but not the substance of it. And that seems to be a recurring theme in this 45th Parliament. The appearance of accountability, but not the substance of it. The appearance of action, but not the substance of it. The appearance of deals, just MOUs. It's a recurring theme, and this legislation continues to recur that theme. Madam Speaker, the honour of the Crown is not restored by expanding government. It is restored by fulfilling promises, promises that already exist in law. This bill will not make departments work harder. It will not increase ministerial responsibility. It will not enforce treaty obligations. What Canada needs is leadership, execution, and real partnership with Indigenous governments, not another office monitoring the inaction of others. So let us do the work of implementing the treaties. We already have, instead of inventing new bureaucracies to explain why the work has not been done. Madam Speaker, promises kept, not paperwork created. That is what reconciliation requires. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Bruno Lacadie. Madam Speaker, I heard my colleague earlier. She talked about the treaties, but she forgot to say that we're the first government to have worked for First Nations and to have established this. We want to think about how we can advance it again. What does she think of this?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure I completely understand the question. I believe that it was inferred that their government is the first government to speak with First Nations, which didn't make much sense to me. Perhaps I didn't understand the question. But I will say this, and I'll just reiterate it. We either keep our promises or we don't. We have promises we've made, we have commitments we've made. Adding another layer of bureaucracy will simply add paperwork rather than keeping promises as we are meant to do.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, imagine what our colleague is saying is true. There's a lack of leadership, that we didn't implement enough treaties, we haven't signed enough treaties, and things haven't moved forward enough. This may be true, Madam Speaker, but at the same time, I'm having a hard time with this logic of her argument, because what the government is saying, we want to have oversight. We want a commissioner with binding power. We want to implement UNDRIP. We want a roadmap. We want to facilitate relations. So what prevents? Well, how would having a commissioner to do this, and this is somewhat ordinary, but But how would this hamper things? Because I get the feeling that the only thing it would do would have constant oversight for this government, and the current government. Well, I don't understand how government leadership is incompatible with the fact of having a commissioner which would have a very defined mandate and role. I would like her to explain that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I understand the point of view. I guess this government is admitting that it cannot do the job unless a commissioner tells them what they're doing wrong or right. They clearly have trouble implementing and making the commitments and following through on them that we already have made. As I said before, promises made, let's keep those promises. Clearly, this legislation is an admission of guilt that the government cannot keep promises unless an outside body forces them to.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Skeena, sorry about that.
He was up.
It's still the morning. Listening to this debate, the government and our colleagues down the way there want more oversight. And as speaking as an Aboriginal leader, especially under the Indian Act, there's already tons and tons of oversight. There's countless committees. But I think the insult here is that First Nations have signed the highest agreement in the Canadian Constitution, and yet they're being afforded a different type of disrespect. They're not getting the full partnership that the treaty promised, and it's outlined in every one of the chapters, every one of the provisions in terms of what should be implemented as a partnership. And now what we're talking about is let's add another oversight committee. Can my colleague talk about what it really means when we're talking about saying let's hold the minister responsible for implementing a treaty?
The honourable member for Oshawa.
I think it's just that. We have to hold the minister responsible for implementing a treaty. We already have the commitments. We already have the agreements. Another body having to make sure it happens is redundant if the ministers responsible are doing their jobs.
Questions and questions. The
honourable member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Madam Speaker, I listened to my colleague. It's kind of as if positions like commissioners are not useful. Does it hamper transparency? There are many things. I'm thinking of the ethics commissioner, the privacy commissioner, etc. Does she think that all of these commissioners have a useless role to play? I'd like to hear what she thinks about that, because for me, these are important offices and it allows for better accountability from the government.
Answer from the honourable member for Oshawa.
Pretty sure we just have one privacy commissioner. We have one oversight for that. We have one oversight for the others. Between 2015, remember, and 2017, the Liberal government opened 6 oversight. Modern Treaties Implementation Office, the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office, Modern Treaty Management, and on we go. Madam Speaker.
Now we have to go on to another speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here today. Translation will be provided. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-10, which sets out the creation of a new independent agent of Parliament, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation.
A symbolic document. There are legally binding agreements that affirm Indigenous rights, support self-government, and provide frameworks for economic development, environmental stewardship, and cultural revitalization. Modern treaties often take time, in some places generations, to negotiate. They are among the most complex agreements our government undertakes, reflecting the rights, priorities, and aspirations of Indigenous people and Canadians alike. By their very nature, modern treaties and their implementation are non-partisan. Upholding these constitutional commitments is a shared responsibility across all parties and one that transcends political cycles and governments. For far too long, our country has treated modern treaties with implementation that has been challenging. Modern treaty partners have repeatedly raised concerns about delays, challenges in coordination, and insufficient oversight by federal departments and agencies living up to the legal duties and obligations. Madam Speaker, this law has come at the request of the nations themselves, who wish to work closely with Parliament itself and to be able to report to Parliament itself. While federal departments and ministers are there to honor the relationship and work with them, we want to ensure that modern treaties are treated with the respect and approach that is clearly outlined in the document itself.
This was also mentioned in the Auditor General's report with respect to territorial claims and the Permanent Standing Committee for Indigenous Peoples. The implementation of modern treaties stemmed directly from the answers to these calls. Madam Speaker, this bill presented to Parliament reflects years and decades of pleading from Indigenous partners and efforts for cooperation.
Bill C-10 establishes an independent commissioner for modern treaty implementation. The commissioner will answer to Parliament, the table at which partners have asked to report and work with. Not even the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, nor a cabinet minister, nor the Prime Minister would have intervention. This structure is one that my very own nation has used successfully. As the former leader of my nation, I believe that it is way beyond the scope of the structure of government today. Without the creation of the commissioner, we are unable to ensure that we are able to rightfully uphold the relationship at the true level of Parliament in which it should be addressed at. The independence of the commissioner will be free from political interference and pressures. The commissioner's mandate will be to enshrine in law and in their reports items that are tabled in Parliament for transparency as well as enhanced public scrutiny. The commissioner's role will also be pivotal and fundamental in ensuring cultural-specific auditing processes that supplement structures that exist at this moment. The commissioner will be empowered to conduct reviews and performance audits of federal departments and agencies to assess how effectively they are meeting modern treaty agreements. This is going to be a supplemental process that does not exist today. The recognition of culture and ensuring that we are looking at the entirety, holistic approach of who the community is, who the nation is as a partner, is a critical step in respecting modern land claims.
The commissioner will be appointed for a 7-year term with an additional mandate. This guarantees the independence and continuity of this position and allows them to fulfill their oversight position without political influence.
Deep expertise and knowledge of modern treaties, a unique construct, making sure that the commissioner has the credibility and understanding to provide consistent, expert, and independent oversight over successive governments. That person will be selected in close consultation and partnership with modern treaty partners.
This legislation is not doubling the work of the Auditor General. It is a commissioner role that will be complementary but distinct because this approach is based on culture and respect for First Nations and our partners.
The Auditor General provides broad oversight of government spending. The Commissioner's mandate is exclusive to federal modern treaty implementation activities. The Commissioner will bring specialized expertise, cultural understanding, and a sustained focus on Canada's constitutional commitments to Indigenous partners. The Commissioner will have the flexibility to conduct audits and systemic reviews, use tools designed to identify incurring issues and provide how departments will work together to enhance implementation of modern treaties, but they will also focus on systemic barriers and long-term solutions that make the Commissioner's role unique in Canada's oversight landscape. The approach of being based in culture and understanding the identity of the partner. This is not reflected in today's government structure. I wish to, respectfully address my colleagues who have spoken earlier today, seeing this as an additional duplication or layer of process. It is not. It is one that shines the light on the importance of culture and identity for those claims holders. The credibility of the Commissioner must have expert knowledge in modern lands claims and will be treated to consult and engage directly with treaty partners throughout review processes. Partners will have the opportunity to comment on preliminary findings, and their written views will be included in reports tabled to Parliament, so that both federal responses and Indigenous perspectives are heard. This is a critical step. Madam Speaker, as the former leader of a modern lands claim nation, I must urge my colleagues across all parties to ensure consideration of the importance of this role, creating space so that decisions, reflections, verification of implementation is taken within the context of culture, language, identity is something that is needed. It is not only in the spirit of reconciliation and approach to partnership, it is something that has been requested from us by our partners. If we are truly to respect our commitment to modern lands claims and treaties, we must undertake this pivotal next step. Le projet de loi C10
Bill C10 creates this position for modern treaty implementation. It will allow Indigenous partners to have negotiation processes for new modern treaties and ensure that our commitments are respected.
The Commissioner will be looking to ensure that the Government of Canada does not only meet its commitments, but also enhances working relationships with the understanding and respect of the cultural context. I want to ensure that rights and the rights of the future children and grandchildren of these lands claims are respected and are supported in future negotiations. True partnership is when you ensure that you invite the partner to work directly with government and report to Parliament. Anything less is not honoring the commitment of what we have signed with them. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
First, Skina Bakhtibari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for her experience with the Indigenous negotiations and land claims and treaty negotiations. But I think the question here on this side of the House is not in terms of the purpose of the Commissioner, but the reality of the Minister not being held responsible for not implementing a treaty. Everything in the treaty has provisions on terms of what the Crown should be doing to be an equal treaty partner. And even the Treaty Commissioner, the bill that we're talking about today, says nothing that compels the Minister to honor a constitutionally protected document like a treaty. Is there any type of language that says that the government will actually uphold the honor of the Crown in terms of implementing treaties that have been in existence for the last 30 to 40 years?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Madame. I want to acknowledge that the Minister still has the obligation to respond to the partnership. This is not done away with. The supplementation of a Commissioner being put into place is the reporting. It is the oversight. It is to ensure that the verification and the validity of the position of the partner is also tabled to Parliament. In essence, I believe that it ensures strengthening of findings in terms of the implementation process of the claim, but it is supplementary to the process. So I want to ensure that when we are developing the protocol, it is understood by the partner that while they will continue to work with the minister and federal department, the commission is there to further enhance, should there be a gap, should there be, a concern for discretion or pathway forward. It is something that I think is going to further enhance accountability directly to Parliament. This is what our partners are looking for.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to, the minister would be happy to know that I grew up in her riding, but I'd like to make sure that the government is not politicizing this role of commissioner. I'll give you an example of another person. The PBO is appointed for 7 years through a similar process that we have in C10, but perhaps the Minister of Finance wasn't happy with the PBO's expertise on the budget, and they start to mine their credibility in the media at committee. They say that this is just an opinion amongst others. And that's without saying that the minister's parliamentary secretary, well, we won't mention what they did, but after the 7 years, they don't consult other parties. They replace the PBO in a temporary basis without any consultation. They're politicizing the role of an independent officer. And this commissioner position seems very similar to the one of parliamentary budget officer. So how can we ensure that they won't politicize appointments of commissioners like they're trying to do with the PBO? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I appreciate my colleague's question. Yes, I did grow up in this riding myself. It is a territory that has a convention. The Bay James Agreement is known as the first modern treaty. I think that the process will enhance this partnership because I come from a nation that for 50 years had reported directly to Parliament. A parliamentary official. Well, we chose ourselves 2 commissioners who spoke for us. And I'd like to recognize them and all the people who worked for Kanaskapi. They were able to show that when you are independent and you're able to report to Parliament, you're able to define the process, the relationship, and the approach of the work. And that is why I'm very supportive of C10, because my nation itself did do this for 50 years, and it's a source of pride for me to show that this is something that is based on respect for our culture, our identity, and the language. There's a report that is prepared in the Cree language, and it was presented at several levels of government, not just to Parliament, and it is something that gives us the strength to present who we are and what the convention is and the way we can work with several levels of government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak about Bill C-10, an act regarding modern treaty implementation. On the outset, I want to say I'm very proud to represent the Treaty 6 First Nations in Alberta, including the Enoch Cree Nation and the Paul First Nation, as well as in the area of the Michelle First Nation, which remains the only First Nation that was forcibly, involuntarily enfranchised in 1958, and it remains a very sensitive issue to this day, and they're still seeking return to their previous status. But for decades, this government for the last decade, this government's spoken about reconciliation, yet reconciliation without accountability remains broken promise. This new office of the Treaty Commissioner would tell us nothing that the Office of the Auditor General and what many Indigenous leaders across the country have already told us, is that government continues to fail and that outcomes for Indigenous people continue to be poor. The proposal for a new office of the Treaty Commissioner is presented as progress by this government, but it's not addressing the root cause of the problem, and it only goes to further creating bureaucracy and bloating the government that continues to be failing Indigenous peoples. For the past decade, we've heard repeatedly from the Auditor General and Indigenous peoples about where the government is failing to live up to its commitments to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Repeated findings from the Auditor General remain unimplemented by this government. Just this past October, the Auditor General report on programs for First Nations stated that overall, despite an 84% increase in the department's spending on programs since the 2019-2020 fiscal year, significant challenges remain in improving services and programs for First Nations communities. Went from $13 billion to $24 billion. But accountability for this inaction rests with this cabinet and this government and should not be delegated to another layer of bureaucracy. I want to talk about what a modern-day treaty is. A modern-day treaty is a comprehensive land claims agreement negotiated between a First Nation, Métis, or Inuit group and the Crown. In this case, the Crown is the federal government, and in some cases, provincial governments. Modern treaties are aimed at resolving long-standing disputes related to land ownership, resource rights, and governance in a defined territory. Therefore, modern-day treaties can include land and resource provisions, financial compensation, and/or governance and decision-making authority. Once they are implemented, modern-day treaties are enforceable under federal law, and modern-day treaties can replace or clarify Indigenous rights under historic treaties. Self-government treaty is an agreement that recognizes and establishes an Indigenous government. These agreements grant Indigenous groups the authority to make laws in specific areas, including education, healthcare, culture, and local services. The aim is to give more authority and administrative powers to Indigenous peoples. Again, these self-government treaties may be part of a modern-day treaty or they may be standalone. Now, I want to be clear, Conservatives support modern-day treaties. In fact, Conservatives were responsible for negotiating a number of modern-day treaties when we were in government. However, Conservatives do not support the assumption that increasing the size of bureaucracy, increasing the size of the spending can compensate for the failures of this Liberal government. Under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the previous Conservative government signed 5 modern-day treaties in 6 years. That's a good record this government should take some lessons from. The 5 modern-day treaties include the Tlicho First Nation land claims and self-government agreement that happened in 2006, the Manuth First Nations final agreement in 2009, the Tawasin First Nation final agreement in 2009, the Sioux Valley Dakota Nation governance agreement in 2013, and the Delaunay final self-governing agreement in 2015. And yet, in over a decade in power, despite all the rhetoric, the Liberal government has not negotiated a single modern-day treaty. Now, the previous Prime Minister began his tenure by stating that there was no relationship more important to him and to Canada than the ones with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. And yet, the former Prime Minister's rhetoric and the actions of his government did not live up to that promise. Across the country, basic services and community safety in Indigenous communities remain far below our national standards. Indigenous police continue to be underfunded. Housing conditions remain unacceptable. Even in Enoch Cree Nation, a relatively well-off First Nation right next to a major metropolitan area, can't even get funding for sewage from this federal government. We also know that there is a lack of documented evidence and reports of where government has failed. And the Auditor General has documented these failures repeatedly and has outlined specific ways to address them. And yet this government has not acted on them. And I ask this House, would the creation of a new modern-day treaty commissioner give this government, as my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley asked, would it require this government to actually act on the obligations that they make to Indigenous communities? And there's nothing that requires that. And so I ask, if they're not implementing the recommendations of the Auditor General, what's going to be any different with a new treaty commissioner? I want to state from the 2025 October Auditor General report, during our 2021, this is a quote, during our 2021 audit on November 1st, 2020, 60 long-term drinking water advisories were in effect in First Nations communities, despite the federal government's commitment to eliminate them by that year. As of April 1st, 2025, there were 35 such advisories. 9 of these advisories have been in effect for a decade or longer. 9. We found that the department took initial actions to address several of our recommendations on access to primary health care services by completing studies and assessments, but did not follow through on those steps to improve services. Some Indigenous Services Canada programs to support First Nations communities do not have clearly defined service levels. For instance, the department has defined service levels for First Nations communities with only one province for evacuations during emergencies, and it has not defined service levels for comparable access to health care. End quote. Creating a new bureaucracy in the form of a commissioner would not build any more houses. It's not going to hire any more Indigenous police officers, and it's not going to ensure clean drinking water. Reconciliation needs to be measured by results, and ministers and their departments should be focused on meeting their existing obligations under treaties and under our Constitution, rather than shirking off those responsibilities to a new office that will table reports that will go on to be further ignored by this government. You know, one area of particular concern for me, and I've raised this in the House before, is the government's failure to adequately fund services for at-risk First Nations children. Jordan's principle is intended to fund services for these children. It exists to ensure that no child is caught in delays, conflict, or jurisdictional confusion. And it is rooted in a principle that we can all agree on, that care for children, not jurisdictional squabbles, should come first. I want to read a letter I received from Nicole Calahoo. She's the Education Director of Paul First Nation in my riding. Here are some excerpts from the letter. We are writing today with a heavy heart and a deep sense of urgency. Despite submitting full Jordan's Principle application and following every step as required, our school has not received the funding necessary to continue services for our students. We are now in the 4th month of the school year, and these delays contradict both the spirit and the purpose of Jordan's Principle. In the true way of our ancestors, we did not wait for approvals before taking care of our children. We honored their needs and began services immediately, so they would not experience further hardship or delay. These supports have brought powerful changes. Students who were once quiet and unsure have begun to speak. Those who carried worry and heaviness have started to open their hearts. They look forward to their sessions. Families have shared how they notice new calmness, confidence, and connection in their children. These are not small steps. They are the beginnings of healing. However, because the funding from this government remains outstanding, we now face the painful reality of stopping these services. Ending supports after children have finally begun to trust and feel safe goes against our cultural teachings and against everything Jordan's principles stand for. And interrupting care will undo progress, break relationships, and cause harm that could have been prevented. This type of disruption echoes the very history that Jordan's principle was created to stop. I wanted to share that story because that's an example of how this government is already failing to stand up for First Nations communities in my riding. Indigenous children, vulnerable Indigenous children that the courts have decided that this federal government would have a responsibility to support, have had their funding cut from this government when they go to school off reserve. And I can tell you that in communities like mine and communities across this country where there is not a comprehensive K-12 education system on reserve, that Indigenous students have to go off reserve to go to high school or junior high. And when they do that, when these children are suffering from impediments, that Jordan's Principle was there to provide that funding for them. This government cut that funding, and it's been devastating for these families. You know, we don't need a commissioner to tell us that this government's failing. We're here talking about it in this House right now. We need action to support those families that are being hurt by this government's cuts on Jordan's Principle, and we need real action to support all those First Nations that are facing boil water advisories, that are facing a government that has been continually breaking its word with First Nations, and that's why we're going to stand up here and represent them and fight for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, l'honorable député de
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I listened closely to our colleague. There were some words about former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, but I haven't heard any solutions from my colleague. The only comments were that this would create more red tape. What actual solutions are my colleague proposing so that First Nations can have concrete tools to implement their treaties while limiting the creation of new administrative structures? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we talked about these solutions in the last election campaign. We wanted to give more powers to First Nations to take control over their resource development and allow them to collect the revenues needed so that they could build up their own nations. They could build up local services. And that's not saying that we want the government to take a step back. That government can lean in together with those increased resources for those First Nations so that they can be empowered to live up and support their citizens. And, you know, Enoch Cree Nation in my community is a great success story with the River Cree Casino. They've had oil and gas development, agricultural development. When First Nations are empowered to develop their own resources, that's when we see prosperity created on First Nations, and we need government to lean into that as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleague is right to say that this government often abandons First Nations. I represent the Mohawk community of Kanesatake in this chamber, in this house, and I know that there's been issues with water. And I've been asking this government for answers for years, and yet they don't even call me back. They show real indifference. That said, does my colleague think that this government has shown a lack of leadership on implementing treaties? But even if that's the case, wouldn't having a commissioner who could ultimately act as a liaison with First Nations communities, wouldn't that be a way to better monitor the government, especially a government that doesn't do much? Wouldn't that actually provide more accountability? Wouldn't that enable the government and with the opposition rather and First Nations to monitor the government? Before going to the answer, I'd just like to see what's going on in the gallery, please. I hear a lot of noise right now.
Parkland.
Well, thank you. And I'm familiar with the First Nation community in his riding. My ancestors actually came to this country with the Mohawk peoples in 1783, fleeing the United States at the time. And, it's absolutely unacceptable that they're continuing to face these challenges in a country as wealthy as Canada. But I think what we're seeing with things like talking about creating a new commissioner, it's a government that is talking about window dressing when what we really need to be talking about is tangible investments in order to make life better for Indigenous peoples in this country. And I think it's performative, and what we really need is accountability, and that's why I'm very proud as a member of parliament who represents communities in the Treaty 6 area to stand up in this House and fight for them and hold this government accountable to ensure they take action to live up to their promises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West. South.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank my honourable member from Parklands mentioning Jordan's principle. Half of our school divisions in the province of Saskatchewan are well behind funding from the federal government, and that has caused a lot of stress around the board tables. In fact, many school divisions have actually had to make cuts in education assistance because they planned ahead of time, and then all of a sudden the check from the federal government didn't come to give support. So I just want to thank the member from Parklands bringing up Jordan Principle and his thoughts on the school divisions having some issues with the federal government.
The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. This is a huge issue in my riding and my honourable colleagues' riding and ridings across the country where, school divisions, which are primarily provincially funded, have been receiving support from the federal government following the court decision in Jordan's Principle. And that court decision stated that for at-risk Indigenous youth, that the federal government would be there for them to provide support for educational assistance and additional supports to help many of these children who are struggling with very unique challenges to get ahead and to be up to the same level. This government has decided to withhold funding from groups like the Parkland School Division, resulting in the layoff of over 100 educational assistants in our area. That's not only hurting Indigenous children, it's hurting all the children in this school district, and this federal government is squarely to blame. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address Bill C-10 and a fundamental issue in our nation's history, the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples, which must be grounded in honour, trust, and most importantly, the fulfillment of promises. This relationship demands more than words. It demands action. And yet, for too long, under this government, we've witnessed a pattern of rhetoric outpacing results. Over the last decade, for the Canadian federal government, reconciliation has become more of a slogan rather than a measurable reality. And under Bill C-10, we find another example of this trend. Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act, purports to establish a new agent of Parliament to monitor, review, and audit how federal departments implement modern treaties with Indigenous nations. The Commissioner would conduct performance audits, assess compliance with treaty obligations, objectives, and the honour of the Crown itself, and report the findings to Parliament after sharing drafts with relevant departments and treaty partners. On paper, this sounds reasonable, but far more important in practice, it likely amounts to a multi-million-dollar distraction that simply duplicates existing oversight mechanisms, lacks any real enforcement power, and diverts precious resources from where they are truly needed: direct implementation, infrastructure, housing, clean water, and economic opportunity for Indigenous people. Let us be frank about what modern treaties represent. These are comprehensive, hard-won agreements, often comprehensive land claim settlements, often including self-government provisions, that resolve long-standing disputes over land, resources, governance, and rights. They establish enforceable federal law and empower Indigenous nations to exercise authorities in areas like education, health, culture, and local services. They are meant to foster true partnership, self-determination, and prosperity, moving Indigenous communities beyond the paternalism of the Indian Act. Conservatives have a proud record of advancing these agreements. Under former Prime Minister Harper, we successfully negotiated and signed 5 modern treaties in just 6 years. The Chilco and Claims Self-Government Agreement, which was finalized in 2005 and 2006, the Mulnath First Nation Final Agreement in 2009, the Tsawwassen First Nation Final Agreement in 2009, the Sioux Valley Dakota Nation Governance Agreement in 2013, and the Delaney Final Self-Governance Agreement in 2015. These, Madam Speaker, were not symbolic gestures. They delivered land, resources, financial settlements, and governance powers that have enabled economic growth and community-led decision-making. In stark contrast, this Liberal government, now approaching 11 years in power, has signed exactly 0 new modern treaties. 70 negotiations languish today in limbo, as they have for years. Basic commitments, such as ending long-term boil water advisories, which were, by the way, promised to be completely resolved by 2021, remain unfulfilled in dozens of communities, to the detriment of these communities. Housing shortages persist, policing is under-resourced in many areas, and climate vulnerabilities hit Indigenous nations hardest. The Truth and Reconciliations Commission's call to action, many still gather dust. And the Auditor General, a commissioner that already has powers to document all of these issues, has done so. They have extensively documented these failures repeatedly over the last 11 years. There have been more than 20 reports that have highlighted chronic issues, inconsistent departmental interpretations of treaty terms, delayed or incomplete fiscal transfers, fragmented responsibilities across Indigenous Services Canada, Crown Indigenous Relations, Justice Canada, and the Treasury Board, and most damningly, a complete absence of consequences when obligations are ignored. Key audits include the 2013 Comprehensive Review of Modern Treaty Implementation, the 2016 report on the Labrador Inuit Claims Agreement, and follow-ups in subsequent years showing little meaningful progress on any issue by this Liberal government. Even as recently as 2005, the Auditor General's follow-up on First Nations programs underscored ongoing implementation gaps and unsatisfactory actions on private recommendations, yet this government responds not with decisive leadership, but with more bureaucracy, as we found in this bill. Now, so in this bill, another commissioner, another office, another $10.6 million over 4 years with ongoing annual millions of year funding that could instead be used to fund homes, water systems, or job-creating projects. This commissioner in the bill would, quote, review, monitor, assess, evaluate, and report. But, Madam Speaker, those are words that the Auditor General's mandate already has. But unlike the Auditor General, this new role offers no binding recommendations, no penalties for non-compliance, and no ability to compel departmental action. Reports under this bill would filter through the minister before Parliament sees them. How convenient, risking dilution or delay. Parliament itself has no power to initiate audits under this new recommendation, and this is not robust accountability. It's simply performative oversight designed to deflect criticism from the federal Liberal government's lack of action. Madam Speaker, Indigenous leaders and treaty partners deserve better than more endless reports. They deserve results. The Supreme Court's 2024 Restool decision on the Robinson-Huron treaties reminded us what happens when the Crown's fail its duties for generation: breaches of trust, prolonged litigation, and eroded confidence. We cannot afford to repeat that cycle with modern treaties. True reconciliation requires executive responsibility, not administrative expansion. Departments must prioritize treaty fulfillments in budgets and operations. Ministers must face consequences for lapses through performance evaluations, public scrutiny, or even personnel changes when the failures are systemic. Indigenous government should have direct funded channels to flag issues and demand response without bureaucratic intermediaries, as is outlined in this bill. There are many other ways that the government could do better on all of these fronts. For example, they could enforce existing obligations directly by tying ministerial and deputy ministerial performance reviews explicitly to treaty compliance metrics, or ensuring personal accountability for delays or breaches. They could strengthen the Auditor General's monitoring capacity by allocating dedicated and highly structured resources within the OIG for specialized recurring modern treaty audits with faster follow-up mechanisms and mandatory parliamentary briefings. They could impose strict response timelines that would mandate that departments must provide detailed actions and plans for progress updates within 90 days of any Auditor General finding or treaty partner complaint. They could accelerate stalled negotiations by setting clear timelines and processes for concluding the 70 ongoing talks and redirecting funds from redundant offices to bolster negotiation teams and support direct implementation. They could redirect the proposed costs associated with this bill towards achieving tangible priorities, including housing construction, clean water infrastructure, policing enhancements, and economic development in treaty territories. They could better empower Indigenous-led oversight mechanisms that support direct oversight protocols that allow modern treaty partners to trigger departmental reviews and enforce transparency with new federal layers. They could advance economic reconciliation by fast-tracking resource partnerships, revenue sharing, and development projects under existing treaties to generate jobs, self-sufficiency, and community wealth. They could consolidate duplicative entities instead of creating more of them by merging or eliminating overlapping post-2015 offices into a single streamlined accountability framework with real, actual enforcement authority. They could enhance dispute resolution tools to better ensure expedited access to mediation, arbitration, or tribunals in treaty disputes, reducing costly court battles. And they could shift to outcome-based metrics by replacing vague reporting with clear, public key performance indicators, such as homes completed, water advisory lifted, and governance powers exercised, all things that would demonstrate visible progress as opposed to another bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, reconciliation is not measured by the number of offices in Ottawa or the volumes of reports produced. It should be measured by safe homes built, clean water flowing, strong policing in communities, thriving economies, and the full honoring of nation-to-nation promises. Conservatives stand firmly for Indigenous economic empowerment and accountability that delivers results, not more red tape. We will not support Bill C-10 in its current form because it detracts from leadership failures and perpetuates delay. Let us instead demand action, enforce what already exists, hold people accountable, and deliver for Indigenous persons who have waited long enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
I want to thank my colleague for her good speech. As a member of the INAN, Indigenous and Northern Affairs, I'm welcome a lot of her suggestions because we get that criticism from the government that we don't have suggestions, and she's touched upon a lot of the issues that we had. Specifically, one that has hit my riding, and I'm going to ask: is it that you think it's what they have available now that they could actually work with, or is it the process that needs to change? Because in one issue in my riding, the HoC school was going to have to close because it was reliant on the neighboring Stoney Nation that had all their kids there, and then the government wasn't paying for the school, and so they were about to close the school until the 11th hour. Would my member be able to tell me, do you think it's just that they don't get things done, or that they need to change the process entirely?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, thank you to my colleague for his question. He would know from hearing testimony from Indigenous persons at his committee that the reality is that what happens is when there are critical issues on the ground, or ongoing generational issues, what often happens is that they get raised and then they sort of go into this black box ether of multi-departmental malaise and event horizon that results in nothing. It results in more reports, more obfuscation, and that's not how we're going to achieve reconciliation in Canada. So again, I tried to put forward concrete recommendations for the government to move away from more bureaucracy, more paternalism, more having complaints end up in an endless morass of bureaucracy towards real key performance indicator-based outcomes that we can measure, like more schools built, boil water advisories lifted. This is where we need to go, and it's very disappointing to see yet another bureaucracy put in place as opposed to talking about actual outcomes.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for sharing her perspective with us, though I disagree with her. The Bloc Québécois supports C10. We feel it's a good idea to have a commissioner. If this bill passes and a commissioner is appointed, I'm concerned about how the appointment will be made. I gave the example of the PBO, who is appointed for 7 years and who is arm's length from Parliament, but it is being politicized, and even some people have tried to undermine the PBO's credibility. How does my colleague feel about appointment processes to appoint commissioners, which are done by the Governor and Council, which basically means it's chosen by the Prime Minister? Should we not have an appointment process which Parliament participates in? We should have a new method for selecting commissioners.
For his questions, I also have concerns about the politicization of the Parliamentary Budget Officer appointment. I think that Parliament should have more influence and oversight in that appointment process. However, at the same time, he also gave the exact argument on why colleagues in this place should not be supporting this bill. The reality is I think a better option to have more oversight would be to have fenced allocated resources within the existing scope of the Auditor General Office, because they have teeth behind their processes. I believe that this will, if Bill C-10 passes, Indigenous persons are going to experience more delays, more obfuscations, more politicization, as opposed to achieving actual results. And again, what we should be talking about are lifted boil water advisories, economic opportunities, resource partnerships developed. That's where we need to be driving to, and that's what we should be talking about here. Thank you.
Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very good this morning to hear the comments from the members opposite, their newfound respect for treaties and also for reconciliation. Just wondering how the member opposite would reconcile that with the comments from her leader that basically the federal government should override Indigenous rights in order to get pipelines built, regardless of the objection of those rights holders. Thank you.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
First of all, the leader of the opposition party sat in a government that successfully negotiated and finalized 6 modern-day treaties. My colleague opposite sits in a government that has negotiated 0 over 11 years. So, the proof's kind of in the pudding there. Second of all, the Prime Minister, the leader of his party, has claimed that he wants to build pipelines, yet he can't point to a shovel in the ground. I think what's going to happen, Madam Speaker, is that the Liberals voter coalition is rapidly going to fall apart because they don't have the chops to do exactly what my colleague opposite said, which is advance resource development processes while
We are out of time and we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Helderman-Norfolk.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. At its core, the bill responds to long-standing concerns raised by Indigenous communities about the need for greater federal accountability in implementing modern treaties and agreements. These treaties are essentially comprehensive land claims agreements that are negotiated between First Nations, Inuit, and Métis groups and the Crown to resolve long-standing disputes in defined territories. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize that Indigenous communities have long asked for a mechanism that ensures Canada fulfills its promises under these treaties. However, the way this bill seeks to achieve that goal raises important concerns about accountability, clarity, and the impact on existing property rights. First, many of the functions the Commissioner would perform are already done within the Crown Indigenous Relations Department. By codifying them in law and creating a new office, we risk duplicating roles, blurring the lines of authority, and diffusing ministerial responsibility. Despite appearances, the Commissioner for Modern Treaties Implementation is not an officer of Parliament, such as the Auditor General or the Ethics Commissioner are, but is appointed by and reports directly to Parliament itself. They are independent of government and do not exist to hold the Prime Minister and his cabinet to account. The Commissioner under Bill C-10, however, is appointed by Cabinet, the Governing Council, on the advice of the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. This means the Commissioner sits within the executive branch, the Prime Minister's Cabinet, not the legislative branch. While the Commissioner will table reports in Parliament, they answer to the very government that they are meant to monitor. Parliament cannot direct them, they cannot remove them, or review their work in any substantive way. This is a very serious oversight gap. We have seen this problem before. The Canada Infrastructure Bank was designed with similar intentions, to be arm's length, efficient, and transparent. Instead, it became a costly entity with limited parliamentary scrutiny, spending billions while accountability remained murky. This new office, with $10.6 million over 4 years, risks following the same path. Madam Speaker, I also note that no external oversight mechanism are built into Bill C-10, which is a very big omission. There is no independent review body overseeing the Commissioner. There is no performance audit or sunset clause. There are no clear consequences for failing to act on findings. There is no mandatory parliamentary committee review at fixed intervals. Madam Speaker, these omissions of accountability are not abstract. They have real-world consequences, particularly when it comes to land and resource rights. In provinces such as Alberta and British Columbia, people are right now experiencing the practical impacts of uncertainty due to overlapping land rights. Landowners with fee simple title, which is the form of title that most Canadians own their home in, are worried. Because these landowners believe their property rights were secure, but they are discovering that they may need to consult Indigenous groups before doing things like building a dock, harvesting timber, or even walking through nearby forested areas. The Cowichan Tribes versus Canada decision has shown that even long-held title ownership that Canadians have in their homes and land do not always confer absolute control. This has created a great deal of uncertainty for landowners, for lenders, and the real estate market. As treaty rights continue to expand across the country, this decision will continue to touch more communities, municipalities, and resource-rich regions across Canada. Madam Speaker, as these modern treaties are implemented, we must also prepare Canadians for the changes that will follow. That is why the roles, powers, and accountability mechanisms of this Commissioner must be clearly defined. Something in this bill that is not present and fails to do. We do not need a new layer of bureaucracy with undefined reach into matters that affect both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. It is crucial, Madam Speaker, that the government communicate all policies and legal shifts openly and honestly with Canadians. Canadians deserve to understand not only their rights being affirmed for Indigenous communities, but also their rights. Canadians need also to understand how their rights, including property rights and resource rights, may be affected. This is about transparency and fairness. People cannot respect or adapt to what has been hidden from them. If we fail to prepare the public, if these developments arise suddenly or unevenly, we risk confusion, frustration, and unnecessary division. For years, this government has talked about reconciliation, but without accountability and without clarity, reconciliation will never be achieved. The path ahead must therefore include national education on what explains how the treaty rights and private ownership rights coexist under Canadian law and how governments intend to manage those intersectionalities. Canadians must not be left to learn how conflict or court cases they must be including in through dialogue, communication, and truth. Madam Speaker, the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples must be built on trust, integrity, and transparency. But trust is not created by removing ministerial responsibility or by insulating bureaucracies from scrutiny. We cannot allow this new commissioner to become a parallel system of governance, funded by taxpayers, shielded by from oversight, and empowered to make decisions that could change the relationship with Canada's Indigenous peoples, the property rights of Canada, and the economic stability of the country without direct accountability. Madam Speaker, there is a basic irony here in the government's creating a treaty commissioner that cannot be overlooked. At the core, the implementation of treaties is the responsibility of cabinet ministers. These are elected officials who are accountable to Parliament and to Canadians, whose role is to ensure that government's programs and policies uphold the law and meet Canada's obligations. Yet, Bill C-10 creates this new cabinet-appointed office to audit and monitor federal departments, effectively outsourcing a core ministerial responsibility. Madam Speaker, I kid you not. The government is creating an office to monitor whether they do the very job taxpayers elected them to do. Taxpayers pay the ministers close to $350,000 every year, and they have the audacity to outsource their responsibility to commissioners that they appoint. The Liberal government is taking outsourcing, obviously, to another level. This is simply circular accountability, where ministers evade ownership from consequences of their decisions. This so-called independent commissioner is likely to become a shield for government, allowing ministers to deflect responsibility and accountability from treaty implementation and land rights. The arrangement raises some fundamental questions. If the minister's duty is to ensure compliance, why is independent office needed to check that or that they are doing their job? In short, and in closing, while the spirit of the bill aims to improve accountability and transparency, it actually risks the opposite by allowing ministers to abdicate their duty to Parliament and to hide behind the commissioners. This is why any discussion of oversight must focus on holding ministers directly accountable. We must ensure the commissioners' work supports rather than substitutes for democracy and responsibility. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank the member opposite for her thoughtful comments on this bill. I think there was a lot of interesting points that she made. In particular, I take her point about property rights and economic stability. But she did note at the beginning of her comments that this bill and the Commissioner for Modern Treaties was built and developed with the support and in consultation with Indigenous right holders and Indigenous communities across Canada. So I wonder how she will respond to them, and that this is implementing specifically what they have been asking for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Yes, thank my friend across the way for his question. Madam Speaker, the important issue is one of reconciliation. If we have a system that's implemented that blocks accountability, that allows the ministers to deflect responsibility, that will not lead to reconciliation. And it is very important that Bill C-10, people recognize that this system ensures that the minister appoints a commissioner and that commissioner then is accountable to the same minister that appoints them and deflects the responsibility off of the cabinet, which is supposed to be accountable for reconciliation in this country.
Yes, Josie.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We're talking about the creation of this position in C10, which we're debating today, and we'd like to laud the creation of this position. It's an important step, but I think my colleague, well, what does she think? I'm a permanent member of the Status of Women Committee, and in terms of Indigenous women, we want to make sure that we're taking action so that Indigenous women and girls, no matter how, they're affected disproportionately by various issues. What does my colleague think about this?
Yes, there are a number of recommendations that were in the report that dealt with women, the status of Indigenous women. And I think what's important for reconciliation and for Indigenous women to feel empowered is to make sure that whatever system is in place is not one that's filled with bureaucracy, that responds to their needs, and that does not deflect responsibility away from ministers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you to my colleague for her speech. And in terms of what we already have in Canada, we have one of the most senior, most powerful institutions, the Auditor General, already saying how Canada is failing at their treaty obligations. We have half a dozen oversight committees. We have Aboriginal groups advocating for government to live up their commitments under treaty. And we also have the treaty provisions themselves that speak to accountability. To my honourable colleague here, will the creation of a new commissioner compel the minister and the government to live up to treaty obligations?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. Absolutely not. It will not compel. In fact, it creates another layer of bureaucracy that government can deflect from their responsibilities. The Auditor General has an accounting, auditing mechanism already in place. So what this does is it infuses another layer of bureaucracy, and it makes it even more complicated for Indigenous communities to hold the government to account, because they now have this minister as a buffer that they can blame for all of their failings.
For Langley City, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Township.
Thank my colleague for her very interesting speech. We're talking about the creation of a Commission for Modern Treaty Implementation, which will replace the very effective work that has been done by the Officer of the Auditor General. Now, the Auditor General is responsible for reviewing government operations for accountability, transparency, but also the effective use of public funds. Would my colleague agree that this new commission will have an inferior mandate in that it doesn't have to audit effective use of public funds?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk in 10 seconds.
Yes, absolutely. This new position will not have to audit public funds. And in fact, this new position will be a buffer to ministers actually answering for what is done with these funds.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today and speak about this legislation, Bill C-10, an act to respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. It's presented by the government as a path to improved Indigenous relations and accountability. Yet when I look closely at both the text of this legislation and the lived realities of the people that I represent, I must say that this legislation will neither improve relations between the government and Indigenous people nor increase accountability. I believe this bill is fundamentally misaligned with the priorities of urban Indigenous communities like Saskatoon West. Saskatoon West population is approximately 18% Indigenous according to the 2021 census, a rate that's far higher than the national average. Saskatoon West is an urban riding, a community where Indigenous peoples are teachers, business owners, nurses, parents, students, entrepreneurs, tradespeople, and neighbors. They live in apartment buildings, single-family homes, rental units, multi-generational households throughout our community. And what Indigenous people in Saskatoon need are results. They don't need more bureaucracy. So what is Bill C-10? In short, it's more bureaucracy. Bill C-10 proposes the creation of a new federal office of Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. The Commissioner is tasked with, quote, monitoring, reviewing, and reporting on treaty implementation. But monitoring and reviewing and reporting are not solutions. They're processes. They're paperwork. It's another layer of bureaucracy that Ottawa can point to when asked why tangible progress has not been made. We must ask a simple question. How will this new commissioner create jobs in Saskatoon West? How will it make housing more affordable? How will it lower the cost of food and energy for families struggling to make ends meet? The answer, quite simply, is that it will not. This legislation does nothing to grapple with the real economic pressures facing urban Indigenous residents. It does nothing to create meaningful employment opportunities. It does nothing to make housing more accessible and affordable in our city. It does nothing to reduce the extraordinarily high cost of living that burdens all families every month. When Indigenous families in Saskatoon West tell me that they're struggling to keep up with the cost of groceries, they're not talking about treaty implementation reports. They're talking about real life. They're talking about real household costs that are compounded by federal tax policies that raise the price of goods, fuel, and transportation. Take the industrial carbon tax, a tax that has pushed up the cost of diesel, natural gas, and transportation across the economy. This tax may be an abstract policy for some here in Ottawa, but for families in Saskatoon West, it translates directly into higher heating bills in the winter, higher gas prices at the pump, and higher prices for everything that has to be delivered by a truck, which includes groceries, clothing, and household goods. For Indigenous seniors on fixed incomes, this means hard choices between heating their homes and buying food. For Indigenous parents working minimum wage jobs or multiple part-time jobs, it means stretching every dollar just to keep a roof over their children's heads. And for Indigenous youth trying to launch careers, this means fewer opportunities and more barriers. And this is not rhetoric. This is what I hear every week from constituents in Saskatoon West. What Indigenous communities in urban Canada and in my riding of Saskatoon West need are policies that empower, that employ and uplift them, not policies that just observe and report. They need real job creation and skills training. Indigenous youth and adults in our community deserve sustainable employment that offers a living wage. The Conservative plan, one rooted in economic growth, will remove barriers to investment, cut red tape for small businesses, and help urban Indigenous entrepreneurs succeed. This is the kind of approach that creates dignity and independence, not dependence on endless studies. And also, like many places in Canada, housing is a crisis in Saskatoon West. Indigenous families, like all families, struggle with unaffordable rents, limited supply, and skyrocketing prices. Building more homes means more supply, which means lower prices. Conservatives have long advocated for removing the federal policies that slow housing construction, cutting needless regulatory barriers, and incentivizing both private and Indigenous-led housing. Conservatives support strong relationships with Indigenous leaders rooted in accountability. If departments fail to uphold their commitments, there should be real consequences, not another memo to a bureaucratic office. If funding is promised, it should be delivered on time and in full. If jobs or housing targets are set, they should be measured independently and transparently, but with teeth, not just reports. Indigenous residents of Saskatoon West are not interested in symbolic gestures. Like all Canadians, the Indigenous people in the riding of Saskatoon West are they're interested in outcomes. They're interested in jobs that pay, homes that are affordable, children who are safe, and futures that are bright. Bill C-10 does not deliver these outcomes. It will not reduce food costs or lower energy bills. Nowhere in this debate are Liberals talking about creating jobs that Indigenous youth or any youth are desperate for. The Liberals are making no effort to build the homes that families need to live in the housing that they can afford. The government must do better. We must do better. Now, I've already said that this legislation is about building bureaucracy. Ronald Reagan famously said, if it moves it, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. If it stops moving, subsidize it. And we've seen time and time again from this Liberal government, the solution to every problem is more government. Another department, more layers of bureaucrats. When you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And that summarizes this government. We've seen this approach repeatedly. Starting in Indigenous Affairs, the Liberals split the former Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada in 2017 into two new departments, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and Indigenous Services Canada. The stated goal was to improve service delivery and reconciliation. The real-world result was more deputy ministers, more bureaucracy, and more spending, while Indigenous communities continue to face housing shortages, boil water advisories, health gaps, and treaty implementation failures. Indigenous Services Canada was sold as the delivery department, and years later, outcomes have not really improved. And here we are with Bill C-10. The lesson is clear. Creating a new department did not fix the problem. It added complexity. The same pattern appears in climate and environmental policy. When the Liberals repeatedly missed their own emissions targets, they created the Net Zero Advisory Board in 2021. This body has no authority, no enforcement power, and no accountability mechanism. It exists to advise, audit, and report what Canadians pay, while Canadians pay higher costs and targets are still missed. This is the exact same model as proposed here in Bill C-10. They also replaced the environmental assessment regime with the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada in 2019. The promise was better assessments, and the reality has been longer approval times, regulatory uncertainty, stalled projects, lost investment, and fewer jobs. More regulation, less certainty, fewer results. In housing and infrastructure, the pattern continues. The government launched Build Canada and rebranded funding envelopes, but communities are still waiting years for approvals. They created the Canada Infrastructure Bank in 2017, claiming that it would unlock investment and accelerate major projects. Billions were allocated, but project delivery was slow. And even the Auditor General raised serious concerns. When housing affordability spiraled out of control, the response was not to build more homes or remove gatekeepers. It was to create the Federal Housing Advocate in 2021, an office that can issue reports and recommendations, but cannot build a single home. And you know what? Housing affordability continues to worsen. Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 fits this exact pattern. Just like Crown Indigenous Relations, Indigenous Services Canada, the Net Zero Advisory Board, the Impact Assessment Agency, Build Canada, Canada Infrastructure Bank, Federal Housing Advocate, Bill C-10 risks becoming another Liberal monument to process over results. So this debate we're having today is about something fundamental, the honor of the Crown and the relationship between the federal government and Indigenous peoples. And that relationship is not built through org charts or offices or glossy annual reports. It's built on trust, action, and delivery. Unfortunately, after nearly a decade in power, the Liberal government has demonstrated a consistent pattern. When it fails to deliver results, it creates another level of bureaucracy and calls it progress. This legislation, Bill C-10, is a perfect example of that. Let's be clear about what the Commissioner can and cannot do. The Commissioner will have no binding authority. They cannot compel departments to act. They cannot enforce treaty obligations. They cannot impose consequences on ministers or officials who fail Indigenous treaty partners. So what are we doing here? What does this Commissioner actually do? They can observe, they can report, and then what? Indigenous nations will still be left to do what they've always been forced to do under Liberal governments: hire lawyers, go to court, and fight the Crown to enforce agreements that are already law. We already know where the failures are. The leaders have told us. Parliamentary committees have heard it. The Auditor General has reported on it repeatedly. The problem is not lack of oversight. The problem is lack of execution. Creating a commissioner doesn't fix that. And it's worth reminding this House that modern treaties are not symbolic documents. They are constitutionally protected agreements and federal law. Implementing them is not optional. But under this Liberal government, not a single modern treaty has been finalized, despite more than 70 groups currently in negotiations. So, Madam Speaker, Conservative record was much better on that, completing agreements. And until such time as the Liberals start putting the needs of Indigenous peoples of Saskatoon West ahead of the bureaucrats in Ottawa, I cannot and will not support this legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the many witnesses at the Natural Resources Committee, the projects of national interest, we've heard over and over and over that the path forward for Canada is working with reconciliation, working with Indigenous rights holders to get projects built, to share that economic prosperity. So can the member opposite comment on his leader's opinion that the federal government should override those rights in order to build pipelines? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. You know, in the question was the whole point of this. The people are asking, whether they're Indigenous people or all people of Canada, quite frankly, are asking for results. People want to see results. People want to see their lives get better. They want to see their better job prospects. They want to make more money. They want to have a nice house over their a roof over their heads. They want to have their families protected and made better in Canada, the promise of Canada. And this kind of legislation is not helping that. This legislation is creating bureaucracy. It's creating jobs here in Ottawa, probably. It's spending a lot of money doing something that we can already do in the systems and groups and bureaucracy that we already do.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
In Canada, we have several means of protecting civil liberties, whether it's law enforcement, Canadian Armed Forces, other mechanisms. And I think in that same line of thinking, Indigenous peoples deserve just as much protections as all Canadians. And I wonder if the member agrees that the more that we have to ensure that there's implementation of important contracts like the modern treaties, that this is another necessary measure to ensure that the treaties are being implemented.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. Of course it's important. We have laws in this country that need to be enforced, things that need to be done. Government has obligations to all kinds of people.
It's very difficult to hear ourselves thinking here. Can we check what's happening in the courtyard, please? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
So the government has obligations to fulfill things like treaties. But another bureaucracy isn't going to solve that problem. We already have ministers. We have 2 Indigenous departments in this government. We have an Auditor General. There are many, many ways that these kinds of things can be enforced and implemented. And that's what needs to be done. We need action on these things. We need them to be done, not creating more bureaucracies the government can just point to and say, well, we did this, instead of actually acting.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Matapedia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and I congratulate him for his speech. Today, the Conservatives are saying this new commissioner position won't be good for Indigenous communities. But I'd like to remind him that in June, C5 for national projects, well, there's no consultation for Indigenous communities. The interest of those communities didn't seem important. But now these interests are important. I'd like my colleague to tell me, how come in June it wasn't important to consult them for something they supported with a gag order, the Liberals, and now they want to have a commissioner to help Indigenous people implement these treaties, and now they become important, like someone to explain these incoherencies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is important for us to consult all people, whether it's for a new pipeline or whatever the project might be. And once again, I'm coming back to the point that this legislation doesn't actually help that. We already have the mechanisms in government. We have departments, we have ministers, we have an abundance of bureaucrats. We have an Auditor General. We have so many different ways that we can do that consultation with communities in Canada and particularly with Indigenous communities in Canada.
Halliburton, Kawarta Lakes, a short question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Saskatoon for that amazing speech, and he highlighted quite well our position on this bill. We agree that government has been failing for decades to live up to the word of treaty, modern or otherwise. We appreciate the frustration the partners have had with this. The problem we have with this legislation, there is no enforcement. What are the consequences? I think the member would like to comment more.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I think he hit on a wonderful point here, that ultimately there needs to be teeth in legislation. When we do things around here that are meant to help people, there should be ways for those reports or those mechanisms that come back from commissioners or whoever it might be, to actually generate results. Because ultimately, that's the goal. We want results. We need results in this country, and that's something we're sorely lacking right now.
And that brings us to 2 p.m. Alors c'est maintenant l'heure.
It is now time for statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iranian Canadians' hearts ache every day. It is the silence after an email that never delivers, the fear when a loved one cannot be reached, the worry that a simple act of courage will be met with violence. In our communities across BC's Lower Mainland, Many are living this reality right now, with relatives and friends in Iran facing repression, detention, and worse. To them, I want to say this clearly. I hear you. You are not alone. We mourn those who have been lost, including the victims of Flight PS 752, and we stand with families still seeking truth, justice, and accountability. I will keep listening to Iranian Canadians, and I will keep pressing the Government of Canada to work with partners to defend human rights and to protect our communities here from intimidation and foreign interference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
St. Thomas More was Lord Chancellor of England and was imprisoned and executed because he refused to violate his conscience. Today, watching the sentencing of Jimmy Lai, it is impossible not to see the parallels between Moore and this modern champion of truth and justice. Jimmy Lai fled mainland China and arrived in Hong Kong as a penniless refugee at the age of 12. He went on to become an incredibly successful entrepreneur and media mogul. After the Tiananmen Square massacre, he fully oriented his resources towards freedom, democracy, and justice. Lai was baptized by another Hong Kong democracy hero, Cardinal Joseph Zen, right after the infamous handover. As a man of faith, Lai fearlessly redoubled his efforts to defend his home from tyranny. For his fight, Jimmy Lai has now been handed a 20-year prison sentence. Christians will see these events through the lens of the cross and redemptive suffering. Lai's fight for Hong Kong does not end today. It only grows through his sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, I call on the Prime Minister to speak out in support of Jimmy Lai's release.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Olympics take off, Canadians from coast to coast to coast are cheering on our Team Canada athletes. I'm especially excited to support our national women's hockey team. This is a strong team made up of talented players from across the PWHL, including Blair Turnbull from Stellarton, Nova Scotia. I want to shout out head coach Troy Ryan, who grew up in Spryfield in my riding of Halifax. As a longtime advocate for women's hockey, Troy has coached teams like the Toronto Scepters and the women's team at the 2022 Olympics. He's a proven leader and a great representative for Halifax and Canada. Congratulations to our Team Canada players and staff, and to all athletes participating in events in Milano Cortina. Canada is proud to have you representing us.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, it is a treat to rise today in the House to congratulate Megan Oldham on her incredible bronze medal performance at the Milan Olympics.
Absolutely.
Megan's achievement is the result of years of hard work, discipline, sacrifice, relentless effort. But the quiet determination it takes to compete on the world stage is what we saw. When Canadians watched Megan stand on the podium, they didn't just see a medal. They saw the payoff of commitment, resilience, and belief. She reminded young athletes all across Canada that excellence is built one day at a time, often far from the spotlight. So on behalf of Canadians, I want to thank Megan for representing our country so beautifully and so classfully. Her determination is incredible, and her success is a source of pride for her hometown of Parry Sound and people of Parry Sound, Muskoka, for all Canadians in sport, and for all of us here in this House. And I invite all my colleagues to congratulate Megan on her bronze medal performance.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, housing affordability is what people care about the most. Rents are too high. Young people can't save up for a down payment. And seniors are worried that they might be kicked out of their own neighborhood.
From day one has been simple and clear. Build more homes.
Last year, I announced 2 new social housing projects in our riding. These projects are happening right now and will be creating real housing for real people in our community. With the new Canada-Quebec housing agreement and our collaboration with Build Canada Homes, there are more and more local projects in the works. And this housing is more than just a roof over people's head. It is stability for a family, dignity for seniors, and resilience for our community.
Building smarter and delivering results where it counts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job.
The honourable member for Peace River, West Block.
February
22nd is Canada's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and this is thanks to the hard work of the all-party parliamentary group to end human trafficking and modern-day slavery. Human trafficking is a crime that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. It's vicious, it's profitable, and it's happening right here in Canada. In the book of Isaiah, God calls each of us to learn to do what is right, to seek justice, and to defend the oppressed. In Canada, the vast majority of human trafficking victims are women and girls, born right here in our nation. However, we know that human trafficking can happen to anyone. And as we approach the National Day of Human Trafficking Awareness, I want to encourage my colleagues and all Canadians to do three things. Learn the signs of human trafficking, know the national hotline, 1-833-900-1010, and help raise awareness in their communities. May we be relentless, courageous, and committed as we seek to eliminate all forms of human trafficking and modern-day slavery right here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture in Canada is a highly strategic sector. Agriculture feeds our communities, supports our economy, and enables Canada to feed the world. More than ever, we need to consider that our agriculture and agri-food sector is a pillar of our national security. Our farms are among the most productive in the world, despite a difficult climate and a short growing season. On this Canada Agriculture Day, I'd like to thank farmers in the Eastern Townships and elsewhere in the country. Feeding a nation is nothing trivial. It's absolutely critical.
Agriculture is a strategic sector. It feeds our communities, strengthens our economy, and it allows Canada to help feed the world. Food production and security are also matters of national security. In the Eastern Townships and across the country, farmers and food producers are a source of strength and pride. On this Canadian Agriculture Day, I want to recognize the essential work of those who feed us.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to warmly congratulate Valérie Malte, who's from l'Abeille. On Saturday, at the Milan Cortina Olympic Games, she brought home the first Canadian medal when she got a bronze medal at the 3,000-meter long track. This is something that Saguenay, Quebec, and Canada can be proud of. She was named Female Athlete of the Year by the Canada Speed Skating Association, and she has reached a world level and the Olympic level in short track and team pursuit. This shows her exceptional talent and determination. What she's done should inspire our youth and reminds us that our regions can produce incredible talent. We are wishing her all the best for her future events and for her career. Thank you, Valérie. We are proud of you.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Franco Nuovo just died. We were not ready. It was almost brazen. We thought he would just be gone for a week, and now we don't know who we'll sip our coffee with on a Sunday morning. As Leonard Cohen said, hey, that's no way to say goodbye. Nuovo was a familiar voice on Quebec radio for decades. He was part of an increasingly sparse group, people who have opinions on everything, perhaps a bit of a know-it-all, tough and tender, for everything he's done, for everything he did to help young artists, for all of the fascinating interviews, the breaks, the laughter. Thank you, Monsieur Nuovo.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Rachel Reid, a Canadian author and a constituent in my riding of Sackville, Bedford, Preston. Yes. As of this week, 3 of Rachel's novels, all from her Game Changers book series, have spent well over a month on the New York Times bestsellers list, reaching the number 4 position for combined print and ebook fiction. Books from her series also occupy the top 5 positions on the Globe and Mail's bestsellers list for Canadian fiction. Rachel's work has found readers around the world and has even made the leap to the small screen, with the TV adaptation of her book, Heated Rivalry, of course, becoming a smash global sensation. Through her writing, she has helped expand the types of stories and perspectives that reach mainstream audiences breaking down barriers and reminding us that Canadian stories are the best stories. I'd like to congratulate Rachel on her remarkable success. She has made our riding, our province, and our country proud, and we all can't wait to see what she does next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton South East.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton residents are paying the price of inaction from the Liberal extortion crisis. Every day I hear about extortionists and gangsters that are threatening families and businesses in Edmonton and across the country. Meanwhile, this government has done nothing but weaken sentencing and push catch and release bail. Liberal Bill C5 scrapped mandatory jail time, and Liberal Bill C75 forces judges to release repeat violent offenders back onto our communities. Criminals should fear the law. Law-abiding Canadians should not. Yet, under the Liberal government, extortion is up 330%. In a Conservative government, we will bring back mandatory minimum sentences for extortion. They deserve to be in jail, not on bail. It's time to stop crime, end the chaos, and bring home safe streets to Edmonton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac-Kittaganzibi. Mr. Speaker, the sudden passing of Franco Nuovo has shaken Quebec. Like many French radio listeners from throughout Canada, I counted on hearing his voice and his thoughts every Sunday morning. He was able to create special moments when the radio became a space for dialogue, culture, and exploration. His passing represents a significant loss for Quebec, which will be losing not only one of its warmest voices, this extraordinary journalist and host, but also Quebec will be losing someone who cared deeply about culture and the francophonie. For more than 5 decades, Franco informed and inspired us and brought us together. To all of his loved ones and to all those who loyally listen to his program, we'd like to offer our most sincere condolences. We are thinking of you in your grief. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
3 years ago, the Liberal Finance Minister promised Canadians he would stabilize food prices. Well, he failed. Since that promise, lettuce is up 40%, beef up 27%, and baby formula up 13%. While Liberals excuse their failure as a global phenomenon, the facts tell a different story. Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. It's double what it was when the Prime Minister took office and twice the U.S. rate. The result? Canadians are forced to make 2.2 million visits to food banks every month, and food bank use has more than doubled under the Liberals. Now the Finance Minister offers another temporary rebate that won't lower the price of a single grocery item. That's not a long-term solution. It's an admission of failure with no plan to pay for it. Let's be clear. Food price inflation is a Liberal, homegrown, made-in-Canada crisis. Conservatives have a plan. Axe the industrial carbon tax, scrap the fuel standards adding 17 cents a litre, and increase competition in grocery chains. So will the Liberals drop the excuses, stop obstructing Parliament, and support a real food affordability plan, or will they keep serving up Liberal rhetoric on empty plates? Well said.
L'honorable député d'Argenteuil.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Lac-Nation. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak about an important winter event that happens yearly in my riding. I'm speaking about the Canadian Ski Marathon. This year, the marathon turned 60. It was held on the 6th, 7th, and 8th of February this year, and it brings together thousands of skiers and volunteers from throughout the country. The Canadian Ski Marathon shows off our landscapes and the spirit of solidarity that brings together our communities. The route goes through Argenteuil-Lac-Nation, my riding, and one of the routes ends in the municipality of Montebello, which is a community that is proud of contributing to the success of this iconic event. I'd like to thank all of the organizers, volunteers, and municipalities that participated. Thanks to their hard work, the ski marathon has been an exceptional event for more than 6 decades. It remains a source of pride for our region and for all of Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, the government's
decision to scrap its EV mandate confirms what Conservatives have said all along. A forced 100% EV sales target was unrealistic and only created uncertainty.
That's right.
Bringing back EV rebates now offers little to Canada's auto workers, including those in St. Catharines, when up to $2.3 billion in taxpayer incentives will be subsidizing U.S. auto production when the U.S. is putting U.S. tariffs on Canadian-made vehicles. Canada's auto sector supports hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs. Decisions affecting it should put Canadian workers and domestic production first.
That's right.
That's what our workers deserve. Yet Canadian auto workers are now left asking what their future will be when over 95% of EVs this Liberal government will promote come from outside of Canada. Sadly, under this Liberal government, no job is safe. They promised the Canada-U.S. trade deal to protect Canadian jobs, but instead are supporting foreign manufacturers. Donald Trump is smiling. Speaker,
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the new industrial defence strategy set to be revealed in a few days, I would like to speak about the remarkable accomplishment of a business in my riding, Dara Technologies. A national competition was organized in Ottawa under the Department of National Defence Ideas Program. Dara Technologies brought home the first prize, worth $1 million, after rigorous testing by defense experts, the armed forces, the RCMP, and others. And thanks to this testing, Dara's technology for detecting drones in an urban setting won the first prize, using unique acoustic detection technology. Sherbrooke should be proud. This award bears witness not only to Dara Tech's innovation, but also to the vitality of our research ecosystem. I'd like to warmly congratulate their team. You are making Sherbrooke proud, and you are increasing security and innovation in Canada. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Everywhere you look, life is getting harder for young people after a decade of this government. Finding a place to live is harder because home prices, rent, and mortgages have doubled. Getting a job is harder because youth unemployment is still double the national average, and even buying groceries is harder because food inflation is up 100% under this Prime Minister's watch. After paying for the basics, there's barely anything left, and often nothing at all. How can anybody on that side of the House stand behind a record that has completely failed an entire generation of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way as this government has supported Canadians in what undeniably is an uncertain time, they have fought against, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives have stood up time and time again against Canadian families, against Canadian workers, against Canadian children, voting down, Mr. Speaker, things like school food programs, enhancements to EI, work and support for families, early learning and childcare. Mr. Speaker, no matter the solution, all they can do is obstruct and get in the way.
That's right. Honourable member for Thornhill.
The minister can pretend that everything is fine, but she's clearly not listening to anything anybody says in here. So maybe she'll listen to Miriam from Toronto. She's 26. She works 12-hour shifts as a nurse and told CTV News that, quote, saving for a home is completely out of reach right now. She said that she's barely making ends meet, even after going to school, getting a good-paying job, and doing everything that she was told to do. So is this minister really saying to young people who have done everything right that they should just lower their standards and accept a future of just getting by?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what this government is saying to young people is you can help us build big things in this country. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Canadian young people are stepping up to help. All across the country, Canadian youth have been taking advantage of skills training, Mr. Speaker, in partnership with provinces just like Ontario to make sure that as we build big things, they're on the front line in the skilled trades, building bigger, building better. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? These Conservatives will vote again and again and again against the very people they say they help, including young people. You know, in that own riding of Thornhill,
The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
The last 10 plus years have been incredible if you're a well-connected Liberal insider, lobbyist, friend, or have business connections to the Prime Minister. Every leading indicator says the Canadian economy is in free fall, and while they get to gorge on the all-you-can-take taxpayer buffet, auto workers, tradespeople, families, and single moms who are struggling to pay rent and mortgages, young people who've lost hope, and seniors who can't afford groceries are being told they've never had it so good. What happened to all the grand promises of the last election? Wasn't it more about Liberal self-preservation than solutions to fix the self-inflicted wounds they've caused over the last 10 years?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
We have a plan to attack affordability across this country that starts with housing, but it certainly extends to tax breaks, like we saw in these recent weeks with the groceries. And we had a tax break for 22 million Canadians last year. So, Mr. Speaker, we're delivering on affordability. We're focused on a first-time homebuyers tax break up to $50,000 and building homes, affordable homes for young Canadians at an unprecedented scale. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Every metric, every problem Canadians faced before the last election is getting worse. Food costs have doubled. Food bank use has doubled. Housing starts are almost non-existent. We're seeing mass layoffs and plant closures across all sectors of our economy. The interprovincial trade barrier still exists. Still, no trade deal with the U.S. $500 billion in investment capital have left Canada. Deficits are ballooning, and Canada's debt is at record levels. In the last election, they promised affordability, lower prices, and real relief for Canadians. So after a year of higher costs and broken promises, which part of that do the Liberals actually think that they've delivered on?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Maybe the member doesn't know, but we're in the middle of a trade war, Mr. Speaker. But despite that, Canada's economy has been resilient. Canadians have created over 160,000 jobs since September. Wages are rising. Inflation is now within the target range, but we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We're building big, building bold, and building now. With Canadian lumber, Canadian steel, and Canadian unionized worker, Mr. Speaker, we're making the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history to strengthen communities, create more jobs, create long-term careers in the trades. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives continue to object, play games in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we're working for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, what could be more essential than food? We cannot live if we do not eat our fill. And yet, sadly, all Canadian families are facing the worst food inflation of all G7 countries. Food inflation is 6.2%. Our food basket costs twice as much here as it does in the United States. And in Canada, food banks are overwhelmed. When will the government take real, effective action to combat food inflation and to get results? The Minister of Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, grocery prices are rising. We are aware of that, and that's why we are in solution mode. We put forward a clear solution to this Parliament, and our solution is supported by the Conservatives. We will give $1,200 to a family of four. We are here to help Canadians through these tough times of food inflation. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiawenrak. What we need are real results with long-term, tangible impacts. Last weekend in Quebec City, I was doing groceries, and I ran into a grocery store manager. He came up to chat with me, and he told me that he was disheartened. Now, parents are stealing or shoplifting food. That's the state of affairs. And the fact check on this is that the Canadian Council of Retailers estimates that $9 billion worth of food is being stolen from groceries. When will the government take real action to combat food inflation for the long term? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are here. We are here for the long term. Our measure is for a period of 5 years. We will be able to support families through this time of rising grocery costs. But we are here for people through other programs. We have the Canada Child Benefit, for instance. We have the National School Food Program. And good news, the Government of Quebec and the federal government just signed an agreement for that. We're there for families. We're there for children. We're there for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the minister revealed that 85,000 retirees have been experiencing problems with their old age pensions due to the QRAM software. In some cases, these problems have been going on for up to 9 months. The government was warned by its own public servants as early as this summer. And yet, even today, all the government can come up with to say is, if there are any individual cases, give us those people's names. Mr. Speaker, with 85,000 individuals affected, we are well beyond the point of dealing with isolated cases. We're facing another fiasco like the Phoenix fiasco or the passport crisis. Why did the Liberals wait until 85,000 people were affected before reacting? The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors. Through the budget, over 7 million seniors are receiving their pensions through a modern system. QRAM software will be used for 4 projects. 6.6 billion is the amount that has been approved for the project. The member across the way is welcome to give me the names of those who are affected. We will help those people. The member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there was once a time when Liberals told Quebecers, you must stay in Canada or else you won't receive your pension anymore. Now the government's telling seniors, stay in Canada even though you won't receive your pension. And to top it off, we're all going to pay a fortune for this fiasco, including seniors they're going to pay because the QRAM software has gone over budget by almost $5 billion. That's a high price to pay for depriving retirees of their old age benefits. Why is it that every time the federal government gets involved, we end up with skyrocketing costs and no services? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State just gave us the state of affairs. We are modernizing our systems. Now, seniors will be able to sign up for old age security. They will be able to receive their benefits on time, and they will receive the right amounts. If there are any individual cases, if any members in this place have heard of any cases, they are more than welcome to tell us about those cases so that we can follow up. Mr. Speaker, there have been a few isolated cases, a few isolated mistakes, and we are fixing that. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the minister said that 85,000 pensioners are having problems with their old age pensions because of the federal government. Now that 85,000 people are affected, it's time for the Liberals to stop treating this as if it were just isolated cases. Resources must be devoted to resolving these cases. The cases are piling up in Ottawa. The government must fix the problems with the QRAM software. They must help public servants to better serve the public. And at the very least, the federal government must stop treating retirees' problems lightly. When will the government get to action for those affected? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, 7 million Canadians receive old age security benefits. The software that we use to pay out those benefits has been modernized. We are modernizing our way of paying out benefits, and this modernization will help people. Seniors will be able to sign up for their benefits online rather than having to line up at a Service Canada office or having to wait on the phone. 85,000 people, that's 85,000 too many. We can all agree on that. But, Mr. Speaker, we are fixing these cases.
St. Paul.
Last week, the Liberal government announced $2.3 billion in subsidies to buy electric vehicles. Electric vehicles manufactured in the United States will be eligible for this subsidy. It is inconceivable that the Liberal government would launch a multi-billion-dollar taxpayer-funded program that will directly benefit the American auto sector at a time that Trump's tariff war has cost Canada 5,000 jobs and counting in our auto sector. Will the Liberal government reverse course and stop American access to this $2.3 billion subsidy, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Indeed, good news. Last week we announced our auto strategy based on 2 objectives. First, making sure we support auto production here in Canada and supporting those who invest in us, so basically the companies that produce cars in Canada. And second, making sure that we embrace where the industry is, which is electrification, and where it's going. So, Mr. Speaker, apart from the Conservative, everybody has been in favor of it. Premier Ford, the unions, the industry, even environmentalists and consumer groups, why don't they get?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Who's also in favor of this, Mr. Speaker? Donald Trump, because $2.3 billion is now accessible to his auto market when his tariff war is costing our economy thousands of jobs. It is, again, inconceivable that the Liberals would manufacture a program that gives billions of taxpayer dollars access to the American market. Why would we subsidize the American auto sector at a time like this? Will they reverse course, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
When auto plants from American car companies were being closed, we embraced the Japanese automakers. We'll do that, and we will endorse those who build EVs.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
America when these Liberals announced their EV subsidy plan is Donald J. Trump. Yes. Let me explain. He has explicitly said he wants to take every single Canadian auto job and bring it down to the United States. And under these Liberals, he's succeeding. 5,000 auto workers have lost their job. The plant in Brampton that was supposed to build the Jeep Compass is now in the United States. So they are succeeding under these Liberals. Auto workers do not want their tax dollars going to subsidize American-made vehicles. Will the minister look them in the face today and say, no Canadian tax dollars will go to Trump's America to build vehicles?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister.
You know what we do on this side of the aisle? We look at people in the eyes and we say, we'll defend your jobs. And that's exactly what this auto strategy is about. This auto strategy is about supporting auto production in Canada. And we are making sure that we're talking to Koreans, to Germans, to Chinese, to create good jobs in this country. And while we will just not let our industry just go bit by bit to the south, we will fight for these jobs. We have an auto strategy, and they should get with the program.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I almost feel badly for this minister pathetically trying to justify sending money to Donald Trump's America to subsidize the production of American EVs. This is the president who has declared economic war on Canada. He has said he wants every single Canadian auto job in the United States. And under these Liberals, he's succeeding. The Canadian auto economy is being decimated. Their plan, allow the American auto manufacturers access to Canadian dollars for EV subsidies. It's disgraceful. It's unconscionable. Will she apologize to Canadian auto workers for this terrible policy?
The Honourable Minister.
Not because my colleague is just increasing his rhetoric that actually he's right. What is right is that we have met the tariffs by the U.S. administration against our auto workers with counter tariffs. And every time the production has reduced in Canada, what did we do? We made sure that we limit the market access to Stellantis by 50%, to also GM by 24.2%. We will invest in those who invest in us, and we will make sure to create good jobs in this country.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, Camry workers were devastated last year when they lost their jobs, but it got worse. Last week, they received their layoff payouts, only to see that more than half of it was clawed back in taxes. That's thousands of dollars, and many of them can't afford to wait for the next year's tax return. They need the money now to pay for their bills, their mortgages, their rents, and to put food on the table. So will the Liberals work with us, stand with Camry auto workers, and provide immediate tax relief so they can afford to live?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, the only party fighting against workers is the party opposite, who voted against the budget, wherein we outline the work that we've been doing to protect workers for exactly this situation, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the proactive vision of the government to protect workers in these situations, workers who are separated from their employment now can keep their last pay. They don't have to wait for EI. And indeed, long-tenured workers, like many of these, will receive an additional 20 weeks on top of supports for readjustment advancement, Mr. Speaker. We've been there for workers, we will be, and we certainly won't vote against them.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't get an answer to my question, but it's sadly ironic that while Canadian workers are losing their jobs, while they're seeing more than half of their payouts taken to taxes, the Liberals are out handing $2.3 billion for subsidies for American-made electrical vehicles. All this is happening while the U.S. is slapping tariffs on Canadian-made autos. Canadian tax dollars should not be funding American-made EVs. So my question is very simple. Why is money being taken out of the pockets of auto workers to fund American jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member and I know he cares about those workers, as do we, Mr. Speaker. The Cami plant in Ingersoll is a half hour from my house. I regularly speak to Mayor Brian Petrie, who's doing an excellent job in very trying circumstances. Business owners who rely on the presence of the plant, I know them. The social agencies who are responding to the crisis on the ground, I know their leaders, I know their staff. We should work together on their behalf. He also knows, Mr. Speaker, that for the severance pay that he's referring to, the CRA is treating it as it always is, as a matter of Canadian law. The time is to put away politics. Let's work together on behalf of the people of Ingersoll and the auto sector.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
The Prime Minister has committed $2.3 billion to subsidizing EVs, yet most EVs sold in Canada are made outside our country. The Industry Minister herself admitted only one EV is made in Canada. Canadians are being forced to subsidize rebates for American-made cars, while over 5,000 Canadian workers have lost their jobs to U.S. tariffs. Why is the Prime Minister forcing Canadians to subsidize American-made EVs instead of putting Canadian workers first and adopting the Conservative plan to cut GST on all Canadian-made vehicles? Would not that make more sense?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, I would like to correct my colleague. There's not only one EV made in Canada, it's a Dodge Charger, of course, but also there's the Pacifica, and more to come. We have two battery plants. One also in Windsor, there against, we still don't understand why, which is an LG battery plant, and there's one that is being built as we speak by Volkswagen. Good news, 3,000 jobs coming to St. Thomas. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our auto workers, we'll continue to fight for them. We won't sit idle while basically a lot of the industry is going through its most difficult period in decades. We'll fight for them.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, we criticize the federal government for doing nothing to address the issue of low-cost drivers. But it gets worse. Not only is Ottawa doing nothing to address the issue, they are giving those drivers contracts. Canada Post has done business with at least 25 companies that hire low-cost drivers, including one that was involved in a fatal accident. And the worst part is that the federal government was warned about this 2 years ago by the Trucking Alliance. When will the Liberals set up a registry of sketchy companies instead of hiring sketchy companies? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Post Canada is, of course, working with many trucking companies throughout the country. The CEO of Canada Post has assured us that the business in question uses the Driver Inc. model. There is a clear code of conduct for these companies to follow, and there are consequences if they do not follow the code of conduct. And we, as the federal government, are ensuring that Canada Post follows the rules. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post has hired 25 companies that do business with low-cost drivers. The Liberals have been aware of the problem for at least 2 years. We offer the Liberals 10 solutions. Not only do the Liberals refuse to implement our solutions, but they're continuing to feed the beast. At this point, the Liberals have gone beyond just turning a blind eye. They are now complicit. The Liberals just gave Canada Post $1 billion. Can they at least make sure that that money doesn't end up in the pockets of problem companies?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post is proud to work with many trucking companies across the country. In doing so, the CEO of Canada Post has assured us they have no engagement with Drivers Inc. model. All contracted suppliers are provided with clear expectations, a code of conduct to abide by, and consequences for non-compliance. We, as a government, expect Canada Post to abide by these standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last week the member for Beauport-Limoilou told us in this place that the cost of the tramway in Quebec City was now up to, get this, $13 billion. Yes, Mr. Speaker, $13 billion. That's $5 billion more than what's outlined in the agreement between Quebec City and the Caisse de dépôt. Can the Minister of Finance confirm whether the cost of the Quebec City tramway is $7 or $7 billion or $13 billion, as the member for Beauport-Limoilou said?
Monsieur le Président, merci pour la question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question.
Investment of $1.44 billion from the federal government, and we continue to invest significantly in public transit across the country. The Canada Public Transit Fund, as well as the Building Community Strong Fund, where there is tens of billions of dollars available if this House supports the budget to allocate towards transit. So Quebec, other provinces, cities will have access to the Build Community Strong Fund with the support of this House to fund major transit projects. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, $1.4 billion, that's an amount from 9 years ago. We are way further than that now, and the member for Beauport-Limoilou said it will cost $13 billion. Will the Liberals follow their promise? Because in the budget, there's not a cent for public transit in Quebec for this project. So will Quebec City get $0, or can the Liberals commit to a certain amount today? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member for Beauport-Limoilou has been here for 9 months and has done more for the tramway than that member has done for the tramway in 10 years. We've been supporting the tramway project since 2018, and unlike the member across the way, says it will be $1.4 billion. That's what we are committing to this public transit project for the Quebec City region. Now, of course, we are still in talks for funding for Quebec through the Public Transit Fund, and there will, of course, be funding through the Building Community Strong Fund.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Basca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The same Liberal mismanagement is repeating itself like a bad movie. Do you remember Arrive Canada in 2022? The budget, $86,000. The actual cost, $60 million. 5 years later, same Liberal team. IT scandals are repeating themselves with Curam. Budget, $1.6 billion. Actual cost, $6.6 billion. And what's more, it's a failure. 86,000 seniors are waiting for their money. 86,000 seniors. What do you tell these seniors who are listening to you? Am I writing? Well, your answer is live right now. I don't have an answer to give you. I confirm to the Honourable Member, I don't have a reply. The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors. More than 7 million seniors are receiving their benefits on time, and these are 4 distinct projects. $6.6 billion have been set out and approved for the life of the project. I would ask the member across the way to give the names of these seniors, and we will help them. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we've all seen cost overruns with Sac Leak site. Hundreds of millions of dollars gone up in smoke. But this is peanuts compared to the federal Curam fiasco. $6.6 billion instead of $1.75 billion for a failed software program that was supposed to manage old age pensions and doesn't even work properly. Currently, there's 86,000 seniors who aren't receiving their money because of this Liberal incompetence. The Liberals are still wasting billions, and Canadians are always paying the price. When will this government finally, what will they do with this federal fiasco? Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell Ms. Bolduc, who's listening to us, or the constituents of all these ridings, one case too many. We're going to solve all these issues for Madame Bolduc and everyone. We will give them the benefits they have the right to receive, and we are modernizing our IT infrastructure, and it will serve Canadians well. It will allow for better service going forward and quicker access to old age security. Thank you. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the new QRM software for managing old age security benefits is a real disaster. Not only does it exceed the projected costs, but it works so poorly that employees give it a rating of 5 out of 10 or less. In fact, according to one employee, if the department had listened to its agents, it could have developed a system that was 1,000 times easier to use. Why should seniors suffer the consequences of this mismanagement by the Liberals? The Honourable Minister.
Correct. There aren't cost overruns. In fact, the project is on budget, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, 7.4 million OAS clients were migrated in March of 2025. Seniors can apply directly online. This is a 60-year-old system, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Canadians expect us to keep our IT systems modernized, and that's exactly what we're doing. If the member opposite has a constituent that needs help, please give them our name. We can certainly accelerate their case.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
The United States government has unilaterally started a trade war against Canada.
I really couldn't hear a word of that, so we'll have the honourable member. We'll have the honourable member. We'll have the honourable member start from the top. We'll start from the top.
Every time.
And yes, he can start from the top. Thanks.
Every time. The United States government has unilaterally started a trade war against Canada. In response,
there's obviously a subtext here somewhere.
Yeah, he's always yelling at Pierre.
But let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. In good faith. I don't want to call anyone out on this side either. So the honourable member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Unilaterally started a trade war against Canada. In response, the Prime Minister is committed to doubling non-U.S. trade with direct measures to help Canadian businesses adapt and grow. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources tell this?
This is going to make the question period a little lengthier than I had anticipated. I was going for a new record today, 303 or 304, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I guess anyway, we're going to give it another shot, and yeah, we have to, or else this is going to go on for a long time. We'll cut into committee time and everything. So the honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas has the floor.
As I was saying.
And let's see if we can get through it. And of course, that doesn't help either. So we'll try from the top.
From the top, the United States government has started a trade war against Canada. In response, the Prime Minister is committed to doubling non-U.S. trade with direct measures to help Canadian businesses adapt and grow. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources tell this House what our government is doing to support Canadian businesses impacted by unjustified American tariffs?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. We are standing shoulder to shoulder with workers and businesses facing the impacts of unfair and unjustified U.S. tariffs, with targeted support to help businesses adapt, retool, and stay competitive. That includes $1 billion through the Regional Tariff Relief Initiative, which is helping businesses protect jobs and diversify to new markets. Mr. Speaker, we're not just helping businesses weather this moment, we're building Canada strong.
Yeah. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been disappointed to see that this Prime Minister is not delivering on his promises. Now, he promised the strongest economy in the G7, but we lost 52,000 private sector jobs last month. He promised to build at speeds unseen in generations. We're actually losing jobs at speeds unseen in generations. Now, Conservatives have offered solutions like the Canadian Sovereignty Act and the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan, which Liberals continue to oppose. Mr. Speaker, when will they reverse course and start creating jobs instead of more job losses?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative slogans, rhetoric, and obstruction don't feed Canadian families. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadian families. We cut the GST for first-time homebuyers. We cut the consumer carbon tax. And just a couple of weeks ago, we announced the Canadians Groceries and Essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to be laser-focused on affordability for families. That side, stop the obstruction.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I truly have no idea what that member is focused on, but my question was about the results of their policies. Now let's talk about the results. 52,000 private sector job losses, 28,000 in manufacturing alone. That's just in the last month. He talked about the price of food. We have food inflation in this country that's more than double food inflation in the United States. Mr. Speaker, if this member can't answer a question about the results, when will he look at those Statistics Canada reports? And if he sees the problems that every other Canadian can see, when will they reverse course?
Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, that Conservative leader and that member, think about this. They actually supported giving millionaires child benefit checks.
That's right.
They supported giving millionaires child benefit checks. Let me say that again. They voted against the school food program. Every other affordability program we have put forth, they have voted against. That party is focused on obstruction. We're focused on delivering for Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are losing jobs, plants are shutting down, and investments are fleeing. Canada lost 52,000 private sector jobs last month alone. Workers and families are paying the price. From GM employees in Oshawa to forestry families in Quebec who are struggling to put food on the table. This is the opposite of what the Prime Minister promised. When will the Liberals admit that their rhetoric is far from their reality of Canadians face and finally listen to common sense Conservative solutions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
134,000 jobs created in the past year. Wages outpacing inflation for almost 3 years. A rate of inflation that is well within the Bank of Canada's guidelines at 2.4%. But we will not rest on that, Mr. Speaker. We cannot. Because the aim now must always be to secure Canada's future. Budget 2025 puts a foundation for that in place. Will the Conservatives join us? Put the politics aside. Let's work on behalf of our constituents. Let's work on behalf of Canada right now.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, and yet GDP growth is currently zero. Manufacturing, auto, and forestry sectors are all declining, and families in Haldimand Norfolk fear for their livelihoods as the economy weakens. Despite this economic decline, the government has not repealed a single anti-development law. When will the Liberals finally admit that their economic plans is failing and remove the barriers and tax burdens holding back Canadian workers and the economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Almost 240 agreements signed between the federal government and various municipalities, large and small, for the Housing Accelerator Fund, Madam Speaker. They want to talk about getting things done and anti-development. The facts don't line up with that narrative. The reality is we need to build more. Duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, that kind of vision put in place through that agreement. But if they don't want to listen to Liberals, that's fine. They can listen to former Prime Minister Harper, who just the other day advised all members of Parliament to work together on behalf of this country. The time is now. Let's rise to the occasion. It's a moment of crisis, a moment of rupture. We can respond right now.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador
Labrador continues to face one of the highest unemployment rates in Canada at 10.7%, well above the national average. Statistics Canada reports that 52,000 private sector jobs were lost since last year, and the Bank of Canada says economic growth next year is expected to be just 1.1%. Businesses are delaying expansion and investment. At home, that means fewer projects, fewer jobs, and more people leaving to find work. When will this Prime Minister admit his economic plan is failing, listen to our solutions, and remove the barriers that are preventing job creation for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news for this member. In Budget 2025, we are growing this country. We are growing rural Newfoundland and Labrador and the rest of Canada. We are working to invest in our apprenticeship programs. We are building roads, schools. The challenge, Mr. Speaker, is this member, as part of the opposition, is obstructing at every step.
Right.
Let's grow Canada. We need to work together.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that the Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet GDP growth stalled at zero and GDP per capita was flat. Young people are leaving home because they can't find steady work. We have proposed a Canadian Sovereignty Act that would rapidly advance resource development by repealing job-killing laws like the oil and gas emissions cap, reward those who build, and protect Canadian innovation. So when will they listen to our ideas so people can stay, live, and work in the place that they love?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm going to remind the member opposite from Newfoundland and Labrador that voting against the bills that support Canadian workers, Canadian communities, the building of our country and our province of Newfoundland and Labrador is obstruction. If this member wants to see our province of Newfoundland and Labrador grow, I can tell her that we are ready, but this side of the House needs to work with us.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are paying the price for the Prime Minister's economic inaction. In January, 52,000 private sector jobs were lost, and $39 billion in investment has fled to the United States.
Wow.
Canadian businesses are delaying expansion, and workers are losing their livelihoods. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but growth is flat, and not a single anti-development or major regulation has been removed by this government. So when will the Prime Minister empower the private sector to build at a scale necessary to protect Canada's economy in the face of American threats?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has a plan to build Canada. He's laid it out, and we're taking action to advance that. Because individuals in British Columbia, they want to see the investments that we're making. They want to see the major projects move forward. They want to see the new housing, and they want to see us grow this economy to the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward with this plan. Can we count on the Conservatives to join us?
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet under his watch, $58 billion of net investments have fled to the United States, and we've lost 28,000 manufacturing jobs. Promising to build a pipeline is not enough. Creating a new bureaucracy, not enough. Reapproving projects over and over again, not enough. We need shovels in the ground. We need them in the ground now. When will the Prime Minister do what he promised and build at a scale we haven't seen in generations and work with Conservatives to stand up for our sovereignty against the American threat?
Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, 160,000 new jobs created since September. Wages are up. Inflation is within the standard rate. Mr. Speaker, we know that certain sectors like auto are feeling the pain from the tariff war, but we have a plan, Mr. Speaker, a plan that was laid out in our budget that was introduced in the fall, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are blocking the budget at committee. If that member wants to make a difference for workers in his community, pass the budget, Mr. Speaker, so we can unleash the power, build in this country, protect jobs, support communities, build our country, Mr. Speaker. Will the member do it? Will the Conservatives do it?
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I
I just attended an event hosted by Speak BC with a room full of highly trained engineers and technologists. They were asking whether the next round of manufacturing investment will stay here in Canada or go to the U.S. They want solutions so that their jobs are secure. StatsCan says we lost 28,000 jobs last month in manufacturing alone. That's fewer shifts, tighter budgets, and more families struggling to get by. The government has to recognize that what it's doing isn't working. When will the Liberals listen to our constructive solution to this urgent problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, building a strong economy is not just about looking at any single sector. It's about looking at all sectors. So making sure we're investing in the economy of the future today, making sure we're investing in technology, making sure that we are investing in artificial intelligence, making sure we're creating the jobs of the future in industries where Canadians can lead. So as we work to support our manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, we're also making sure that in health sciences, in life sciences, in biotech, in technology, in e-commerce, in digital, in AI, in quantum, Canada is going to continue to lead and create the jobs of the future today.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, a functional healthcare system relies on modern data infrastructure. However, at a time when data is circulating at lightning speed, too many doctors and nurses are still forced to use outdated technologies such as fax machines to share information about their patients. Can the Minister of Health inform the House of the steps the government is taking to remove these barriers and thus save lives? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The time that patients wait for their files to be transferred means that lives could be saved faster, and their doctors are still spending too much time printing documents and not enough time helping people. The Connected Healthcare System Act that we tabled last week will break down silos and build a data infrastructure for health for all Canadians. So I am delighted to be working with members of Parliament and senators to get this legislation adopted. Thank you.
Branch South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is a national crisis, exploding 330% since these Liberals took office. In Surrey, Calgary, Brampton, and across Canada, Canadians are being threatened, shot at, firebombed while criminal gangs and violent non-citizens extort families, all thanks to Liberal inaction. Will the Prime Minister support our plan, even supported by the NDP Premier of BC, to bar extortionists and serious criminals from exploiting refugee claims, or will he continue shielding criminals while Canadians pay the price, often with their lives?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've been meeting those who have been impacted by extortion, and I want to extend my condolences to those who have been impacted. Let me just say, Mr. Speaker, we need to work in collaboration in order to ensure that extortion is addressed. We need the party opposite to pass critical pieces of legislation, including C2. Virtually every law enforcement agency, every heads I've spoken to have asked for lawful access to become law in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the most important tools to ensure that extortion is addressed. We need to stop the obstructionism and make sure that we have critical tools that are important for law enforcement.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, extortion has surged by 330% since the Liberals took office. Across our country, Canadians are under attack, and the Liberals are rejecting conservative plans to stop this violence. Now, convicted extortionists are exploiting loopholes in our justice and immigration system by filing refugee claims to stay in Canada. Will the Liberals back our conservative plan, also supported by the BC NDP Premier, to bar non-citizens convicted of serious crimes from making refugee claims, or will they continue to side with the criminals?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the second bill that we brought in this Parliament was C2. C2 addressed this very issue and also provided other measures like lawful access. I'm glad to see that the Conservatives have somewhat cooperated and split that bill into C12, which is now in the Senate, which will create an ineligibility for precisely these types of people who try to exploit our system. Mr. Speaker, they will no longer be able to apply for asylum, but I'd like the members opposite to also cooperate on lawful access, because we need to catch these criminals.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals voted against a Conservative amendment to Bill C-12, which would have barred non-citizens who are convicted of serious crimes from abusing our asylum system and making refugee claims. They voted against that. That's crazy. Will the Liberals agree with Premier David Eby that that is an amendment, that is a proposal that should be accepted, as well as non-citizens who are accused of serious crimes should not be able to make refugee claims because that's kind of bananas?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I've been following these cases very closely, and the case in BC where some people have filed for asylum, C-12, which is in the Senate right now, progressing nicely, will make it an ineligibility for those particular claimants to be able to file for asylum. So we are closing those loopholes, Mr. Speaker. We're working tirelessly to make sure that extortionists get caught, but will the Conservatives help us to give law enforcement the tools that are needed? Please, I'm asking, C2, lawful access measures are needed in order to catch child pedophiles and extortionists, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advancing gender equality is key to building a strong and prosperous Canada where everyone can succeed, while the Conservatives minimize coercive control as normal family behaviour and debate 2S LGBTQI rights at their convention. Our government is making sure our organizations across the country have the supports that they need. Can the Minister of Health share how we are empowering, strengthening national women's organizations across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Today, the Minister for Women and Gender Equality announced over $15 million in funding to support national women's organizations across the country and strengthen capacity building. This means a stronger and more sustainable national women's sector. It means greater capacity to support the organization driving progress on gender equality. It means stronger collaboration to advance opportunity, safety, and rights for women and girls everywhere. This is how we build a Canada strong, where we...
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, Hong Kong has sentenced newspaper publisher Jimmy Lai to 20 years in prison simply for exercising his rights and freedoms of the press, of speech, of assembly, of association guaranteed in an international treaty, the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Will the government reiterate its call for Jimmy Lai to be immediately released? And secondly, will the government acknowledge that his imprisonment is a violation of an international treaty and international law?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Canada is deeply disappointed with the tragic sentencing of Jimmy Lai in Hong Kong. We call for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai. In fact, we have consistently spoken out against the national security law since its imposition in 2020. While in Beijing, I reiterated Canada's long-standing position to my counterpart that the persecution of journalists, of media workers, of activists is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, Canada will always support a free...
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The year before the election, Liberals planned to cut the Inuit Child First initiative. When Inuit heard this, they spoke up by the thousands. Under Nunavut's pressure, Liberals promised to extend the program. Since being elected, the Minister for Indigenous Services promised an announcement on ICFI. 9 months later, far too many Inuit children are still being kept below poverty level. Still no announcement. Will the minister finally act to help Inuit children, or should they feed themselves on her promises?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for, being really consistent with representing her members. The message has really been clear for me that we need to respond. That's why we've been working with our partners to look forward to see what the next step is going to be. I'm sure that you will be pleased to see what that is going to be. I am going to look forward to what the message is going to be when it comes out very briefly. Thank you.
And that concludes the question period. The honourable member for Vancouver East is standing up on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When my colleague, the member from Nunavut, was asking her question, a page actually walked across the aisle in front of her. And so I just want to bring that to your attention, Mr. Speaker, and ask whether or not we could have the member repeat her question.
I didn't notice. Was there an obstruction? Was there an obstruction there? No. I deferred to the. But. Great job, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, and you know, there is activity in the House. I mean, we try to have the picture stay clear of people entering and exiting, but it is above all a parliament with pages and support staff, and so I'm afraid I won't be able to do that. Yeah, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, members of this place who are in unrecognized parties get a 35-second opportunity once a week. And I take members at their word. And the member for Vancouver East, I wonder if it wouldn't be appropriate, we do it for each other all the time, is it appropriate to ask for unanimous consent for the member from Nunavut to place her question again?
I mean, I have to read. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. Okay. Unfortunately, there's no agreement to move on. The honourable member did have a chance to ask her question. It was I thought, a fairly pointed question, and there was an answer delivered. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Garon relating to the business of supply. Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante. Monsieur Garon.
The question is as follows. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Barcelou Duval, moved that the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods. And to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Alley.
Mr. Alley.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Miss Ochelski.
Miss Ochelski.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnetti, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnetti, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Miss McKnight.
Miss McKnight.
Miss Chartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaruccelli.
Mr. Zaruccelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Groh.
Miss Groh.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Leitao.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Claassen.
Mr. Claassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Alsoud.
Mr. Alsoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Nathan.
Miss Nathan.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegwak.
Monsieur Maret, Capskixins, Timmins, Mushkegwak.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Johnson.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abdul Taif.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolme.
Mr. Tolme.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr.
Correction,
Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobania.
Miss Cobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Gouglimine.
Mr. Goodman.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Miss Cronus.
Cronus.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle. Correction, Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Strauss.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss May.
Ms. May.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Une main levée à
I do not see any raised hands online, so I will now ask the table to compile the results.
Yeas pour 330, 330. Nays contre 0, aucun.
adoptée.
The motion is carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 11 minutes.
Order. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore. Order.
An act to amend the National Defence Act and other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga or Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act, bail and sentencing. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Normandin, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Old Age Security Act, Amount of Full Pension. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always very significant for us as parliamentarians to be able to table bills which will directly help constituents in their day-to-day lives. Many people in my riding are over 65. In my riding of Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington, in fact, that's 20% of the population. And wherever I go in my riding, people tell me the same thing. They tell me they can't make ends meet. No one should have to choose between groceries, rent, and medication. No one should work their whole lives and then, in retirement, experience financial anxiety every day. The increased OAS payments are only for those over 75, not those over 65. That is unfair. People are receiving lower amounts just because of their age. It is unfair. My colleagues and I are proud to table a bill to address that inequality, to acknowledge the contributions of seniors and to give them what they deserve, which is a dignified, good retirement from age 65 and up. Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Normandin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motion.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley. Oh, sorry, Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of constituents in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
who are seeking certainty for funding for the Salmon Enhancement Program beyond the current budget, end of March 31st, 2026. The Salmon Enhancement Program is a great educational tool in the province of BC that teaches biology and the salmon cycle to many youth. This program is administered by Pacific Stream Keepers Federation to provide training to volunteers who protect the aquatic health, habitat status, and stock assessment within their communities. They therefore call upon the Government of Canada to reconsider how the $544 million of cuts to DFO are administered, not to affect program spending specifically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
We stand today on behalf of these individuals who are in support of MP Tamara Johnson's private member's Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. The Government of Canada intends to expand medical assistance in dying to individuals whose only medical condition is a mental illness. And it's treatable, recovery is possible, and experts agree it is currently impossible to predict when a mental illness is truly irremediable. Expanding MAID in this way risks suggesting that some lives are beyond saving, while many Canadians still struggle to access time.
I'm just going to pause the member for a minute. I believe the member for Courtney Alberni has a point of order, and
Yeah, and this is not to discredit my esteemed colleague on her petition, but she did mention a member of the House, and maybe it's best if she, Mr. Speaker, through you, highlights the member's riding instead. Thank you.
thank the Honourable Member for that, and I was going to correct the member afterwards, but it is Cloverdale Langley City instead of the name. And I do believe that we do have a lot of noise coming from the lobby outside, so I think we'll try to get that, and it sounds like it is quieting down. So I'll ask the member for Yorkton Melville to quickly finalize her comments.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. He is absolutely correct on that point. Well, the Government of Canada intends to expand medical assistance in dying to individuals whose only medical condition is a mental illness. And mental illness is treatable, recovery is possible, and experts agree it's currently impossible to predict when a mental illness is truly irremediable. They have many reasons here to suggest that this bill is not in the best interest of Canadians. Families and communities are concerned that people who could recover through treatment and support may instead lose their lives. So Bill C-218, the Right to Recover Act, would amend the Criminal Code to ensure that mental illness alone is not considered a grievous and irremediable condition for the purpose of MAID. Therefore, these individuals are calling upon the Government of Canada to pass Bill C-218 to stop the expansion of MAID to those whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness. And Mr. Speaker, I have one other. Citizens across this nation have been very concerned about the direction that C9 is going and have indicated that they are concerned that the Liberal Bloc amendment to Bill C9 could be used to criminalize passages from the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and other sacred texts. The state has no place in the religious texts or teachings of any faith community. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. Therefore, these individuals call on the Liberal Government of Canada to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach in matters of faith. Thank you.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Honor today to table a petition on behalf of Vancouver Islanders and British Columbians that highlight that wealth inequality in Canada is rising, with more Canadians struggling to afford the basics of life while corporate profits continue to break records. They highlight that austerity measures very often exacerbate inequality. The federal government is planning austerity measures, including a massive cut of $25 billion to publicly funded jobs and programs that Canadians rely upon. And the federal government has and plans on further cutting taxes on the wealthy. The climate change is worsening, causing Canadians a projected $25 billion in losses each year. And a wealth tax could, as per the Centre for Policy Alternatives, generate more than $32 billion in the first year alone. They call on the House of Commons to reconsider the sweeping cuts to Canadian jobs and services, and lastly, to propose a bill to fund good-paying jobs, public services, and the transition to a sustainable economy by making corporations and the wealthiest Canadians pay their fair share. Thank you.
Then in petitions, the Member for Cambridge.
it's an honour to rise on behalf of the citizens of Cambridge to table a petition to withdraw Bill C9, requesting that this government uphold and protect freedom of religion and freedom of speech, as their fundamental rights must be preserved. Bill C9 would allow the state to prosecute those who express deeply held religious beliefs the government finds offensive. And citizens ask to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government intrusion into faith.
A member for Vancouver East.
I rise to table a petition in support of Bill C-233 to close the arms loophole signed by residents of Thunder Bay, Ontario, gathered by Palestinian Solidarity Thunder Bay. The group says that they requested to meet with the member for Thunder Bay, Superior North, hoping that she would table the petition, but couldn't get a meeting, so therefore they've asked that I table their community's call for the House of Commons to enact legislation to close existing loopholes in Canada's arms export laws, including removing exemptions for the United States, strengthening oversight, and reassuring that Canadian arms are never used to commit or facilitate human rights abuses.
Hear, hear.
Second petition, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to present a petition on behalf of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. The petition calls for the government to scrap the reckless expansion of MAID for those suffering with a mental illness as a sole underlying medical condition. They also state in this petition that this is wrong since the government already failed to meet its promises to expand mental health supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition, the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today on behalf of constituents for Sandwich Gulf Islands who are concerned with irresponsible practices from industry and large multinational corporations that have led to destruction and denigration of much of Canada's waterways, wetlands, and concern for the sustainability of our groundwater. They're calling on the House of Commons to update Canada's water laws and ensure that no industry or corporation's profit line can take priority over the health of our waterways. They want to ensure that there are specialists and experts guiding the Parliament of Canada to protect our water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise today to table yet another petition in regards to many of the constituents I represent and beyond, in particular into the city of Winnipeg, that have been advocating for the need to see more direct flights from the city of Winnipeg going into India or at the very least Europe. This is because of the growing size of the community and just the demand to be able to travel to countries like India. And they're calling upon Parliament to encourage, along with things like the Winnipeg Airport Authority and other organizations to get on board so that we can see more flights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre d'éminence du gouvernement.
Government orders. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-10. Act on the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Kwekwe, Udlukut, Tanshi. Hello, bonjour. Mr. Speaker, let me start by acknowledging that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise in the House today to speak in support of an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. This legislation represents a vital step forward, one that strengthens accountability, enhances transparency, and builds trust with modern treaty partners across the country. It also reinforces our shared commitment to reconciliation and to ensuring that Canada keeps its promises. For too long, Mr. Speaker, there has been a gap between the commitments made in modern treaties and the reality of their implementation. This bill takes a significant step toward closing that gap. By establishing an independent agent of Parliament, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, Canada will ensure that progress on modern treaty obligations is transparent, measurable, and accountable. This is not a symbolic gesture. It is a concrete, practical reform that will support real progress in implementing the rights and relationships enshrined in modern treaties. Mr. Speaker, our government has made significant policy changes that enable us to conclude treaty negotiations faster and more effectively. As a result, Liberal governments over the past decade have signed or initialed 5 modern treaties, including, most recently, with the Manitoba Métis Federation in 2024. Right now, Canada's new government is nearing the initialing of 6 new modern treaties, and we will continue to advance this important work alongside Indigenous partners. This bill and the Commissioner it creates builds trust, enhances transparency, and delivers the results that modern treaty partners have been advocating. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to modern treaties, we intend to listen to Indigenous partners. The Commissioner will provide independent oversight of federal activities related to modern treaty implementation, ensuring that progress is visible and that shortcomings are addressed transparently. Through regular reporting and public accountability, Canadians and modern treaty partners alike will have a clear picture of how Canada is meeting its obligations. Accountability is at the heart of this legislation. The Commissioner will join a distinguished group of agents of Parliament, officers who safeguard the principles of our democracy, like the Auditor General, who ensures that public funds are used effectively, the Privacy Commissioner, who protects Canadians' personal information, the Information Commissioner, who upholds the right to know, and the Commissioner of Official Languages, who defends linguistic rights across federal institutions. Each plays a vital role in strengthening public trust. Yet, until now, there has been no independent oversight to ensure that Canada fulfills its constitutional obligations under modern treaties. That is the gap this legislation fills. The Commissioner will have full and direct access to the information required to evaluate federal performance, a level of independence on par with other oversight offices such as the Auditor General and Privacy Commissioner. This is the benchmark of openness and accountability, essential to maintaining public confidence and ensuring credible, evidence-based oversight. Transparency is not about blame, it is about clarity, openness, and shared progress. When modern treaty partners, Parliament, and Canadians can see how modern treaty implementation is progressing, trust grows. Imagine a future where all Canadians can access clear information on where treaty commitments are being fulfilled and where more work is needed. That is what this bill delivers. Transparency empowers communities, strengthens governance, and builds the foundation for a better relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, transparency and trust make good governance stronger. It turns promises into measurable progress and ensures that reconciliation is grounded in evidence and results. Reconciliation takes shape through everyday work of implementing commitments, resolving gaps, and fostering trust. This legislation moves reconciliation from aspiration to administration, ensuring that the work of partnership is measured and maintained. Modern treaties are at the core of this journey. They affirm Indigenous rights and outline shared responsibilities for the future. But treaties are only as strong as their implementation. This bill ensures that implementation will be guided by independent oversight, clear reporting, and mutual accountability. By embedding transparency and accountability into our systems, we are advancing reconciliation, not just in words, but in action. The Commissioner's work complements Canada's commitments under the Truth and Reconciliation Commission Calls to Action and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. These frameworks remind us that oversight and accountability are not obstacles to reconciliation, they are its foundation. Mr. Speaker, what is great about this legislation is that it was co-developed with modern treaty partners. over 130 Indigenous governments and organizations were engaged in shaping this proposal, ensuring the design reflects their experience and priorities. That process has already built trust, and that trust will continue once the Commissioner begins their work. As the Talito government stated, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty has been decades in the making. This is an exciting moment that our hard work together has paid off, and this important mechanism for accountability and oversight will be established. Through ongoing engagement and dialogue, the Commissioner will ensure that the perspectives of modern treaty partners are reflected in the reviews and recommendations. This is how partnership becomes policy and how reconciliation becomes reality. Mr. Speaker, modern treaties are much more than legal instruments. They are blueprints for opportunity. They provide a framework for governance, education, infrastructure, and economic development. When implemented effectively, they enable Indigenous governments to plan long-term, attract investment, and create jobs. By improving implementation and accountability, this bill will strengthen those outcomes, not only for Indigenous peoples, but for all Canadians. Modern treaties continue to contribute to stronger local economies, better infrastructure, and sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker, when Indigenous communities thrive, Canada thrives. As an agent of Parliament, the Commissioner will report directly to Parliament, ensuring independence from political influence. These reports will highlight successes, identify challenges, and recommend systemic improvements to ensure better outcomes. This accountability mechanism will serve both Parliament and modern treaty partners, providing transparent information and supporting continuous progress. Accountability, Mr. Speaker, is not about perfection, it is about persistence, learning, and the courage to adapt. It shows modern treaty partners that Canada is prepared to hold itself to the same standard of responsibility that it asks of others. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about accountability, trust, and reconciliation in action. It ensures that Canada fulfills not only the letter of its modern treaty obligations, but also the spirit grounded in partnership, respect, and shared responsibility. The Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation will bring independent oversight, greater transparency, and meaningful accountability. This is not a cost, but is a tool that prevents disputes, strengthens relationships, and delivers lasting results. Mr. Speaker, we have made progress, but we know there is more to do. Let us seize upon this opportunity to make reconciliation real, not only with words, but with measurable results. Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens the institutions that uphold reconciliation, not by rewriting the past, but by ensuring accountability for the future. By supporting this act, we affirm that transparency and trust are the cornerstones of our shared journey forward. Miigwech, Kuyamanik, Marcy, thank you, merci.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The member from Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for his remarks today. My key question is, in C10, what can Parliament not do that is contained in C10? My concern with this bill is that it's simply an admonishment that Parliament hasn't been doing its job holding the executive accountable already. What's to stop the existing standing committee from issuing a report or conducting an audit? Parliament already has these powers. Why do we need another officer of Parliament to do the job of parliamentarians?
Your Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I thank the member for his question. While it is true that existing committees can undertake studies of this kind, many of these committees do a lot of work on many different things. I think what is important about this approach is that it is a focused mechanism that is deeply integrated with our relationship with Indigenous people, and will allow this new agent of Parliament to focus very directly on matters on an ongoing basis that are of concern to Indigenous partners.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Coquitlam for his speech. He seemed very sincere with respect to modern treaties and the creation of this commissioner position, which will have a central role for us as parliamentarians. We'll be able to ask the right questions and take on our responsibilities. So I support this, and I was able to speak to it at first reading. But my question, after my speech, I received a lot of comments because there's a lot of people from the land claims agreement, and there'll be an event tomorrow on the Hill, and I would invite all parliamentarians to participate. And Jim Endridge is someone who is really close to their heart, and at committee I proposed that this bill carry his name, the Jim Endridge bill, because I think it's very close to people's hearts who participated in these modern treaty coalitions for several decades. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of that.
Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I appreciate my colleague's support for this bill, and in terms of what we call it, I think that's really up to the legislation. I have no objection to his suggestions, but I would suggest that once hopefully it passes second reading, this is something that could be addressed in committee.
Comments, member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think he made a key point here that this legislation was co-developed with treaty partners, with Indigenous rights holders, in order to ensure accountability, oversight, transparency, and build trust. So I'm wondering if he could elaborate on what that input was from those rights holders and how it was included in the legislation that's before us. Thank you.
Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for his question as well. I have a list here of, dozens of Indigenous partners that were consulted. In my speech, I mentioned there were 130 organizations and Indigenous governments that were consulted. This is this position of independent agent of Parliament is something that has been requested by Indigenous partners and peoples out for at least 20 years. And it is critical in us going forward and being able to focus on the deficiencies in the processes and to make sure that we achieve effective progress going forward.
Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his important intervention. I think, and I completely agree that this is such an important act of reconciliation, and I wonder if the member agrees that reconciliation doesn't only happen by government, it has to be an effort by everyone that can help to ensure that Indigenous peoples have a better sense of well-being. And I wonder if he agrees that with the Conservatives being in opposition to this bill also shows that they're not supporting reconciliation with the modern treaty partners.
The member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, about 25 seconds.
Thank you. I certainly agree with my honourable colleague about the importance of this bill and how important it is for all of us, each and every person in this country who benefits from a long-time establishment on former Indigenous lands, unceded and unreconciled, that we all have a stake in the outcome here, and we all have something to offer going forward.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in reference to the debate that just took place, I don't believe the Liberal government has passed very many treaties in the last decade. It's almost as if they're slapping themselves on the wrist for not doing their job. So today I rise to oppose Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. The stated aim is better accountability in modern treaty implementation. It sounds attractive, but what this bill really does is create another officer of Parliament and another office, expanding oversight without enforcement, duplication without delivery, and bureaucracy without results. At the heart of this debate is a constitutional first principle. Signing, enacting treaties is the duty of the Crown, the executive, not of Parliament. Our core functions in this House are to debate, scrutinize, and approve spending and to hold the executive to account. Creating an officer of Parliament to hover over executive treaty work veers away from our legislative remit and blurs lines of responsibility. The bill's machinery, appointment, mandate, reviews, audits, tabling, recast a fundamentally executive obligation as a parliamentary oversight project that is a category error. Parliament should enforce accountability through votes, questions, committee scrutiny, and the public accounts process, not by inventing new officers to monitor what ministers should already execute. The honor of the Crown is upheld by action, not by multiplying overseers. Modern treaties are not obscure documents. They are transparent, public accountable instruments that reconcile Aboriginal rights and title with Crown title and give certainty to all parties. They are accessible. Nothing is redacted, and they acknowledge one country, one set of laws, and management plans designed to benefit everyone. My colleague, the MP for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, has noted, modern treaties provide the most transparent and accountable form of reconciliation. Nobody is put at a disadvantage, and their final agreements can be accessed and read by anyone. And the member from the Haisla Nation would know better than most people in this chamber. The bill hands the Commissioner discretion to set priorities, conduct reviews and performance audits, issue findings and recommendations, and table final reports in Parliament. It requires coordination with the Auditor General to avoid duplication and provides access to information and immunity provisions. Yet nowhere, I repeat, nowhere does the bill compel ministers or departments to act when they fail to meet treaty obligations. It is monitoring without muscle. For years, the Auditor General has produced reports detailing implementation delays and fragmented responsibilities. The problem has never been insufficient reporting. The problem has been a lack of ministerial responsibility and follow-through. Adding a new office and more reports will not build a single home, deliver clean water, or move one project to completion. Accountability requires consequences, not another commissioner. If we want real progress, we must return to fundamental ministerial responsibility. We should mandate clarity, require the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations to embed modern treaty implementation milestones in departmental mandates and Treasury Board frameworks, so obligations are not optional but operational. We should have routine reporting to Parliament. The Minister can proactively report to Parliament during routine proceedings, tabling quarterly treaty implementation statements, what has been met, what has been delayed, how each delay will be fixed by specific dates, with supporting documents. This is how Parliament is supposed to exercise its core function, scrutinizing performance and spending in public. We can act on audits. When the Auditor General flags failures already, the Minister should table an action plan, perhaps in 60 days, and committees should hold accountability hearings until commitments are met. There should be consequences for non-performance. Tie senior official performance pay to treaty milestones. Where chronic delays persist, change leadership. Accountability must be felt inside departments, not outsourced to a new office. My colleague from the Haisla Nation emphasizes that overlap issues among First Nations should not be worked out between the affected nations, not left to the courts or government to impose solutions. This is real partnership, respecting Indigenous leadership to resolve boundaries through negotiation rather than litigation. He notes that we need to call out the current government for not living up to its obligations to treaty bands that negotiated in good faith and set out to treaty bands that didn't negotiate in good faith and set out two practical conservative solutions. Number one, government, do your job. Respect and implement treaties. Number two, if a treaty band has an issue with government, come to MPs. Help your representatives amplify your voice. Come to Ottawa. Hold us accountable for what we are here to do. These principles align with ministerial responsibility model. They empower the parties to solve overlaps, require the minister to remove federal roadblocks, and ensure Parliament has the performance lens to see whether the minister has in fact delivered. Consider the bill's architecture. The commissioner appointment and tenure mandate framed around assessing consistency with Crown Auditor and broad objectives, discretion over reviews and audits, reports tabled by speakers and referred to committees, annual and special reports, parliamentary and independent reviews every 10 and 5 and 7 years, consequential amendments adding the office to key statutes. All of this oversight machinery, but no enforcement levers to compel execution of obligations already within our laws. We are proliferating process instead of guaranteeing performance. We are not fixing diffusion over responsibility across departments. We are adding a new layer above it. And by making an officer of Parliament central to executive treaty functions, we are subtly shifting accountability away from ministers and towards an umpire whose principal tool is a report. That is not how we deliver reconciliation. Canadians are facing real affordability pressures. The answers cannot be to grow administrative overhead while frontline outcomes stall. Dollars should flow to delivery, not duplication. If we need transparency, use existing parliamentary tools, committee mandates, order paper questions, supply votes, public accounts, and Auditor General follow-up so performance and spending are scrutinized where they belong. The preamble to Bill C-10 invokes UNDRIP, modern treaties as living documents, and the honour of the Crown. Those are important aspirations, but they are realized only when governments do what they have promised on time and in full, not when we create a new office to monitor yet another delay. Modern treaties do deliver certainty for Indigenous governments, for neighbouring communities, for investors, and for private property owners who need predictable rules. This is reconciliation by results grounded in the rule of law. So Conservatives, of course, we support modern treaties and Indigenous communities seeking to move beyond the paternalistic Indian Act. We will oppose Bill C-10 because it confuses monitoring for delivery. Conservatives will insist on ministerial responsibility, to act on audits, to respect a practical approach, one that leads to real results. Mr. Speaker, the honour of the Crown is not measured by the number of commissioners we appoint. It is measured by promises kept. Modern treaties deserve execution, not another report. For these reasons, I will vote against this bill.
Questions, comments, question, commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, or Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member mentions that Parliament's remit is legislation, but also to holding government to account. And he mentioned many times the Auditor General. I would remind the member that the role of this new commissioner is exactly in parallel with that of the Auditor General. Its job is to inform Parliament to make Parliament more able to hold ministers to account, to hold government to account.
Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Coquitlam for that very good question. And I will note, as I did in my speech, that there are many reports from the Auditor General outlining the issues we already have with implementing treaty rights for Indigenous peoples of Canada. They have never been followed through. The argument I was making throughout my speech is that we don't actually enforce the mandate of the executive, of the Crown, to fulfill treaty obligations. And I don't believe another officer of the Crown, an officer of Parliament will lead us to better objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine-Mistigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and for his explanations. The question I want to ask, because the Bloc Québécois is for this bill, we think it provides a tool to parliamentarians to put pressure on the executive if there isn't respect of obligations. And I understand what he's saying. We could expect the government to do its work and use members to put pressure. But there's the example of the Auditor General of Canada. She allowed us to find out in October that when we called the Canada Revenue Agency, there was an answer only in 17% of cases. So why doesn't he think it would be helpful to have a tool for parliamentarians. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Abbotsford.
Speaker, and I think what lies behind my opposition to this is that we as individual members of Parliament have so much power than I think almost any of us ever even attempt to exercise. All of the powers outlined in C10 or the actions of the commissioner, if this bill is successful, the officer of Parliament, would be doing what we as members of Parliament already can do. So if we care about seeing treaties operationalized, and in the context of British Columbia, this is so important right now. We have to devote ourselves as MPs first and foremost to holding that minister accountable. We can do that through the tools we have already. It's up to us, the elected people. We shouldn't dismiss our responsibilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
I want to thank my honourable member for his passionate speech, and I can feel his frustration with regards to what has gone on. My question to him is, does he see a pattern over the last 10 years? This is just an extenuation of what's gone on with having non-accountable things that are not being accounted for when they come into dealing with certain things, specifically in the Indian Act, and how is this going to make anything better on that?
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, I wish I was standing here today and the Minister of Indigenous Services was before Parliament and said, I've signed multiple treaties. It's going to empower young Indigenous Canadians to start businesses, to have access to their resources, to have better certainty for home ownership. But we're not there, and we haven't seen any of that in the last decade. That's unfortunate. I don't believe in establishing another officer of Parliament because it will lead to more red tape. Again, in the last 10 years, there's been no treaty signed. Why not? Where has the minister been? The minister hasn't done their job.
Very brief question. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, or Medonte.
I fought for you.
Very brief then. I just want to ask the member on this side, after hearing his great speech, why do you oppose this commissioner?
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the establishment of another officer of Parliament because it degrades the work that we should be doing as members of Parliament, and it doesn't take concrete action to hold the minister accountable for their responsibilities to sign treaties. There is no consequence for not signing treaties in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise. And once again, I'd just like to take at the top 30 seconds to thank the wonderful people of Northumberland and Clark for sending me here again for a third time. It's a privilege of a lifetime and an honour of a lifetime to work for them here in the House of Commons. Of course, we're here today to talk about Bill C-10. I will go over it relatively briefly, as there has been a debate already existing on this very important bill. But Bill C-10 establishes the Independent Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation as an agent of Parliament. It creates the Office of Commissioner to support this role. The mandate of the Commissioner will be to conduct reviews and performance audits on the federal government's institutions' activities related to implementing modern treaties, comprehensive land claims, and self-government agreements with Indigenous peoples post-1970s. Monitor and report on how well the federal government fulfills its obligations, commitments, and relationships under these treaties. It will aim to promote the accountability, rebuild trust between the Crown and modern treaty partners, Indigenous groups, and self-governing First Nations. Address long-standing, some more than 20 years in many cases, for better oversight and implementation of treaty promises. The Commissioner would report to the findings of Parliament and helping to ensure the government's actions would align with their treaty obligations. The Commissioner does not have the enforcement powers and will focus on independent reviews, auditing, reporting, rather than direct intervention. So, of course, Conservatives support modern treaties, but Whereas if you've been reviewing the debate, I think my comments will be squarely within the Conservative argument. Of course, we believe in these debates, but we believe in these treaties, but we believe ultimately in enforcement, that the government needs to just take action to rectify wrongs as opposed to having another level of bureaucracy. Let's face it, after a decade of Liberal rule, if agencies and bureaucrats and offices were to create solutions, we would be living in the best economy in the world. The reality is, despite the Prime Minister's promises, we lag near the bottom, we languish near the bottom of the G7 economy. This despite many different government agencies. We have a housing agency, we have a National Projects Office, and I might just take a moment to pause to discuss the National Projects Office. I work closely with my Liberal counterparts to to legislate the creation of the National Projects Office. But here we are, nearly a year later, at least 8 months later, and we have not, as of yet, seen any projects approved. We have, because of an order paper question, we know that the government has spent close to $1 million, probably more than $1 million, because that answer is a little dated now, and yet no projects have yet to be approved. We have a pattern over the last 10 years of which the quote-unquote new government is continuing the ways of the quote-unquote old government of, if in fact there is a problem, create a new government office. Ronald Reagan once said, the closest thing to eternal life in this world is a government office. And despite the fact that we don't have results, we just get more and more of these government offices to spend more tax dollars without getting results. And in fact, in some cases, actually, the exact opposite of the outcome that we want here, which is, of course, the administration of treaties in accordance with legislation, in accordance with the path towards truth and reconciliation. The exact opposite can occur because as we build more and more and more bureaucracies, the truth gets more and more obscured. What we need to do is to hold the civil servants accountable. That starts with the government, quite frankly. We need parliamentarians to step up and not be afraid to criticize their own government, not be afraid to criticize the actions of their civil servants, and to hold those civil servants accountable as if they are not putting in place the necessary actions and steps of the treaty as we go forward. But I continue on. When we look, once again, Conservatives support treaty rights in the process of reconciliation with Canada's First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. In the span of 6 years, the former Conservative government negotiated 5 modern treaties. The Liberals have negotiated none in the 10 years in office. The Office of the Auditor General has conducted over 24 reports, including audits since 2005 into treaty negotiations and matters that affect Indigenous people. Rather than demanding accountability from Ottawa knows best bureaucrats, the Liberals propose creating new layers of bureaucracy and spending more money at a time when Canadians can ill afford it. And I might say it's particularly a poor time to direct funds that could go directly towards the implementation of treaties. It could go directly towards helping and assisting First Nations, for example, making sure that every Indigenous child has access to clean drinking water. This was a pledge made in 2015 by this Liberal government. They said that they would commit to this in the next 5 years, that within 5 years, every Indigenous child would have access to clean drinking water. Here we are in 2026, and that pledge still has not been made good. The first step towards truth and reconciliation is the truth part. The second part is living up to our promises, living up to our commitments. If we commit to anyone that we are going to do something, it is at the very basis of human nature, of any type of code of morality, from any religion or any secular code you want. You need to live up to that commitment. We are here in 2026 talking about a promise that was made in 2015. Before implementing another government level, another level of bureaucracy, how about we just do this? Why don't we just live up to the promises that we have made in this House to First Nations peoples. We can see that this is too often. Whenever the Liberals see a problem, they see a government agency they need to create. In fact, the Liberals should look back at their own track record. Between 2015 and 2017 alone, they created a web of entities: the Modern Treaties Implementation Office, Assessment of Modern Treaty Implementations Office, Performance Networks, Oversight Committees, and Reconciliation Secretariat. And yet, this government has a very poor record when it comes to modern treaty interpretation and enforcement. This government is, quite frankly, not getting it done. The answer is not another level of bureaucracy. It is not another set of regulations. It is simply the same thing that I'm sure that all parliamentarians try to instill into their children, that when they make a promise, that they live up to that promise. And that's what this government has to do. And no matter how many levels of bureaucracy you stack on, that does not necessarily mean that those promises will be lived up to. What we require are ministers and senior officials who take ownership of their legal duties and processes, whether under modern treaties, self-government agreements, or historical agreements. A commissioner will not change the culture. Accountability will. And in fact, I might say that I have written letters to multiple ministers, several on local Indigenous issues. Of course, the great First Nation of Alderville is within the boundaries of Northumberland Clark riding, and they have forwarded issues, and I have still not had a response to those issues. So for these ministers, the idea that instead of responding to the Parliament, the accountability that exists in this House, they're just going to try and obscure and move things over to another bureaucracy. Look over there. We don't want this responsibility. We don't want this accountability. Instead, we're going to put it over on another bureaucracy that will, without doubt, spend millions, if not more, of Canadian taxpayer dollars without actually making life for Indigenous peoples any better. We need to have a government that lives up to its promises and truly walks us down the path of truth and reconciliation and makes life better for all Canadians, that makes life better for all Indigenous peoples, that makes life better for all children across the land, and make sure that every Indigenous child has access to clean drinking water. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I note that the member is concerned that there's no enforcement capability in this agency. Also, at the same time, bewailing the, what he considers a creation of a bureaucracy. I would suggest that if there were enforcement incorporated in this, it would mandate an enormous bureaucracy. In truth, there is no bureaucracy really around this position. This is all about using the bureaucracy, if you will, of the House of Commons, this place, to hold the government to account. The role of this agency is to be a tool of Parliament, so Parliament can be kept informed on an ongoing live basis of situations that need its action, so that the House can hold the government to account.
Yeah, member for Northumberland Clark.
The head of those bureaucracy is the minister. If the minister feels as though they are not getting results, they should walk down the office and fire them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I think the new office is useful because it can provide information on how treaties are respected. However, I wonder if it would be a good thing, according to my colleague, for there to be a coercive power to ensure treaties are respected.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
If government officials are not respecting the treaties, then the minister, through accountability, has to hold those folks responsible. If that means finding new people, then do it. If that means firing people who are not actioning the implementation of treaties, then do it.
Questions, comments? The member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, this debate is kind of centered around accountability in terms of the minister or the government not honoring or respecting treaties. And yet it's already written into the provisions. One of the most powerful, most senior institutions that the government has is the Auditor General that says the government should respect treaties. And the government ignores that. There's oversight committees that have been talking exactly about what is contemplated in this bill. And the government ignores that. So to my colleague, I do agree. But does this add or take away from the frustrations that First Nations are experiencing in treaty bands today?
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Well, quite frankly, the member would be in a much better position to answer his question than I am. But what I would say is that from my experience talking to the First Nations who are located within the riding of Northumberland, one of their big frustrations is the fact that they can't get answers. They get pushed on from one bureaucrat to another bureaucrat. They seek nation-to-nation communications. They seek clarity, and they seek answers. They don't need another bureaucracy. They don't need another federal office.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The member for Hamilton West Lancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite. Listening to multiple speeches today, it seems like the main objection is that this creates an additional bureaucracy, but it's ignoring the fact that this is actually built in consultation, in collaboration with Indigenous leaders and Indigenous rights holders. So what would the member say to those Indigenous rights holders who are asking for this legislation? Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
I go back to the original point, is the fact that the ministers have the ability to set in place the accountability and responsibility within existing legislation. Let's have a culture of accountability and responsibility. Let's implement the treaties, and let's walk down. In fact, let's run down the path of truth and reconciliation.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a great nation. I think all of us can agree on that. And we and those who have came before us have worked to build a country that all Canadians can feel proud to be part of. But we are not perfect. We have not always lived up to our ideals as a nation. And one area in which we have fallen short is when it comes to our obligations to our Indigenous people. Our nation is a relatively young one. The relationship with Indigenous people predates the establishment of Canada as an independent country, with the First Nation negotiating treaties with the British Crown. With Confederation, Canada took on the responsibility for those agreements, agreeing to hold up our end of the bargain. Too often, we have not lived up to our commitments, observing neither the spirit nor the letter of law. I hope that we have learned from past mistakes and that the distrust in the relationships between Canada, Indigenous people, and those who came here later can be mended. According to the Canadian Encyclopedia, and I quote, Indigenous treaties in Canada are constitutionally recognized agreements between the Crown and the Indigenous peoples. Most of these agreements describe exchanges where Indigenous nations agree to share some of their interests in the ancestral lands in return for various payments and promises. On a deeper level, treaties are sometimes understood, particularly by Indigenous people, as sacred covenants between nations that establish a relationship between those for whom Canada is an ancient homeland and those whose family roots lie in other countries. Treaties, therefore, form the constitutional and moral basis of alliance between Indigenous peoples and Canada. End quote. In our fact-based world, we are sometimes uncomfortable with the idea of anything has a moral basis. The idea of morality, of something being intrinsically right or wrong, seem to have gone out of fashion in some circles, which may be why the Liberals have introduced this legislation. Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act, By creating a new position and accompanying bureaucracy, the Liberals are attempting to deflect from the fact that they have not lived up to their moral obligations. Instead of doing what is right, they are trying to deflect attention away from what they are not doing. That's it. They are not living up to their responsibilities under the treaties signed with First Nations. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada called on the federal government to renew or establish treaty relationships based on principles of mutual recognition, mutual respect, and shared responsibility for maintaining those relationships into the future. In order for that to happen, the Liberals must first admit that they have failed to respect the treaties between our countries and its First Nations. On October 21st, the Auditor General released a report on First Nations as a follow-up to 6 previous audits done since the Liberals formed government in 2015. Those audits covered a range of programs important to the health and well-being of First Nations communities, including programs providing access to primary health care, emergency management services, and safe drinking water. Despite Indigenous Services Canada's increasing its program spending by 84% in the past 6 years, there remain significant challenges in improving services and outcomes for First Nations communities. For example, there are 9 communities with drinking water advisories that have been in place for a decade or longer. How can this be acceptable in Canada in 2025? Whatever happened to Justin Trudeau's promise in 2015 to end drinking water advisories? Sadly, his words seem like more hollow promises, cynically uttered by Liberals to gain votes, knowing that they would not deliver on their promises. According to the Auditor General, Indigenous Services Canada has made unsatisfactory progress in addressing the needs identified in previous reports. 53% of those issues are not resolved. Do the Liberals understand that their failure in this matter, instead of ensuring that the identified needs of Indigenous communities are being met, they are now proposing to create more bureaucracy? We do not need a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. We need a government that understands the need of Canadians and lives up to its commitment to them. It shouldn't take another bureaucracy or bureaucrat to ensure Canada does the right thing. It shouldn't take another bureaucrats to ensure Canada lives up to its treaty commitments. Keeping our word used to be a Canadian value. Why does this government think it is necessary to invent a new bureaucracy to ensure it keeps its words? Is it that the Liberals are so used to making promises and then not keeping them, and they need someone to keep them in line? We need to live to our treaty obligations. We shouldn't need a new government department to do that. It is important to note that this proposed commissioner would deal solely with the modern treaties between Canada and our First Nations. The modern treaty era began in 1973 after a Supreme Court of Canada decision which recognized Indigenous rights for first time. The decision led to the first modern treaty, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, since 1975. Now, signed in 1975, and since then, Canada has negotiated and signed 26 treaties with the Indigenous groups in Canada, 18 of which contain self-government provisions or associated several self-government agreements. Before 2000, modern treaties were negotiated in the form of comprehensive land claim agreements, and only a few modern treaty partners negotiated self-government agreements separately. Since 2000, all modern treaties have included provisions for self-government. The federal government and modern treaty partners co-developed Canada's collaborative model treaty implementation policy in 2023. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support the treaty rights and the process of reconciliation with Canada's First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We recognize that more needs to be done to advance those rights, which include self-determination and self-government. Conservatives under former Prime Minister Harper negotiated 5 modern treaties in the span of 6 years. In more than a decade, the Liberals have negotiated none, with 70 Indigenous groups currently negotiating with the government. True reconciliation comes with meeting our commitments to Canada's First Nations. We shouldn't need a new level of bureaucracy to make sure that as a nation we keep the agreements we sign. The Auditor General has pointed out where we are failing in our treatment of Indigenous peoples. Years are going by and problems aren't being solved. No wonder reconciliation seems no closer than it was a decade ago. Rather than demanding accountability from Ottawa knows best bureaucrats, the Liberals are proposing to create a new layers of bureaucracy, which of course means spending more money at a time where Canadians can ill afford it. There's no need for this bill. Rather than create a commissioner for modern treaty implementation, why don't the ministers and their departments responsible for treaty negotiation and implementation do their jobs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I think that if we take a look in terms of what it is Indigenous communities themselves would like to see and the support to having an independent officer of the House of Commons seems to be a very strong step forward, both in terms of reconciliation and holding a higher sense of accountability and transparency. Why doesn't the Conservative Party support that independence in terms of that agent being answerable to the Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
I think appointing bureaucrats to do what? There's no results being delivered from this government as far as this file. So if there's nothing that has been done or no progress has been made in the last 10 years, what's the point of appointing someone? It's just to add another bureaucracy? I don't think the community is looking for that. The community is looking for action, looking for result, and unless those results are delivered, there's no point of adding another bureaucracy.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you. We have witnessed First Nations coming out strongly in support of this bill because it would create a watchdog agency that could do research, carry out audits, and ensure the government upholds modern treaties. I think that the Commissioner for Modern Treaties should have a coercive power. What does my colleague think of that?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I think the debate here is between delivering results or showing signals that really cannot deliver anything to the people. There's no debate about what, the community wants results. They want more action. They want to see that things are progressing properly, and then some of the issues that the community is facing need to be resolved. That's what they're looking for, and I think the debate is how to approach that. In our opinion, as Conservative Party of Canada, is that we need to see result, and we need to make sure that the people responsible, the Minister and his department responsible for these files, to really do their jobs.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech on the Bill C-10. He couldn't have outlined it better. Really what we are looking for from this government is a bit of action on a whole host of things. And this bill, again, is just this adding of bureaucracy. Instead of getting the government out of the way, instead of doing the things that they say they're going to do, much the same way as they say they were going to build pipelines and then don't build pipelines. They say they're going to build national infrastructure plans at speeds unseen before, and we're not seeing this. Once again, we see the relationship with the First Nations in this country. This is just an appeasement, a smoke and mirrors kind of thing. So I'm wondering if the member has any more comments on that.
No, member for Edmonton Manning.
Yes, I thank my honourable member, our colleague, for the question. Basically, in the last decade, this government has not negotiated any single treaty with the Indigenous community. That tells you a lot. There are 70 groups right now negotiating with the government, and we're going to continue negotiating and negotiating and negotiating. But no one, especially the government, showing any result. They're not showing us the true stuff at what they're doing. And unless we reach that point, it's really pointless to continue developing bureaucracy after bureaucracy. I believe the community is looking for action. They're looking for result, and that's what the Conservative Party is standing on this issue.
We have time for a brief question. I'll member for Courtney Alberni, about 40 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to disagree about the importance of having implementation of this commissioner to hold government to account. Often treaties have been signed and those agreements have not been implemented. It's been uneven, inconsistent, and ignored. And we heard this morning from Chief John Jack from Huu-ay-aht First Nation, from Chief Wilfred Coots from Uchucklacet. They're calling for this commissioner to hold government to account to ensure that when treaties signed, that it's actually implemented. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is why are the Conservatives going against the calls to action by Indigenous peoples in this country who want to work nation to nation and proceed to support their people and build a better, healthier Canada?
Member for Edmonton Manning, a very brief response.
Thank you for the question. In our parliamentary system that we have in our democracy, I believe that the parliament should keep the government in line. If we need to add another layers and layers to keep the government in place, I mean, what are we doing here? Why are we here? Why are we here? We're here to represent the people and defend their rights, and I think we should have power. The parliament have enough power to do that, not a new bureaucracy over and over.
Hear, hear.
Order. Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight, at the time of adjournment, are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the budget. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, natural resources.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today we're talking about an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. What's it going to do? Well, the enactment provides for the appointment of a Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation. The Commissioner's job will be to conduct reviews and performance audits of the activities of the government related to implementation of modern treaties, or rather, the government's failure to implement treaties. The failure that the Office of the Auditor General and another agency of Parliament has pointed out in numerous reports for years. The Auditor General has been shouting from the treetops that the government must take the treaty process seriously. And for 10 years, the Liberals have done nothing. They've dragged their feet. Now, admittedly, this is not a problem that of just the last 10 years has been brewing since the early days of Confederation as Canada as a nation, but I must highlight that under the Conservative government of Stephen Harper, Canada negotiated 5 modern treaties. And since then, the last 10 years, 0. That's the problem. Now, the need to expedite treaties, as I said, goes back to the early days of our history, the 1850s in British Columbia, when the British Crown claimed sovereignty over Vancouver Island and British Columbia mainland, what we now call BC, British Columbia. There were some early treaties under Governor James Douglas, the Douglas Treaties over Vancouver Island. But after that, subsequent governors and colonial legislatures dropped the ball. Now, in 1871, British Columbia became part of Canadian Confederation, 1871. And at that time, the federal government took over some of the responsibility for treaty negotiations under Section 91 of the British North America Act. But they too dropped the ball. And that's continuing right now. The Liberals are continuing not to pick up the ball, not to run with it. What are they doing? Well, they're hiding behind this new legislation. We're going to appoint a commissioner to take a look at all of this to see why things haven't been happening. Another unnecessary bill by a government that is lacking creativity. And, Mr. Speaker, it is becoming a crisis. The recent decision of British Columbia Supreme Court of the Cowichan Tribe case underlines what happens when the Crown doesn't follow through with its commitments to respect Indigenous rights. What do we get? We get community unrest. We get economic uncertainty. We get confusion. So what did the judge say? Well, in that case, she said that Aboriginal title supersedes or is superior to fee simple title. That's a basic form of land ownership that everyone understands, and that forms the very basis of our modern capitalist system, our economy, our banking system, our financial security, our home ownership, our retirement planning. It's all based on the concept of fee simple. But now, people and businesses in the Richmond area, where these lands are, and right across the whole province, are worried that their fee simple title isn't as secure as they thought it was. And what's important too is that banks and financial institutions are also starting to doubt the indefeasibility of fee simple title. We've heard of some big real estate deals collapsing on account of banks feeling nervous. The provincial government steps forward and says, "Oh well, we'll guarantee those loans." Well, that's not the solution. The solution is to deal properly and effectively with their First Nations people and enter into treaties. Now, the land at the center of this dispute is not in some remote area of British Columbia where the land is still owned by the Crown. No, it is right in the heart of Metro Vancouver. There's commercial properties there, shopping malls, residential neighborhoods, even a jet fuel tank station supplying nearby Vancouver International Airport. Quite frankly, Vancouver cannot operate without these lands staying pretty much exactly the way they are. So we have a very big problem. So what's the solution? Well, this speech isn't about how to resolve the Cowichan lands challenges. I have some ideas, but that's not what we're talking about. Today we're talking about how do we go forward by implementing modern day treaties so that we avoid ongoing issues like this and the economic uncertainty that arises from it. I raise this case only to point out how important it is, how urgent it is that we move forward. And as in throughout BC, there's a lot of work to be done. I'm thinking of other Metro Vancouver First Nations communities in highly urbanized areas, like the Kwantlen First Nations community and my home community, Fort Langley, or the Katzie First Nation in the northern part of my community, or the Semiahmoo in neighboring White Rock. None of these have treaties, and they are losing confidence in the treaty process. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the debate. People in my home province are concerned. But it's not all negative. There is good news. In British Columbia, there have been some notable success stories in the ongoing quest to implement modern treaties. I want to talk about the Tsawwassen First Nations settlement of 2009. The Tsawwassen First Nations land, like the Cowichan land, is in Metro Vancouver. It's surrounded by very valuable land. It's close to the Port of Vancouver, the BC Ferry Terminal. There's a lot of good farmland there as well. And this is one of the 5 modern treaties that were successfully negotiated during the Harper years. And it is a leading example of what can be done in an urbanized setting. The treaty transferred 724 hectares of land to the Tsawwassen First Nation community, which they now hold in fee simple, something that they can take to the bank, something that they could not have done under the Indian Act. And the Tsawwassen First Nation community is acting on that. They have developed the land so that it is bringing prosperity to their community. They have a couple of very large shopping malls and industrial properties supporting the nearby port. And there's still lots of farmland available. Of the 724 hectares, I believe 500 is still farmland. This is very rich farmland being right in the Fraser River estuary to support Canadian food security and sovereignty. So, Mr. Speaker, we have 2 examples coming out of British Columbia, one very good one, the Tsawwassen First Nation, and one not so good, the Cowichan Tribes case, although I suppose the latter might also be a good example of what could go wrong and underlying the urgency of moving forward. So, with the time that I have left, I want to get back to the main topic, and that is Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. Now, people who were expecting that this bill was actually going to accelerate the treaty process in British Columbia and throughout Canada will be disappointed. This bill is simply about setting up a new bureaucracy to keep an eye on existing bureaucracies that have failed time and again to get the job done. Well, in my years of in this Parliament, I have observed time and again how the Liberals act. Their politics is performative politics. They want to appear to be doing something about whatever is being debated in Parliament of the day, the issues of the period. So, major projects being held up because of federal bureaucracy and getting in the way. Well, let's set up a major projects office. Or housing is unaffordable and new houses aren't being built. Well, we've got an office for that too. And now, Indigenous treaty rights aren't being respected. Well, let's set up a commission. Well, Mr. Speaker, not necessary. They may appear to be doing something, but in fact, this bill does very little to move the needle forward. I have just 3 words for the Liberals. Do your job. Stop the performative art, stop preening in front of the cameras, roll up your sleeves, and finally, for once, do the hard stuff. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do find it somewhat unfortunate that Conservatives do not understand nor appreciate the importance of having an agent of Parliament being assigned in this area. I think it does wonders in terms of everything from the modern-day treaties, also in that whole movement towards reconciliation. And I think that they're underestimating the importance of reconciliation by not necessarily supporting Bill C-10. Does the member believe that there's any connection between reconciliation and, in fact, having the idea of having an agent of Parliament to deal with modern-day treaties?
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his question. Indeed, we already have an agent that is responsible for that. It's called the Auditor General. And the unfortunate part is that the Liberals have not been taking the reports from the Office of the Auditor General seriously in many matters, but also when they comment on their lack of action on Indigenous rights and settling treaties that should have been done a long, long time ago. Time to do your job.
Again, just a reminder to address the comments through the chair. I thank the member. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the representatives from that side of the House, the government, claim to think that the Conservatives have no idea on what we're really talking about, when really what we're talking about is accountability. I was a chief councillor. I was a chairman of the treaty negotiations. I was actually part of the Summit. The Summit is an advocacy group based out of Vancouver of all chief negotiators. I know of the 6 oversight committee members, the committees that are actually fighting for basic accountability. There's the Auditor General, the highest, most powerful, basically non-political group in Canada that's been telling government you got to respect treaties. The only group in this House that doesn't respect accountability for treaty implementation is the government. So would my colleague agree that basically there's enough provisions in the treaty as well as organizations that are demanding accountability from the government and treaty implementation?
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, good. I would like to thank my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley for that very important question. I want to congratulate him on the work that he has done with the Haisla First Nations and others in British Columbia for advancing Indigenous reconciliation. Thank you very much for that. As for accountability, you know, the auditor, he pointed out correctly that the Auditor General is the ultimate holder to accountability of the government, and that office is being ignored. I predict that the Liberal government will ignore what this commissioner says. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
We heard again this morning about the uneven, inconsistent, and sometimes ignored implementation of the treaty process. And we've heard from the nations wanting this treaty commissioner to absolutely ensure the treaty implementation happens. Now, we hear Conservatives say, well, that's a waste of money. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what's costly is not implementing treaty, because when treaties are implemented, that is creating jobs. Those nations want to participate in the economy. They want to move forward. Now, we hear also from Conservatives all the time that the government should have done more. Absolutely, the government should do more. But so should the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Conservatives admit that they need to ask more questions when it comes to Indigenous issues in this place as the official opposition.
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, good. I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia for that question. Indeed, it's the government's job to implement these treaties. As the opposition, our job is to hold the government to account, as it is that member's responsibility as well. We need to, for the Conservatives to form government. I'm thinking of the Harper days when we actually did get the job done. It can be done, and we're waiting for this government to finally take action, get the job done.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la suivante.
Ms. Alty, seconded Mrs. Shell, moves that Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand we'll just be carrying it on division, please.
Carried on division? Yeah. Agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. And I see the Honourable Member's rising on a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to check the House, you'll find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:41 so we could get into the late show.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. It being 6:41 p.m. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Order. We still are proceeding. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on the adjournment proceedings. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Late shows never come so early. I'm rising tonight to raise an issue that initially I put before the House December 9th of 2025. I'm rather proud of the fact that I seem to be the first member of Parliament to have put on public record, and hopefully people notice, and yes, there is a growing coalition that wants to raise awareness of the issue I first raised here on December 9th, which is Division 5 of within Omnibus Budget Bill C-15, which at over 600 pages takes a while to read and get through and to study. So I want to categorically put it on the record right now that I see no sign that the Conservatives are filibustering Bill C-15, the Omnibus Budget Bill. It takes a while to study a Budget Implementation Act of over 600 pages, and I also believe that since the bill was put on for first reading November 18th, there is no sign of delay since the House, by unanimous consent with my objection, adjourned a day early, December 11th. We've only been back a little while. 600 pages plus, changing 20 different laws takes some time. But the most egregious section of it, I maintain, as I did on December 9th, is the section that says that a minister can, on personal discretion, deciding it's in the public interest, exempt the application of any Canadian law except the criminal code from the application of a law within their area of jurisdiction, and that they will make this public not immediately, not soon, but according to the Act, as soon as it is feasible, with no time limit on that. Since the time that people have become alarmed about this, there has been testimony before committee because just as we just did, we passed at second reading Bill C-15 on division, which means we didn't have a recorded vote, which is why I had to, I haven't been able to state on the record that I can't possibly vote for the Budget Implementation Act as currently drafted with the sections that are found in Division 5. Since then, because it did pass on division to second reading, it has gone to the Finance Committee and other committees for study. And I found it interesting in going over the witnesses put forward, the ways on which they're trying to justify this extraordinary power grab to individual ministers to exempt any entity from the operation of Canadian law except for the criminal code. Now, the defense of this, and at first the defense of this provision first started with the response from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, who answered, and said that because Canada has, quote, I'll quote from the Parliamentary Secretary's response, world-class innovators and entrepreneurs, we need to build the strongest economy, we are reducing red tape because Division 5 of Bill C-15 is to amend the Red Tape Reduction Act. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said as part of this process, quote, we are reducing red tape to broaden the use of something called regulatory sandboxes to help foster and spur research and innovation. Now, since that time, Mr. Speaker, the concept of regulatory sandboxes was expanded upon by the witnesses from the Treasury Board before the committee. Now, the witnesses put forward that there were misconceptions, I'll quote them, misconceptions in the public domain, and they wanted to explain all that because what they said to the committee was that regulatory sandboxes, quote, are a well-established governmental tool to allow testing of innovative products. Where does this well-established governmental tool come from, and where is it defined? Well, even after going back to amend the Red Tape Reduction Act, C-15 doesn't include any definition of regulatory sandbox.
I do have to interrupt for the honourable member and proceed to the response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Island for an important question. As our economy pivots and modernizes, it's important to appreciate the fact that existing regulation may not fit the needs of new and emerging technologies. And this can cause significant delays or even stop new products or services from entering the Canadian marketplace. Doing so can hamper Canadian entrepreneurship, innovation, reduce competition, and makes life less affordable for Canadians. That's why, in order to help regulation keep pace with innovation, our government committed in Budget 2025 to expand the use of regulatory sandboxes through amendments to the Red Tape Reduction Act. As you know, regulatory sandboxes are commonly used devices that permit a new product or services to be tested in the marketplace under a temporary set of rules and controlled by regulatory supervision. This can help regulators safely decide whether to make any permanent regulatory changes to how that product or services should be regulated. Our government is of the view that regulatory sandboxes will help support economic growth, reduce red tape, and improve Canada's investment environment by permitting new products, new technologies to get to market in both a safe and efficient manner. However, the concerns raised by the member opposite are valid. I would like to reassure my honourable colleague that it will not be the Wild West. There will be guardrails in place. Indeed, the government has included safeguards in both legislation and supporting policy to ensure regulatory sandboxes are used responsively and consistently across the government. Our goal is to protect the economy, environment, and welfare of Canadians in the use of regulatory sandboxes. Bill C-15 will not allow ministers to exempt any person or business from any federal law for broad policy purpose. For example, legislation includes several safeguards, including providing clear time limits for exemption, requiring exemptions be in the public interest, requiring that public health, public safety, and the environment be protected, limiting exemption to individual entities, exempting entire sectors of an industry or fast-tracking entire major project is not within the scope. This legislation also includes explicit transparency and accountability requirement, which will allow for continued oversight and prevent executive overreach. Minister must publish exception orders and explanation of the decision-making process while protecting confidential business information as required by law. Furthermore, the President of the Treasury Board must table an annual report in Parliament listing all exemption orders issued in the previous fiscal year, the rationale for each, and the ministers responsible. This oversight mechanism ensures Parliament is informed and able to scrutinize the use of these authorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to watch the clock carefully because I can't possibly take apart even the conditions, so-called, that are found at subsection 3A through E on page 301 of this bill. They are highly discretionary. It does no such thing as create guardrails. It may create small children waving by the side of the road. It is not a piece of legislation that is well drafted, nor do we have any of these terms defined. Public interest, regulatory sandbox, the minister is allowed to work within their own discretion, and furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the transparency could be as much as a year after the exemption has been granted that a federal law doesn't have to be obeyed. I would prefer better drafting, Mr. Speaker. I urge the government to amend C-15. If they mean what they have their Treasury Board Secretariat say in committee, they ought to have drafted it to say so.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, ministers could not use these provisions to exempt themselves or others from obligation under statutes, for example, like the Conflict of Interest Act. The authorities apply only to laws within a minister's portfolio and only for the purpose of testing and innovating under regulatory supervision. Nor is it intended to bypass important protections and lead to regulatory changes that compromise safety or environmental standards. Mr. Speaker, regulatory sandboxes are a valuable tool. We will use them to support innovation and to help grow our economy, make it more competitive by creating environments and processes for a company to grow in a way that continues to protect the best interests of the Canadian workers, consumers, businesses, the public, and the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Canada needs a pipeline. We are a sovereign, resource-rich nation. We produce energy the world wants. And yet, instead of building the infrastructure that would allow us to sell that energy at full value, the Prime Minister has tied our economic future to a net zero framework so complex, so conditional, that we are assured it will take forever and cost the max. It goes without saying, approving a nation-building pipeline is not the responsibility of the NDP Premier of BC. It's a federal responsibility, and it rests squarely on the Prime Minister's desk. But let's be clear about what's happening in the background. I want to demonstrate that by following a Canadian dollar, one loonie, through the system as it now stands under this Prime Minister. So let's follow it through the Pathways Carbon Capture Project, which the Prime Minister has attached as a condition to the pipeline Canadians so badly need. First, the carbon capture project itself is risky. It's massive. It's expensive. It's not about affordability. It's about net zero ideology once again. In a normal market, investors look at that and say, too much risk and no return. Since the free market's not interested in these mega expensive net zero projects the Prime Minister wants so badly, what happens next? Government steps in and sweetens the deal. This is called de-risking. Ottawa offers investment tax credits, it builds guarantees and backstops, it creates funds designed to absorb losses if things go sideways to ensure there's little risk for the project investor. In plain language, the government says to the investor, don't worry. If this doesn't work out the way you hoped, the taxpayer will carry part of the risk. And right there, our humble little loony transmogrifies, as Calvin and Hobbes would say. It changes from a free market loony into an insurance loony. It moves onto the taxpayer's tab. And here's where Canadians should really stop and pay attention. There's talk that our retirement savings could now be part of this. The Prime Minister talks as though pension savings could be a tool for government's nation-building agenda. But is that what Canadians voted for? Did they elect him to find a clever way into the CPP cookie jar? Every paycheck from teachers, public servants, even the translators working right now to ensure my words are heard in French, includes a mandatory deduction for their retirement. That's your money, and it was deliberately placed out of politicians' reach years ago, supported by the Conservatives, precisely so they could not redirect Canadians' retirement savings towards political priorities. Pension funds were designed to be protected from political interference. Their job is to invest responsibly, not to chase ideological projects dressed up as policy. And here's my key point. We know that if a project is too risky, it shouldn't qualify for pension investment. But with fancy footwork, this government could de-risk it on the back of the taxpayer, and suddenly the project looks safe enough on paper. The spreadsheet improves, projected returns stabilize, not because the risk disappeared, but because middle-class Canadians are now holding the bag. When things go sideways, who carries the risk? Public dollars will absorb losses. The middle-class family in the form of taxes and inflation. That loonie quietly shrinks in purchasing power. This is ultimately a question of integrity and fairness. In a free market, risk and reward go hand in hand. Those who take the risk bear the consequences, good or bad. That connection creates discipline, and it forces careful decisions. But when the government alters that relationship and stacks the deck, someone loses. So my question is this. When will the Prime Minister stop hiding behind inflationary, ideological, expensive preconditions and approve a pipeline to get to the Pacific to let Canadians get full value for the resources we have in abundance?
Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're committed to making Canada an energy superpower, both clean and conventional energy, while protecting our environment, including northern BC coast, and respecting Indigenous rights, something we didn't hear in the member's elocution. So far, our government has not received a proposal for the project being referenced by the member opposite. If this pipeline is to be considered, just like with any other project, our government is committed to robust consultation with Indigenous people. We've been clear that Indigenous people must benefit from our efforts to get major projects built faster. Last summer, the Building Canada Act was passed, an important step toward increasing certainty surrounding infrastructure and natural resources projects. The Major Project Office is streamlining federal approval processes to accelerate the completion of major projects. These projects include ports, transmission line, critical mineral projects, and both clean and conventional projects. In the Building Canada Act, we emphasize one of the criteria should advance the interest of Indigenous people. Today, many of the projects referred to the Major Project Office include Indigenous communities as partners with ownership stakes and cooperation agreement. This includes the Red Chris Mine expansion in northwest BC, which is being developed in partnership with the Tahltan Nation. It includes the Iqaluit Hydro Project in Nunavut, a 100% Inuit-owned renewable energy project. It includes Canada's Nickel Crawford project in Northern Ontario, with agreements having been signed with the Matagami, Matachewan, and Flying Post First Nation for early employment opportunity and long-term economic benefits. These nation-building projects show how Indigenous partnership with government and industry are unlocking Canada's potential, making Canada an energy superpower while honoring Indigenous rights. This effort is bringing jobs in our communities across the country, higher wage to Canadian workers, and creating opportunities for Indigenous people. Our government is increasingly regulatory certainty, attracting capital, protecting our industry from dependence on American export as we face this trade war imposed on us by the United States. As part of this work, we concluded an historic memorandum of understanding with Alberta. It is based on concrete solutions, more rigorous and effective industrial carbon pricing, significant private sector investment in clean technology, and responsible energy development for workers and communities. This MOU will bring about, as the member mentioned, the Pathways Project, a massive carbon capture project reducing emission across the oil sector as we work towards net zero by 2050. When it comes to the West Coast Pipeline, I understand the government of Alberta has begun consultation with Indigenous right holders. Premier Danielle Smith already stated that Kitimat is no longer being considered as one of the options for this pipeline project. Important discussions have already been held with Premier David Eby, who expressed openness to such a project if the conditions are met. Our approach is based on collaboration with Indigenous people, Alberta, and British Columbia. It is about working together to get projects built faster, with certainty, creating jobs, and strengthening our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Speaker, Canadians don't need another process or another framework. They need a pipeline. We are a resource-rich country watching other nations move ahead while we debate conditions and caveats. A pipeline to the Pacific isn't an experiment. It's not a theory. It's basic infrastructure. The kind Canada has built before and the kind they should already be moving dirt. Under a Conservative plan, this would be straightforward and less costly. We would approve the project, set a clear route, respect federal jurisdiction, get shovels in the ground. No ideological add-ons, no extra net zero preconditions, no endless detours. The reason this pipeline isn't built isn't because Canada can't do it. It's because the Prime Minister won't. He keeps adding conditions. He keeps outsourcing responsibility. He keeps pretending a province holds a veto over the project that is squarely federal. Leadership means making a call. So my question is simple. When will the Prime Minister approve a pipeline to the Pacific so Canadians can finally get to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this government will always work with Indigenous peoples to find the right way forward when it comes to building energy and natural resources projects. These projects can strengthen our economy, diversify our trade, build the resilience we need to face the trade war with the United States. At the same time, they can represent incredible economic opportunities for Indigenous people. That's why many projects referred to the Major Project Office include Indigenous nations as partners with equity stakes. That is why one of the first actions of our government was to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion. We're making Canada an energy superpower in the respect of Indigenous rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.